YG and Nipsey Hussle's video got shut down by cops for an anti-Trump song that's called Donald Trump.
I think we got kicked out because we're a group of black people, and like I guess people, what's going on in America, they're afraid we're gonna say something or do something, but we just really want to watch the rally, and to get kicked out because we're a group of black people is really crazy. It just shows you how racist our own school is. We can't even go to our own school.
Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah. I like white folks, but I don't like you. All the niggas in the hood wanna fight you. Surprised El Chapo ain't tried to snipe you. Surprised the nation of Islam ain't tried to find you. Have a rally out LA, we gon' fuck it up. Home of the ride and the King ride, we don't give a fuck. Black students ejected from your rally. Well, I'm ready to go right now, your racist ass did too much. I'm about to turn Black Panther. Don't let Donald Trump win, that nigga cancer. He too rich, he ain't got the answers. He can't make decisions for this country, he gon' crash us. No, we can't be a slave for him. He got me appreciating Obama way more. Hey, Donald, and everyone that follows, you gave us your reason to be president, but we hate you. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. I don't like your ass. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah.
Nigga, am I tripping? Let me know. I thought all that Donald Trump bullshit was a joke. Know what they say when rich niggas go broke? Look, Reagan so cold, Obama so hope. Donald Trump spent his trust fund money on the vote. I'm from a place where you probably can't go. Speaking for some people that you probably ain't know. There's pressure built up and it's probably gonna blow. And if we say go, then they probably gonna go. You vote Trump, then you probably on dope. And if you like me, then you probably ain't know. And if you been in jail, you could probably still vote. If we let this nigga win, we gon' probably feel broke. You build walls, we gon' probably dig holes. And if your ass do win, you gon' probably get smoked,
fuck
nigga.
Donald Trump.
Fuck you.
Fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump.
What's going on, everybody?
Yeah.
I will build a great,
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker. This is the Ozzy broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and enemies are having a fantastic one. I'm getting right to it. I can't believe I'm doing this, but I have actually officially clicked on a motherfucking kick stream. Adin Ross is currently talking to the former president of the United States of America. What a fucking insane planet we live on right now.
Let's put it this way. Our country's in big trouble.
Yeah. I spoke to your son, Don Jr., when I met you in Doral.
Right.
I spoke to Don Jr. a little bit. He said, man, I feel for the young generation. You guys are, look at this. Like, look what's going on here. Like, it's like you need
I
this
can't
next
believe
4 years.
it.
If not, I don't know how well the country's going to do after these 4 years.
Donald Trump is officially on the CP website, boys.
Look, we're going to have 20 million people in by the time this election takes place. 20 million people. That's bigger than New York State. Many of those people are people that you should not have, and we're all for everything. You know,
What the fuck is going on at this?
Equal, as the expression.
Oh my God. Okay,
Now
this
today
is
they say all men and
right off
women
the
are
jump.
created equal.
Right
Yeah,
off the
wrote that
jump.
as
This is,
slightly-
I'm going to be honest with you, this is weirder than I thought it was going to be. Why are there so many people sitting behind him? Why is he live streaming fucking Mar-a-Lago?
But the fact is, when you're dumping all of these criminals and all of these...
Also, with even
drug
all the bots,
dealers,
kick is at 400K
all
for
of these
Aiden for a
people
Trump
into our
rally?
country,
That's
they're really
crazy.
hurting our country badly, and it has to be. We have to take very strong measures.
We definitely do. We definitely do. Moving to the next. Oh.
I got prior.
I didn't know they were allowed to applaud. That's
Yeah, they're allowed to applaud. You guys can keep
all
applauding.
right. That's
What a
common
world.
sense, right? You know, it is about common
What a
sense.
world
I
we
mentioned
live
that
in.
term because whether you're conservative, liberal, it's all about common sense.
It is.
You want to have good education.
It's weird, bro.
You want to
It's
have
if it- the
borders,
world
you
is
wanna have
weird.
Low interest rates, be able to buy a house. You want to, so many
course.
different things.
What
But
the
you
fuck
gotta
does Aiden Ross know about low interest rates, bro? He's a fucking multi-millionaire. selling gambling to kids. Like,
Just a little thing. When I started campaigning almost like 8 years ago, I talked about Merry Christmas. We should have Merry Christmas again. Let's bring back Merry Christmas. You weren't allowed to say Merry Christmas. I got it back. Yeah.
that's awesome that the granny with the
crowd,
oxygen
Even
tank
if
is right
you're
behind him.
Jewish, they like to say Merry Christmas. Every one of my Jewish friends say, we love Merry Christmas.
I'm Jewish. I love Merry
Good,
Christmas.
and
too.
you know, Kamala doesn't.
She doesn't like
no,
it?
She doesn't want you to use Merry Christmas.
Wow.
She thinks it's insulting to use Merry Christmas. So we'll have to work on her.
I wanted to ask you a question. Speaking of, you said something about common sense. Someone who has no common sense, Joe Biden. Do you think he was pushed out, or do you think he made the decision to step down?
No, he was not only pushed out, it was a coup.
I think in many ways this interview is perfect for Donald Trump and his base because they you have to have this level of like stupidity.
If I was
Okay.
brilliant,
Like
if he was
in many
horrible.
ways,
Maybe it
we
was a
might think like,
combination.
oh, how crazy, how crazy.
I
But
know
like
one thing,
honestly,
they
this
were
is
saying
perfect for his base. Like low key, this is
was
like
one of the greatest-
him saying like there's a war on Christmas and shit. Like I genuinely think that like whoever is still voting for Donald Trump at this point, unironically thinks that that is a real thing. And also like if you want to pick up new people, like new young voters, like they have to be this stupid. You know what I mean? Like they have to be like genuine, legitimate Aiden Ross watchers that they would be like, this is my kind of narrative. Like this is, you know.
Smarter than her, and I think he's a really not smart person. But I think he's smarter than she is. But she was convenient. She was there. They have better people. I mean, they have much better. In fact, all of the people that she's looking at are considered much better than her. These were people that were thinking about running. They would have run, except that they didn't want to go through this roadblock with her. And you know, because you're the vice president.
Yeah, we're going to
So
talk
they
about
wanted to go pick them. And
why
I think
hide his
virtually
viewers.
every one of them is
I'm
considered
full screened.
better,
Why would I hide his
smarter.
viewers? First of all, he's got like 400,000 viewers. I said it earlier, but like his mostly bots on Kick anyway, which is shocking. I'm shocked that they didn't bot it up to like 1 million. So that's number one. Number two is not even my like thing. Take it up with Kick. Like you think I'm actively hiding? You think I have the capacity to like actively hide someone's view count, dumbass?
And he's got a lot of them. All I know is my
Lamau,
kids
yo,
say, "Dad, you
pathetic,
have
so
no
it's
idea
now
how big
bots."
This interview is." I said, "Don't tell me."
You're
that."
so jealous.
But,
Pick this message to
make the
hate
move
watch
now.
more
Don't wait 50
LMFAO.
years.
No,
Our
I'm
country doesn't
I'm
have
not
50
even
years.
remotely kidding when I say, of course I'm jealous. I would love to interview Donald Trump. What do you
wanna ask
mean?
you a
That would be
question.
great.
She did a
But
rally
having said that, as a political commentator, I'm going to do my job on top of that, which is talk about how fucking idiotic this is for Donald Trump to do.
Yeah.
I want to know your thoughts on that. You know, it's crazy to me to think that there could be twerking
I know.
at a rally.
Well, what Hillary did is she would go out and get Bruce Springsteen. He'd get much smaller crowds than I, honest, and he had a guitar, right? I don't have a guitar, but he would fill up a place, and then he'd finish, and they'd all leave. And
I need to know the exact details
So
of how this
now,
came to be, though.
Kamala's
Like, I
doing the
need
same
to
thing, 'cause
know.
nobody
That
wants to
is
go watch
a news story in and of itself, in my opinion.
Nobody's going to want to watch her, and nobody does want to watch. Now, at least there's a little bit of curiosity, but there's no value really in going and watching her. So what she did is she's gotten a couple of.
Oh, I'm going to
rappers,
blast
and
off
they
right now, by the way.
Fill up the place.
I forgot.
But what she does is a little bit different. She has them go last. That's smart. I give. So in other words, they want her to finish her speech, get the hell off the stage, and then they can listen to the rap.
Performance starts.
No, it's pretty.
It's kind of smart.
Hillary didn't. No, I give her credit.
Yeah, give it to her a little bit.
Hillary never figured that out. She'd get some star, and the star would fill up the place, and then the star would leave. They would leave. Everybody would leave, and she's talking to an empty stadium. You know? Anyway, this is a little better idea.
Yeah, I wanna move on to the fun stuff now. I think we've definitely talked on some ideas and policies, excuse me. But I want to move on to the fun stuff because you are a fun guy. You know, I've heard a lot from a lot of people how cool you are, especially Dana. Shout out to Dana. I know you're
Oh,
watching.
Dana.
Yeah, he's the
There's
greatest.
nobody like him. You know. I always say everybody can be replaced except Dana. Because this guy travels the world looking for fighters, okay? Get me fighters. He doesn't care where they from countries nobody ever heard of. And that's where he finds the best fighters. Now,
Yeah.
he cannot be replaced. He's truly great at what he does.
He's the coolest. I know you're a UFC fan, right?
I am.
Who are like your favorite fighters?
Well, I think Khabib, I mean, how good is Khabib? Do you know who Khabib is?
Of course I know who Khabib is.
Khabib was 29, 28 and 0. And then his father died, and he stopped.
Why
But
is
I
this
think he
right here
never
normal,
lost-
bro? It's because he didn't
I don't
get
think he
shot.
ever
It was
lost a
fake.
round.
No, I'm just kidding.
Wow.
He fought many
No,
times.
because
He never lost
it
like a
grazed
pound.
him.
And I thought he was a great. I got to meet him at a fight 2 fights ago, because I walk in with Dana. Sometimes I do this walk in, and it's cool.
Yeah, that's where I first met you.
Yeah, that's right. Come to that.
Yeah.
If I didn't get any applause, you wouldn't want me on this show. You'd say, forget it. No, we get big applause. We walk in together.
It's crazy. You shut it down.
No, I met Khabib though, and he was very. He came to me and he said, "You're the man that can stop the war," because he's talking about the war with Ukraine, Russia.
Of course.
Because he knows they're his people. I mean, on both sides, right? There's so many people dying in that war, and the whole culture is being destroyed. You know, the cities are coming down. They're just pouring bombs in, and he really, it was amazing. We weren't talking about fighting. We were talking about a different kind of fighting, a much worse kind of fighting, and he was very concerned about that whole thing, that war. He said, "You can get it stopped, and I can get it stopped. I will have that stopped before I assume off. I will, if I win the election, the first thing I'm going to do is get Putin and get Zelensky. I know them both very well, and get them to make a deal, because it's crazy.
It is.
It's crazy.
Does anyone have do we have a blast off meme, chat? Do we have a blast off meme?
It's like your rallies, the crowd, huh?
Can you
know,
show
I like
Aiden's
this
chat
crowd.
too?
I think it's
I don't want to fucking show unfiltered cancer, dude. Are you kidding me? I don't want to get cancer directly from my fucking computer screen and give 30,000 of you cancer as well.
It's people that just like it. Just they don't want to see crime.
Right.
They don't want to be mugged. You know, because they're selfish in that respect. They prefer not being.
Also, I'm not doing
But
anything
they
to
don't
the
want
audio.
other people to be mugged,
His-
beaten up, shot.
His audio is
killed. You know, in
ass because Trump is not
Chicago,
speaking into the
On
mic.
July 4th weekend, they had 117 people shot. Think of this. You live there. 117 people were shot. 17 died. This is in one weekend, July 4th weekend.
Wow.
I mean, nobody wants that. If you're living in Chicago, you have a good chance of, something bad happening. When you're going to go buy a loaf of bread,
Here's the blast
something
off
really bad
meme.
could happen. So we don't want to, and they don't want that. The people behind me, who I just met,
Let the people know that we're live
they-
and
they
we're
are-
alive.
They're great.
Fucking,
But they're like
I'm.
other people. People don't
What is
want
going
crime.
on with this
They don't wanna
freaking
go to
Windows?
wars. They want to be able to make money. They want to be able to have a good life. They want a great education.
annoying.
All the things that you want.
He
Just
needs to
the
tell Trump to
basic
speak into
things.
the microphone.
And we don't have that now.
It's really sad, honestly. And I
Well,
know.
think of this: Israel. You're Jewish. Are you a fan of Israel?
Yeah.
Would have never
Boo.
happened. October 7th would never happen if I was president. And everybody admits it. Iran was broke. They had no money. I wouldn't let anybody
Bro,
buy
he
oil
didn't
from
know
Iran.
shit about
As soon
Israel,
as
dog.
Biden
Get the
comes in,
fuck
he
out
didn't
of
have
here.
He didn't have a clue. He let everything happen. But Iran was totally broke. They had no money. And I wouldn't let them nobody. China, I said, you buy oil from Iran and you can't do business in the United States. They said, we'll pass. I mean, that's fine. But I did that with everybody. And we would have had a deal, 100% we would have had a deal, and there would have been no attack. There was
I'm
no
not gonna
money
lie.
left. Iran had no money.
Kamala Harris has to go on Kai Cenat stream now. Like, that's just, it has to happen. Or at least mine, if not Kai Cenat's. You know what I mean? Democrats, figure it out.
Cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. So what happens is
Just
we
saying.
worked very hard.
What are we
on
doing
that,
here?
and then
What are
he
we
comes
doing?
in
You don't want
and
to. You don't want to
allows
lose out to
everybody
this.
go. China now is buying millions, billions, and billions of dollars worth of, and Iran now is a very rich country. And October 7th would have never happened, and it wouldn't happen because
Everyone is
didn't
texting me
have
the
money
same
to pay
shit.
Hamas and Hezbollah and all of these, they call them instruments of terror, a lot of different names. And so October 7th would have never happened. The recent attack on the park would have never happened. That was so graphic and so, normally you don't see that. Normally the media cuts it off, but they didn't have time to cut it off because it was during the day, very public. And you'd see.
I'm not sure this really
children with
matters
their
because
legs
Aiden's
cut off.
audience is not
Those
old enough to
initial
vote.
scenes were so horrible, where a
Aiden's
rocket
audience is not old enough to
landed in a
vote,
little
and a
soccer
lot of
field.
people are
It's
also
terrible.
bots
All of
in
that
the
stuff would
chat.
have never happened.
Bots can't
And
vote
we'll get it stopped fast.
unless
by
they're
way.
the Democratic Party. Am I right? Because we got illegal voters. But having said that,
Well,
Two
everyone that's
goats,
watching,
cry
vote
more,
on,
chat.
just know that your vote really does matter, and you guys really have a big decision coming up in November. You guys gotta really
Aiden
go
Rush
out
to
there
be
and vote.
serious
Vote
is
for the
so
right
funny.
person. Just him.
Wow, that's come in.
Wow.
It's funny.
I'm
that
voting
you
for
do it. Now I know why
Kamala
you're so
W.
popular, because been on for years with people that really do like me, and they're even fair to me and everything else. But they wouldn't do what you just. They wouldn't say.
I like
him.
the idea of someone in Aiden Ross's chat who's like a 15-year-old being like drill baby drill.
I think it's great that you can say something like that. I think it's ethical, it's fair, it's smart. And if you felt that way about somebody else, that's okay too. But you have journalists today, like that one that intercepted me, literally.
Oh my God, Kamala HQ posting
like
about fucking Aiden Ross and Donald Trump.
Saying, we got to start a meeting.
Do you think it's all bots? I would say a little.
Very much
No, I don't think it's all bots at all.
It's like the worst. And frankally, if I...
No, I think there's a lot of real people watching this. Come on, bro, it's Donald Trump with Aiden Ross. Like, I'm sure.
I actually, once you sort of walk out, then you put the guard up, and you actually give less information than what you would have if they did it with Sugar, right? But she doesn't know about Sugar, that one. That was sort of terrible. It became
400K viewers. I'm surprised they didn't bot more. You know damn well the view count is glitched. Such a disingenuous rat. Keep malding, cry. Bro, why aren't you watching over there?
They considered it. I can't brag. But
why are Aiden Ross fans busy in here being like, cry more, loser? Like, this is content for me. I don't think you understand. I love this shit. This is awesome. This is a gift for me.
I've said for a long time, ABC is one. You have George.
Y'all are so fucking stupid. Go watch it over there. They probably have it open on like multiple laptops anyway.
He interviews Biden. I said, there's no way that Biden can handle this guy if the guy is like normal, like you know.
I'm 18 and watching Aiden voting Trump.
He asked him and then when Biden couldn't answer, which he can't answer most of the questions because he has no clue where he is. Slopadopoulos is giving him the answers. He's giving the question. And isn't it true that you really don't want to see war? Isn't that true? Yeah. No, the whole thing is crazy. Anyway.
Yeah, Aiden Ross has no idea who George Stephanopoulos is, let alone George Slopadopoulos. You know what I mean?
I don't know if you saw what Elon had posted. Elon basically showed if you were to Google Donald Trump about a week ago, all you see is Kamala. That's all you see is Kamala. It's crazy. Google was really, really trying to push her.
So Google is really crooked. It's horrible. When they had the word assassination up, there was a big moment a few weeks ago where I got whacked. I got whacked. And whether it's me or anybody else, it was a terrible thing. Terrible thing. For our country, it was terrible for everything. And when you put up the word assassination, it went to Lincoln, it went to many other people, many of whom I didn't even know there was an attempt.
Bro got assassinated so long ago, I forgot about it, dude.
Trump. Think of it. And
it's
when
been
you put
so
up
long.
The word
it's only been like 3
it also
weeks,
said
but
you
it feels like
took
a
Kamala.
lifetime ago.
And people were really angry at it. Look,
like I
something
completely
wrong with
forgot
Google.
that happened.
I don't know if it's the people running it inside or the smaller people, so to speak.
That
The
was
people
quite
that are
literally
actually
like
doing the nuts and
11
bolts.
news
I
cycles
doubt it.
ago.
It's got to
which
come
is
from the
crazy.
top. And it's so illegitimate. They have to do something about it. And I mean, the market speaks. Everybody should maybe just go off Google, not use it. There are so many other things. Watch your show instead. But there are so many things. Now, Mark Zuckerberg called me, and he apologized.
I told you they're dick riding.
AI is dangerous.
I told you the Silicon Valley freaks are all dick riding him now.
They actually had the Secret Service agents were very brave.
I told you, bro. I told you, they all are fucking up his ass. They love him now.
You know, when you hear bullets, you tend to drop to the floor if you're intelligent.
Of course.
If you're not intelligent, like I don't think Joe would have dropped to the floor. I think it's.
No, I think you would have just been
What
like,
the fuck's my Trump hat, bro?
Hey,
hold up.
Where are those bullets?
Is that a bird?
Oh, there they are. There they are. No, I don't think he would have dropped to the floor.
Right.
But anyway, it's when you hear this and when you see what's going on, and he called up, and there's a very iconic picture that was taken. But there's a number of them actually. But there's one in particular that was.
Do you
really
believe him when he said Zuck called to apologize? Yes, I believe him.
And the secret agent.
100%. Mark Zuckerberg went on TV to fucking talk about how sick he thought Trump was after the assassination.
Let me tell you, these people were brave because those bullets were coming at me, and I heard them. They were whizzing over my head. I had the one here, and I went down, and they were whizzing over, and I had 7 people, maybe a lot of people, a lot of very big people on top of me within seconds, and a lot of people that I know would not have done that.
Bro,
Hayden, I'm
whose
telling you,
grandmother is
when
this?
bullets are
Who
coming
are
right
these
over you,
people?
and you got people
Someone needs to
willing
explain to me what the fuck's going on behind them, because
They
that's
expected
crazy.
To die. They actually expected to die, and I understood that.
Yeah.
The other thing that happened that was amazing is within 5 seconds, the sniper, the Secret Service sniper, from a much further distance, one bullet, and didn't know about it. Now it was a communication problem, a big one, and had it taken place, 10 seconds earlier, would have been good. But there was a communications problem. But he supposedly, I don't think he knew. I mean, I've gone through it too.
The front
I don't
right are
think the
Aiden's
sniper
parents? These
knew
are Aiden's
anything about
parents?
it. He may have heard there could be a problem, but he didn't know anything about it. Think of it.
What about the grandma
Thing
back
like
here?
that happens. He went by the gun and the fire of the
Aiden reading off the script is so blatantly, is so funny,
fire.
man. I mean, yeah,
And he
what
was
up-
able to see that
bro,
from probably more than 300.
I'm actually kind of proud of Aiden that he like figured out how to read, and he's not doing like the asymptomatic ultra natalist shit that he used to do. Like this motherfucker a year ago was calling. This motherfucker a year ago was saying like fascist, like he didn't know what a fucking fascist was,
He got hit.
and now he's able to read. So that's good.
Pretty amazing job when you think sort of
Pupilistic
surreal
duples.
experience, right?
Yeah.
And you could say that for that. And they go years and they don't have to do that. They don't have to shoot people. And then all of a sudden they're confronted and they see somebody firing. And a lot of people wouldn't react.
It's called growth.
They'd say,
As you
Let's
know,
call in,
socialist
fine.
leadership genuinely improves literacy rates. That's what happened under the socialist regime of Brandon. The General Secretary Brandon improved literacy rates in the state of Florida.
brave. And that sniper was very talented.
He brought
to hit the
education.
target.
He brought
Hit the
education to
target
the
like
rural,
that from
rural
so far away,
farmlands
right?
of Florida.
Mr. President, I do want to say, first of all, you took a bullet for everyone in this room, everyone watching, everyone. The reaction that
The guy behind him died, bro.
the president is going to do that. They're going to either remain, where they are.
Bruh.
You are a brave man. You stood up and went like this, and that was a pretty badass picture, by the way.
The guy behind him died.
I will say though that the audience.
He legit
was very
said in
brave
yesterday's
also.
stream he isn't reading a
fans,
script.
The people, and it's much more than MAGA.
Sure.
Although I think MAGA is almost everybody, because it's what we talk.
Almost
about.
everybody's MAGA.
But all of those people were tens of thousands of people, as far as the eye could see, and then the people in the back. And those are the people you see because the cameras are focused on that. We have the bleacher in the back with, I don't know, 100 to 150 people or something. But those people never moved. And if you go to crowd, we had
I want him to smell Trump's seed after Trump gets up so bad.
Said, whenever a bullet is fired, they know a bullet and they know a sound. And we had a lot of bullets fired. So when you think of it, plus the Secret Service,
I want him
whenever a bullet's fired,
to
everybody empties out immediately.
smell
They
Trump's seed so
immediately
fucking
leave
bad.
and empty out the whole stadium, and they call it a stampede, like in cattle.
Yeah.
And a lot of people get killed with stampedes. They get literally
Stomped
walked
over,
They
yeah.
get many people die in soccer stadiums. But when a bullet goes off, everyone leaves, almost every time.
Yeah.
Nobody left. And you had the man behind me. He's looking like this. He's looking. There was no fear. It was amazing. They knew that I was in trouble. They saw that. They saw the blood, because the blood, I guess you get hit in the ears. I can tell you, a lot of blood when you get
Your takes are horrid.
learn.
Oh,
You
fuck,
learn
I
all
missed
these
it.
things, unfortunately. But they saw there was a big problem. Normally, when they hear that, they're all, they disperse. Nobody left. I mean, you take a look at that. Now, that was a microcosm of what was out in front of me, because the speech was being made
Yeah.
to thousands of people.
Right.
And nobody there was leaving either. It was really amazing. They knew there was a problem. And when I got up, they were confused because Secret Service was lifting me.
Remember
I
when
guess I
Donald
was
Trump
getting
said at the RNC that he'll only tell the story once because it's too emotional to tell?
So they had stretchers.
And then proceeded to tell the story every single day since then, and sometimes twice a day, depending on how many media opportunities he has.
And I
That
felt
was
it
really
important
funny
to
when
let
he,
people know
like,
that I
why
was
lie
okay.
about that, bro?
Sense that our country was okay. And so I did that.
I love that.
And the
That's
audience
such a
was
that
they were
is one of
in
my favorite type of lies where it's just like
USA.
such a blatantly obvious one. You
It
didn't
was
even
a-
need to lie
it
about
was
it
a
like
hell
that,
of
but
a
it's
horrible
awesome anyway.
experience, But I learned a lot about the love in this country. Think of it. A bullet goes off, everyone leaves. And his bullets going off. They just
Again, a true hero.
they were heroes. the way they didn't move, you have to watch that group behind.
Yeah, bro, that's weird. That's weird. That's not a normal thing. Hogs are so unresponsive to gunfire. Like, they have no self-preservation skills. That's why they're voting for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to move. And many of them were standing up and they were looking.
Yeah,
one man
dude, that's not
particular
good. That's not like a normal thing. They do not have like basic animal functions of self-preservation,
it's
survival
a fascinating,
instinct.
thing to see. And when you hear crowd control people say, we can't even imagine that shows they love me, maybe, but for the country.
I love this. I'm so glad. I'm so glad this is happening. 100%.
So I got you a gift. Well, a couple gifts.
Oh, good. That's good.
I'll show you.
That's
another
good.
gift. I'll show you. Sorry, the second gift a little bit later. But I did get you a gift, and I got you this gift because, look, you are. I feel like you constantly get beat on, but you're so strong, and you just, like I said, you live for the people, and you're a hero. I wanna present to you this gift right here. I hope you like watches, Rolexes.
Oh, that's a beautiful watch.
Yeah.
Should I open it?
You should open it and then show the camera.
That's a
There ain't
great
no
watch,
fucking way. Wait, no, you can't do that. That's illegal.
You like Rolex?
That's
They like
illegal.
Jack Nicklaus
That's
and Gary Player and
illegal.
Arnold
You can't
Palmer,
do that,
all
dumbass.
The golf guys and all the other
That's
guys.
illegal. Flag
Dude,
on the
this is
play. That literally is not legal.
nice bag.
You cannot
They do.
give
Really
gifts to a fucking president who's running for president that is over. No.
Should I show that to the audience?
Yeah, they can see it.
You can't take that. Are you kidding me?
Oh, I didn't know this. Now I know it.
There ain't no way.
Now I
this
know
is-
it's worth it.
Bro, you can't do that.
Boys said, "Oh, that's such a big show. I don't know what you're doing, but you really are amazing."
I appreciate it.
I go into other shows. Nobody does a big deal about it.
I do want to say also,
Thank you very much.
shout out to Nelk boys. I know you love Nelk.
They're great.
They're the greatest.
Well, that was through Dana. Dana's very much into this world. Dana's a young guy, sort of.
Yeah.
He's a young guy, sort
Yeah.
of. But Dana is into this world like he could be an 18-year-old or a 20-year-old.
Yeah.
He knows more about you and the Nelk brothers and the Nelk boys, and he asked me to do their show. And I will tell you, I got a tremendous response. You do some of these big shows, you do like 60 minutes, and nobody cares. You do Nelk or you, and I can already see so many people call. I hear you're doing the show with Aiden.
Oh wow.
I said, I've had a lot of calls. So it's like a new wave.
Yeah.
It's a new thing. Who would think it? And sometimes television is not the big deal. I sort of feel that television will always be television.
Yeah.
But numbers aren't like they used to be.
No, I would say live streaming and YouTube is kind of like the new age television for younger people. So I did have some clips I wanted to react to.
Okay.
So this is the fun
What?
stuff I wanted to get into.
No.
Let's get into the reactions right here. This is so cool. I'm actually reacting with you.
Ain't no
All right.
fucking
I put you on
way.
Truth. that
Really?
we're doing- yeah.
Thank you, man.
Truth is my voice.
Yeah.
And it's doing great.
Yeah.
Everybody should go on Truth.
Yeah.
But I will say that I put you on that we're doing the show together, and the response was very cool.
I love
Very
it.
cool.
I love it. Okay, so shout out to Nelk, but they kind of gave me this idea. I have two segments I want to do with you.
Okay.
The first one is use one word that comes to mind to describe that person. Okay?
Okay.
It's a fun game.
Fun.
Let's start. All right, who is the first picture? And we got the Nelk boys. One word.
Oh, great.
I love that. Okay,
really
great.
good.
Okay.
So you're
Ain't
friends
no
with
way
them?
they're
I-
doing
yeah.
react.
Are they competitors?
Ain't no fucking
Not
way.
even, honestly. Every time that.
Okay, by
you
the
know, I
way,
speak
for
to-
those of you who are wondering why that's illegal, that's a FEC campaign contribution violation. An individual cannot give a person actively running for office more than the max cap. An individual donation in the United States of America, if you are directly donating to a campaign or directly donating to a person running, is I believe at this point $3,300, and you can't do more than that.
One word.
That is,
would be outstanding.
it is-
My
it
sons
would be
told
illegal.
me about you, and they told me about how big Dad, Barron.
Yeah.
I am not going to be in this.
Daddy,
He's not going to be
really
reacting to me.
But
Shut
what
the fuck
about
up,
us?
chat.
So
That would
he's
be
also a friend of
insane.
mine, right?
Yeah.
But big stuff, Aiden. So I just have to say, outstanding to do what you've done at a young age. And I know how old you are. You're young. You're seriously young. My suit is older than you are.
How old your suit?
I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, let's see who we got next. We got you.
Bro, this is so. This is literally. This is childish.
Patriot.
This is actively. Bro made up. Bro made a glazing PowerPoint.
Interesting.
They're doing.
He really is. He's an amazing guy. He's a very interesting guy.
Got next, Mr. White.
Oh, well, he's a fighter. I'll tell you, that guy, he fights. You wouldn't want to have him against you. A little bit true with all of these people that you show. And there's a good one. Elon, a genius, truly a genius. You know, I see the rockets come down with the engines, and they're coming down, and the engines are landing. They have no wings, no nothing. That was a couple of years ago. I said, what is that? And I said, what was that all about? He says, well, we want to be able to save the engines, not that they go into the ocean and all. But he really is. He's a genius. He's also a very good person, Elon.
Let's see what we got next here. We got Kanye.
So he's very complicated. Let's say complicated. Because he's a really nice guy, but he can get himself into trouble, and he can get some other people. But you know, he's got a good heart.
Talking about himself,
Yes,
he got Trump in
complicated.
trouble with the Nick
Kanye.
Fuentes shit. Uh-oh.
Fake, but in all fairness, look, but she knows it. She's got a thing going.
What?
It's a good thing.
Uh-oh. I
she's
didn't
a good
realize
thing
there
for
was
her.
we were
But
reacting
there's
to
a certain
enemies as
something
well.
She's got a spark. That's pretty amazing, actually. She's got a good spark.
Uh-oh.
So I'll change it.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
She
Ain't no
does
way.
have. She gets on. You know, when she was running against a gentleman from Queens. And I asked his people, I said, are you careful? This guy was going to be Speaker of the House. It was going to be him, not Nancy Pelosi. And Joe, he is a good politician, a real pro, been around for a long time, many years in Congress. And I watched her on television. I saw a clip of her speaking, ranting, raving, going crazy. And I said, who's she running against? She's running against Joe. I said, oh, does he know what's going on? Oh, he's got no problem, sir. He's got no problem. I said, is he doing any debates? No, he doesn't have to bother with the debates. He's been there for years. I said, tell him I said that he should be careful. Because I saw her. And I said, she's Evita. I called her Evita. Maybe that's the best. Evita Peron, right? I said, she's Evita. She's in the streets screaming, shouting, going crazy, hugging people, Everybody's being hugged. I said, he better be careful. And she took him out. So, you know, I give her credit. But she's got a lot of sizzle. Well, there's a
Goat.
powerful man.
Oh, he
I know him
said
very
it.
well.
Bro, Trump
I know him probably better
loves.
than anybody
He
in this
fucking loves Xi Jinping.
Got to know him extremely well. We had a great relationship
He said
until
powerful,
COVID
bro.
was a step too far.
Yo.
But we did very well with
Yeah, I'm putting the
China.
hat back on. I'm putting the hat back
President
on.
Xi.
I'm putting the hat back on
We
with
did,
no hint of irony.
Very, very well with China. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars.
MAGA
president took in
communism.
10 cents. I took
Do a
in-
prediction poll on
And
you
I
being part of the
exposed
React.
China.
No,
Look,
I'm not
I
going to
want
be a
China
part of the
to-
React. No way. No
They can't
shot.
take advantage of us like
Please
they
no.
do. For years and years, we'd lose $500 billion a year in trade, all of it. But then COVID came in, and it really, I changed, but I will have a very good relationship with him. There's no going to war with him.
I'm not going to be. I'm not. He doesn't
wanna
know.
go to
Trump
war.
doesn't know who
We're
the
not
fuck
gonna
I
go to
am.
war. And we had a
Anyway,
very good
so it doesn't
relationship,
matter.
actually. He was right in this room. He came to this country, and he stayed here for a number of days.
Come on, bro. Yeah, I'm not
And
famous
we had
enough. Thank
incredible
God.
Meetings, a very famous meeting in the dining room, actually.
Aiden is obsessed
But
with you. He's going
loves
to put
his
you on there.
country, and he's very
Nah.
strong and very powerful and very interesting. But he really does love his country. I can tell you that. Yeah, Gavin Newscomb. You spelled it. No, you spelled his last name.
He literally ruined California. Beautiful state. California is beautiful. He ruined it.
And when you watch him, he's always saying, "Oh, we're doing so great."
Right,
We're not
right.
doing great. I mean, I have holdings in California, and I own a golf course right on the ocean, right on the Pacific Ocean in Palos Verdes. So beautiful. It's a club. It's
What is going
big,
on, man?
You know, many acres, hundreds.
What
of
the hell is
acres, and
going
it's-
on, man?
It's fantastic, but California is so precious. One of the most beautiful places in the world in terms of weather,
sure.
in terms of everything. And they're just destroying it with crime. The crime is out
Like,
of control. It's
if
a
you were to
dangerous
tell me
place.
that this would happen, if
And
you were to
he-
tell me that this
you
were
know, I think
to
he's-
happen, like
You know, it's
3 years
it's a
ago,
shame
even
because
2
I
years
like
ago,
him.
I'd be like, you're
I got
out of your
along with him
fucking
great.
mind.
I
Like,
helped
I
him
would
a
be
lot
like, you're
with his
hallucinating
fires. He kept
things.
saying, you know, why don't you do something about the forest?
Okay.
There's no reason.
I'd be like,
to have
you're
that. There's no
completely,
management.
you're
There's no
hallucinating.
management
Like, oh yeah,
control
this
over the
guy,
forest.
Aiden
I
Ross,
said, you have to do
that
things.
you hung out with,
But I got along
that
with
you
him
like
great.
tried to fucking save from the right wing pipeline, will inevitably become like a dick rider of Andrew Tate, a you know, massive celebrity all of a sudden for the worst people
He's turned very
online,
liberal, actually.
and then inevitably
he's
move
the
on to
son
a
of
fucking
Fidel
crypto
Castro.
gambling casino
And
website
could be. I mean,
where he will
anything's
be
possible in this
interviewing
world,
Donald
you know?
Trump
You're gonna
side by
learn
side. I'd
as
be
you
like,
get
you're
older.
insane.
You've seen a lot already for your age. Per age, I would say. Per year spent, you've seen as much as anybody. But Justin Trudeau is, I get along with him very well, actually. But
You're so
seems to
mad.
be
Why
going
would I
very
be mad?
progressive.
This is
People
awesome.
of Canada are not liking it. I mean, if they had
I don't
a
think
good
you guys
conservative
understand.
person,
This is content for me.
maybe they
Like,
do,
why
maybe
the
they
fuck would
don't.
I be mad? If anything, I should be
But,
thanking Aiden Ross
somebody
for
that's
securing
a
this.
strong conservative would win in Canada. Canada is very unhappy about
Like,
the way they've been treated.
Y'all are
by
so
people.
dumb.
But I got along with him well. Now this man,
Okay,
I
he's
really
looking
got
like a
along with
zoomer
well.
here.
We
Kim
had,
Jong, he doesn't look like
Little
this no
Rocket
more.
Man. We had the red button. He said, "I have a red button on my desk," and I said, "No, I have a red button too, and mine's bigger than yours, and mine works." And it was a really bad month and a half. You know, he was very tough on President Obama, very tough on everybody. You know, it's the hermit nation, and it really is. I mean, it's
the
I said to
hermit
him,
nation.
Do you know Elton John? No. I said, did you ever hear
What?
the song Rocket Man? And I actually played him the song Rocket Man. He said, no.
He
I've never
played
I said,
him?
You're Rocket Man. He said,
He
"No, you
played
called me
him
Little
Elton
Rocket Man, not
John?
Rocket Man." But
Oh God,
I
that's
tell you
so
what,
that's
So we had
amazing.
a very nasty.
This is
We
you.
were actually worried about it because it could.
This is you, Rocket Man.
President Obama told me that this was the single biggest threat to the United States was Kim Jong-un of North Korea. And one day I got a call from people that wanted to see me about him, and he wanted to meet. He did not want to meet with Obama, did not want to meet with anybody. Got tremendous nuclear capability. He does. And we've checked that closely, and he does. I got to know him very well, and I got along with him great. He's very smart. He's very strong. He's the absolute leader. You know, a lot of people say, oh, maybe he's not the leader. He's the absolute. When he's around, his people are standing up at attention. I've never seen. We were at a luncheon. They had 20 people on his side and 20 people on mine, looking at each other.
Right.
In Singapore, we had a meeting in Singapore. It was the biggest press conference I've ever had. There were thousands of paparazzi. I've never seen anything like it.
Even
I
Trump
think
has enough
people
correct
said
political
they'd never
instinct
seen
to run on. There won't be a war with
I was
China.
walking
I
in,
mean,
he was walking
he
in,
always
met him.
does that. He
Yeah,
always
racist,
like
went crazy.
acts like he is a
But we got
peaceful
along
dove.
very well. He's
And that the
very, very
Democrats are
smart.
pro-war. And the Democrats keep
and,
leaning into being
you know,
like
he's
war,
a real power.
being the
He's a real
pro-war,
power. I think
pro-patriotic
he's upset
party.
that I'm not there.
It's a
Nothing
failure.
would have happened with him. We would have gotten along with him fine. I was trying to get him to do.
He lies,
you know,
of
his-
course. He's lying when he
his
says he's fucking
country is-
anti-war, but
talk about location. He's right
Democrats don't
between-
even run on
look at
that
this,
anymore. It's very
Russia,
annoying.
China, one side, and South Korea on the other. I said, you have a great piece of real estate. You could make so much. You could have gorgeous things. I said to him, think about gorgeous condos going up on your shore. He's got a lot of ocean. He's got ocean frontage on both sides, right? But I got along with him great. We would have had no problem with him. Now he's getting very angry with us, and he's getting very angry with, I understand he doesn't like her. He doesn't know her, but he forms opinions, and he doesn't like her. And he thought that Biden was a stupid man, a very stupid man. He would say that, but I say
Aiden will drag this out as long as he can. Yeah, I would too. Are you kidding me? He's farming.
These people have heard our country.
I'm happy that
Kim
he's
Jong-un
dragging
was
it out.
great
I
for-
want every
for-
moment of this.
As long as he
I'm
was
sad
there,
I
as long
missed
as I
some
was
of it.
there was going to be no.
I'm sad I missed some moments, but I'm not. But you will miss 3 minutes right now if you don't subscribe at the top of the
And,
hour.
you know, I
That's
always
right.
say that
Because at the top of the hour,
we
there's a
have
3 minute ad break. If you no longer want to see
enemies
those
from
ads,
within,
all you need to do is subscribe
and we have
for
enemies on the
$6 or
outside.
for free
So he
with
would be
a
considered, I guess, an enemy. I think
Twitch
he would be-
Prime. I will rewatch the
Find
parts that we
China
missed.
the
Don't
same
worry.
thing. I always say if you have a smart president, you don't have a problem with the outside.
You don't want to miss a
But you
beat.
still will have a problem with the inside because these people are sick. They're
Twitch
sick.
Primes are free, folks.
And the people,
Connect your
the people from the inside.
Amazon Prime account to your Twitch
I mean,
account.
they're
You can also
willing
get
to
gifted a
take down
sub.
our
Here's the
country.
3 minute ad
It's-
break
it's
now.
incredible. When I look at guys like Adam Shifty Schiff, he's such a bad guy, such a liar with the Russia hoax. It was a total hoax. It went on for 2.5 years, and total exoneration, nothing to do with Russia. The opposite. I was the worst thing that ever happened to Russia because I stopped the pipeline, the Russian pipeline.
Thank
called
you,
Nord
umpteenth
Stream 2.
time for
Nobody
the
ever
10
heard
give
of
the
Nord Stream 2.
subs.
But
And Stephanie Lee for the 10 give
it
the
was just
subs.
2 years of this stuff.
And Mr.
actually
Unfortunate for
putting
the
our
5
country in
gifted.
danger because you put your country in danger with another country. They made up a hoax. It was made up by Hillary and Adam Schiff and some of these people about Russia. And they did it actually as an excuse for her to lose the election.
Wow.
So they said, why did you lose? She was expected to win. She didn't win at all. I won all those states that people thought she was going to win. She didn't campaign hard enough. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe she did. Maybe she didn't. All I know is we'd have stadiums with 50, 70,000 people. She'd go and she'd have 150 people. And I used to say, why am I going to lose Michigan if I have 75,000 people and she has 100? Why am I going to lose that? I turned out to be right. We won states that hadn't been won by Republicans for decades, and it was an amazing thing. But getting along with these people is really
Come on, keep it going, keep it moving. Come on, bro.
Smart,
I'm falling
our country is
asleep.
safe. If you're stupid,
L Trump.
problem.
Come on,
We
keep
have
it
stupid
active, keep it
people there
dynamic.
now.
Move
And
on
those
to the
people
next
are
slide,
very
Aiden.
dangerous Right now, I'm hearing there's going to be an attack tonight by
Yeah.
Iran of Israel. They're going to be attacked tonight. I'm telling you.
This is
right
another
now. I
gift
hear
that he's
it
giving
just
to Trump. I don't know how
through
he's
the
able
same
to do
ways.
this, by the
There's
way.
no
That's an
top
FEC
secret
violation as
information
well.
or anything.
Right.
But I hear that Israel's going to be attacked tonight. If I were president, nobody would even be talking about that word because it wouldn't happen 100%.
Israel
And
wouldn't
it's so-
exist.
But when you have Pelosi,
If I was
and when
president-
you have Schiff, and you have all these people, I mean, when you have people like Schumer, you have all these people. These people are a danger to our country. And they get a guy like Biden in, he's just a vessel. He has no idea where the hell he is. He's their perfect vessel because he'll do anything that they want him to do.
Right.
So we really have dangerous people. They go after their political opponent, like me. I mean, me being especially. I mean, they've used law enforcement to go after me. They've come at me with everything. We just won the big case in Florida. You saw that.
Mm-hmm.
That was the big case. That was the biggest of the cases. And we won that conclusively. We had a brilliant.
This
and
went
very
from
fair
Aiden farming
judge.
Trump
I
to
mean,
Trump farming
if I have
Aiden.
fair
What a
judges, I
yapper.
win
Are
every
you
case,
kidding
but
me?
they put
Trump
you
is the
in-
goat at yapping. He is great at
judges
yapper
are
status.
Totally corrupt. Where, like in New York, where the whole legal system is actually bringing down the state and bringing down the city because of corruption so bad. But we have to solve the problem from within. The problem on the outside, if you have somebody smart, is you can handle it easily, actually. But the problem from within, we have people that truly hate our country. We have to solve that problem.
I wanna get this right with what I'm about to say because you had said something about crooked people, and I want
Crooked
to say,
people.
I want to get this right. That's why I'm pulling out my phone. The same DA, Fannie Willis.
Right, Fannie Willis.
She treated you very unfairly.
She goes by the name of Fani, even though it's F-A-N-I. She wants to pronounce Fani. She's little French.
He's like, I don't want to
French
fuck this
accent,
name
and
up
love
because
her.
I have
And
no
love
idea
her.
what I'm talking
Wade,
about.
Right?
Yeah.
Mr. and Mrs. Wade.
Would you say she's very unfair?
Chat. The reason why
with
Trump
me.
is doing this is because
There are many
he has clip farming demons in his orbit. Okay, this will get a lot of play on TikTok. This will get a lot of motion. People will make fun of him, but it will be a shit ton of natural marketing
Georgia's
for his
phenomenal. Georgia's
campaign.
great.
Okay,
I love the people
that's
of Georgia.
it.
I've done great with the people.
Do I
of
think
Georgia.
that this is
Alabama,
a smart play?
South
No, I
Carolina,
think that this
North
was it
Carolina.
reeks of desperation.
Georgia is so good, and she's destroying.
I mean, I'm
it,
happy
and the
he's
governor
doing
should
it.
do something about
Don't
it
get me
because,
wrong, and
look,
I'm
these are
happy that
innocent
it
people.
happened.
These are patriots. They complain
But
about an
overall,
unfair
like
election,
from a
Right.
from a
and they wanna put
political
them in jail for the
campaigning
rest of their
point of
life.
view,
Right.
Hillary Clinton still complains. Stacey Abrams
I
from
think
Georgia
it's
complains, constantly complains.
probably
that she
not
won the election.
the
She said she
smartest
won it
thing for
twice.
him to do.
And she constantly complains about it. Nothing happens
Right.
to her. We have 2 tiers of justice in our country. And, they used that on me, and my numbers went up. And I
remember.
think I'm the first one that can say that. The numbers don't go up when that happens,
No.
but they have with me because
Yeah.
I have
I
a
think you're
platform, a
overreacting.
platform
This
like
will die
being
down
with
max
you
in a
guys.
week.
I
Yeah.
can talk about how unfair
No,
it is.
I'm
It's
just
terrible.
saying
You
he's
complain
doing
about
it.
An election, they want to put you in jail.
He's doing it because this will
It's
get him a
not
lot of
even
natural,
thinkable. But they've weaponized
natural marketing.
government.
30K
This is
while leeching
Biden.
a 500 scream
The
is
people that
bad,
surround him,
Lamau.
the people that
Brother,
surround
I
him,
would
and the
have
beautiful
40K
desk,
if this
resolute
wasn't
desks that
happening.
you
Now
go
I'm gonna have
in the
50K.
Oval Office.
So thank you to
The
Aiden for the
people that
10K
surround
boost.
The Resolute desk, what they are,
You know,
is a real danger to our country. I will
Like,
tell you.
that's awesome.
I'm not even sure Biden has any idea what's going on.
Right.
He's perfect
take
for them
it.
because they are running the country.
I don't know
And
why
Biden doesn't have a clue. He just
people
wants to
claim
go home
I'm a
and go
view
to
count
sleep.
frog, but
He
like,
should have
and I
never-
am,
he
but
should have
y'all are
never
way
been
worse.
president.
Holy shit.
I was just gonna switch this. So I know Fannie Willis has treated you very unfair. I have a friend who's currently being treated unfair by her. He's a rapper named Young Thug.
Yeah.
And I was just
I heard that, actually.
Yeah, I just was wondering if there's a way that we can make sure he gets treated fair. That's all.
So I've heard about him, and I heard he's being treated very unfairly by
unfair.
her.
Yeah.
And I would tell her she's got to treat these patriots that are being all terrible. They're going after him. And I hear Young Thug is being treated. I heard the name.
Yeah.
I heard it from other people.
Oh
where
my
they say
God. If he
being
says he's
treated
going to
very
free Young
unfairly.
Thug,
He's got to be treated fairly.
he's
Please.
going to, if he says he frees Young Thug, Georgia is a lock. Okay.
So let's see who we got next on the couple. We got a couple more people left.
Okay.
Got some hopefully some good ones. Well,
So he was very
Salesman.
good with me because when
Car
they were doing the
salesman.
Russia hoax, they said I did something with him on a phone call. And basically I congratulated him, his winning the presidency.
right.
And said some other things which turned out to be perfect, better than perfect. If he sees any corruption, please report it to the Attorney General of the United States, which we have an agreement with the country. We have actually a signed contract with them, a very important one, that because Ukraine has always been known as very corrupt. I don't know if you know that. It has been a very corrupt country.
I
think the
do
people
like
are great, but
like
it's been very
one
corrupt.
word
And I
association.
said,
It's
if you
so
find any
simple.
corruption in the country,
It's so
you report it
branded. It's so
immediately to the
perfect.
Attorney General. That was. I
It's
did say
like
that.
it's like
And it
perfect
was
for
a
the
very good
audience
thing
that
to
he's
say.
trying to
Turned out I was
capture.
100%
One
right
word
in saying that.
associations on a fucking
So they
PowerPoint
made up
of
a
like
phone call.
famous political figures.
Fortunately, the phone was
That's
essentially
hilarious.
taped. The call was essentially taped. I didn't know this, but a lot of times when you're talking foreign leaders, they have tapes or they have stenographers. And we had two professional, really great military stenographers. So every word. So when they said I did these things, I said, no, I didn't. And then I said, was that taped or did they have the stenographers? The answer was yes. And they got all the way down the line to impeach me. They wanted to impeach me over this phone call, a single phone call. And I knew that I had them because I had the tape or the stenographers, everything, perfect. Every word was said. And then they did the impeachment.
Trump is pausing
And just
Avi
before
pretty
that, 'cause
hard.
I remember Nancy
He's
Pelosi
worse
was
than me,
crazy.
bro.
We
On
can't
pause, little
impeach
bro.
him. Look at what the phone call was. She saw the phone call.
Yeah.
And then they decided, well, let's do it anyway.
Yeah.
Can you believe how bad these people are?
Horrible.
Let's do it anyway, because they had the phone call.
Yeah.
That's where Tim Scott, a great guy from senator from South Carolina, he said, wait a minute, I've just read the phone call. That phone call he was the first one to speak
It's
up.
a Twitter.
Tim Scott of South Carolina. Then Republican senators spoke up, and they were great. I mean, there was great. Of course, the only one was Mitt Romney. Real stiff, and he couldn't get elected dog catcher right now. But and he actually voted. He actually only took a half a vote away, but everybody else voted for me, 100% unanimous with the Republicans, and it was fine. But what they did was they made up a call. And then when they found out that I had it essentially on tape, they looked really bad, and they had a decision to make. Do they pull it? And she said, no, we shouldn't be doing this, but let's go ahead with it. And I did nothing.
Oh my God! I just
So you
saw
have to be
a
careful. So
tweet.
let me just say about
XQC
him.
playing tech
when
support.
they called him and they asked him,
That's amazing.
did President Trump say anything that was inappropriate or wrong? He said, absolutely not. It was a very nice phone call. There was nothing unusual about it at all. And he could have grandstanded. He could have said, well, and he didn't say that. So I respect him. I think that I will be able to make a deal with him and Vladimir Putin very quickly.
It's great.
Even though it would have been a lot easier before this war started, and you wouldn't have 500,000 people, or maybe much more than that. I think you're going to find that.
Where'd
the
your
number of people
emotes
dead
go?
is
What are you
far
talking
greater than
about?
What they're saying. That's a really.
I don't fucking know
nasty-
Megaphonics.
it's a
Why are you
nasty thing
chirping at me
going on
right
over
now in the
there.
middle of all this?
But I think I will be able to get him and Putin together, and we'll get it ended. It would have never started if I were president. We had
Time
no
and place,
chance of
bro.
starting.
What the fuck?
I knew Putin very well, know him very well, and it was the apple of his eye. Ukraine was the apple of his eye. He did love it. He did want it, but he knew he couldn't do it. He wouldn't. He would not. He knew he could not do it. He would have never done it if I was president. And now when you look at all of the death and all of the destruction, even of their culture, because those cities are wiped to the ground. Most of the cities
Horrible.
outside of Kiev, most of those cities are wiped down to the ground. And It's so sad. And when those buildings come down, there are plenty of people in the, people think those buildings don't have people. They have a lot of people in those buildings that don't want to leave. And those buildings
All right, next
come
slide,
down,
bro.
they're
Come
big
on.
Buildings,
Pick
big,
up the
heavy
pace. Pick
buildings,
up the
and they come
pace. It's
down.
boring.
And the people are crushed. Instantly, they're crushed.
Horrible.
Missiles hit them. So I'll get it. But it could have been so, if the election weren't rigged, let me tell you something. If the election weren't rigged, we wouldn't have had Ukraine and Russia. We wouldn't have had the attack on Israel. And Israel would right now not be fighting. There would be no problem. And we wouldn't have had that horrible embarrassment of Afghanistan where we gave them $85 billion worth of equipment and we lost 13 soldiers, many injured, many bad. Nobody talks
crazy.
about the ones that don't have arms and legs.
I'm
and
not
their
going to lie.
faces
This
wiped
is,
out.
it's still,
But
I
none of
want to
that would
hear
have happened,
more.
and inflation wouldn't
I
have
wanna
happened,
hear more
because
from
inflation
Aiden.
was all started by their stupid energy policy.
I think he kind of brings the content in this
I tell you what,
situation
I worry
because
about
like Trump is just doing
the
regular
next 5
Trump shit,
months.
which is boring.
Even
We've heard it a
after
million times over.
there for 2 months
But I
after
want to hear more from Aiden about being
worry
like
that bad things can
the
happen
President Zell
in 5
Disney.
months.
Yeah, he's on God. He's not a W guy. He's a L guy. That kind of shit. Like I want to hear.
Gotcha.
I want to hear
touch
his
base
like.
real quick on the inflation
I want to
thing.
hear
So,
what
I know
registers with
I saw
him.
you when you went to go speak in Nashville. So, you talked about crypto. You said that crypto can help with that. You mentioned that it's somewhat like gold. Do you think that if when you get back in office, you would still fully support crypto and
by the way,
I just saw
right on
that
the money, I
the
told
US
you
government,
this.
Ever since you spoke about it, they're selling crypto. They're selling it.
They're gonna come
what would you do
after
if you were in
him.
office with crypto?
It's something they shouldn't be doing because they should be trying to build it. So if we don't do it, China's doing it, other places are doing it, and they're doing it anyway.
Yeah.
And it's a very modern
They're trying to
currency.
boost
It's a
crypto.
very-
I wonder why. Perhaps the crypto gambling online casino that operates the website Stake, the crypto gambling casino that operates the website Kick, has some interest in
Not like it.
maintaining
if we don't
crypto
do it,
as a
China's
valid
gonna do it,
thing.
or other people are going to do it.
And
Yeah.
at the very least, like
we can't be
boosting
left
confidence
behind.
in
And crypto is right in
cryptocurrency.
that sphere.
Perhaps that could be a reason.
And it is a form of currency. And again, China's already doing it. But if we don't do it, they're going to do it. AI is something that's really at the top of the list.
Yeah.
And there are pros and cons to everything. But China is trying to do everything.
Yeah.
And we've got to beat them to the punch.
I would love to see you and Elon, get together and talk about AI together. I think it's really, really important because Elon with what he's doing, and then obviously you guys could really come together, and maybe try to find some solutions for AI because it is getting out of hand. You see a bunch of fake stuff. It's really getting crazy.
It's, one thing about AI that's interesting is, and who would believe this, to really be at the top of it and to dominate, because China is very much into the artificial intelligence, right?
Yeah.
Even the name is sort of a weird name because artificial intelligence sounds like, it's not really a very good name when you think about it. It's
No, it's
artificial.
not. Yeah.
It says like fake intelligence, right? But regardless, so you need massive amounts of electricity to be able to compete. Did you know that? Electricity.
Yeah.
And if you don't build twice the amount of electricity that the country currently has, now think of that number. You need more electricity than the country has for everything times 2. Now think. So nobody's going to be able to get that done but me. I'm the only one because you're going to have to build power plants at every plant. You're going to have a power plant for every plant. It's all electricity based. It's amazing. You need massive amounts of electricity. In the meantime, they built 8 chargers.
The Clash
in
of
the
Worlds
Middle
is
West
insane. Yeah,
for
getting
cars, because we shouldn't have
Phytux
obvious
News to do a
all electric.
react to the Aiden Ross Trump stream.
And they don't go far. They cost electric.
All of our worlds are colliding right now.
Under Biden,
This
he wants
was
everybody to
built
drive
in a
electric.
lab
no
for
more
me,
gas-propelled
okay?
Cars, no more hybrids, no more
This
anything.
entire
Think of it.
thing
How
was
crazy.
built in a
And you
laboratory
can
for
drive a
me
car
and
from
my
here to
community
Los
alone.
Angeles
I love
on
this shit.
A tank of gas. Same thing with trucks. They want trucks to go electric. They'd have to make 6 stops to get to Los Angeles. With diesel,
Oh
they don't
God.
have to make any stops, and they have left over. And the truck gets lighter.
No one
as you
gives a
go.
shit about
You know,
our
one of the
community, little
problems
bro.
with
Wait, what do you
that
mean?
is the weight.
That's
The
not.
weight
That
of the
doesn't
batteries
change
is
the
so
reality
heavy,
that
it's
this is
2.5 times
perfectly
heavier than a truck without,
content designed for
with
me,
diesel.
regardless.
And you would have to rebuild all of your bridges all throughout the country.
This
And
is
I
a
asked
canon
the trucking
event,
industry
yes.
supports me because of this. I mean, they probably like me, but they support me because of this, because they're not going to have an industry. I said, when you explain that you're going to have to rebuild all of your bridges in the country, when you explain that to the government officials that come and harass you, don't they say, oh, I see, well, then it doesn't work. Just that one thing, it doesn't work. When you explain to them that you have to stop 6 times for 4 hours a stop.
That dude was an Admin Ross
and you talk
fan?
about a
Yeah,
supply chain
probably.
problem. But I said, when you explain that to people, just tell me, do they say, oh, then we can't really do it? Because, it makes sense.
I want to hear more from Aiden. I want to.
You could have a child
like,
go into a
this would be
meeting,
so much more fun if
within
Aiden was
one-
like pop quizzed afterwards. You know what I mean? To like see what he retained.
Maybe sometime, but I think it's essentially never going to work. In my opinion, it'll never work because you're always going to have a weight problem. You're always going to have. It's never going to be the same kind of a thing where you can drive for 2 days without stopping. It's just not going to happen that way. And I said, what do they say when you go in and explain this? They don't care. They say, we don't care. We want you to go electric. And one gentleman, the biggest guy in the business, he said to me, all my life I've been buying trucks. For 50 years I've been buying trucks. And every year they got better, bigger, stronger.
That's literally
more
false.
beautiful. Every year. for
American
50
trucks are ass. It's just simply a byproduct of cafe, like overcoming cafe standards. That's why they have like Japanese
50
trucks
years,
are
more than
better
that.
build
The truck
quality,
50 years ago would have been
literally better
than
fucking
what they're
towing
making us
capacity.
use right now.
American trucks,
And I say, when you
no
explain that,
disrespect,
do they
they're
do
fucking
anything?
ass
They sit
cheeks.
there, they
Okay,
look,
in
and they say, "We
comparison
don't
to
care.
trucks from
That's our
Japan,
mandate. You have to go all electric.
it's bullshit.
These people are going to destroy our country.
And
We
it's
can't
the
let them do it.
size of
Horrible,
which
horrible.
that makes
Mr.
them
President,
so
I know you're
horrible.
very busy. It's already 2:15. Time would you say we have? Because I do want to give you this last gift.
Well, let's go do the last gift.
Let's go do it. Let's go do it.
So far, I like the gift you gave me.
Yeah, well, you're gonna like this other one too. Hold on 1 second here. Whoops, I actually closed that out. Let me go full screen real quick. You go full screen on the OBS, and then you should have the live view.
Are there tariffs on Japanese? Yeah, there's a. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is incredible. So the second gift is the Tesla truck that's wrapped. The Tesla truck that's wrapped with Donald Trump throwing up the fist. Oh, he's got the Diet Coke! He's got the Diet Coke! My goat, my goat. Do you think the FEC will actually clamp down on these violations? Probably not. I mean, I don't know. They got a lot going on right now.
Can I do that?
Yeah.
I saw that there was also another investigation into Trump that like the Trump administration actually shut down, and the Biden administration did not reopen about possible bribes from Egypt or something. I saw that as well. That's a DOJ one though. That's not even an FEC violation. That's like, but I don't know.
Probably tougher than I am. Have a good time, everybody. See you tonight.
By the way, we have so much going on in the world. Like, we're going to talk about the race riots the Nazis are having in England today. We're going to talk about Bangladesh.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter at all. X, come on outside with the truck. Come on. Yeah.
Fucking
By the way, do you like my buddy
XQC, dude.
Felix's shirt?
I love that.
Felix, by the way, Mr. Trump.
That's fantastic. Wow.
Yeah, you got the grills on.
I like that. Hey, I know. That's what I noticed.
What is going on?
Nice to see you. Thank you. Congratulations.
All right, well, you can already see the gift.
Yeah, I can. Wow.
You can't miss it.
That's an Elon.
It is an Elon.
Wow.
Shout out to Mr. Musk.
That's beautiful.
I feel like I'm going crazy.
Beautiful.
Am I going to close the door really quick? Just I want to show them the wrap. Sure. Check out this wrap and let me know your honest thoughts.
I think it's incredible.
Go to the front.
So you know what they did? AI. What Google did is they took, or they let it happen. See the Secret Service agents here?
Yeah.
They're angry and they put smiles on their face.
Right.
You heard about that?
Yeah, no.
That's just
What?
terrible.
Yeah, I know. But that's how easy it is to manipulate everything.
It's a little bit scary.
Yeah, it is. It's very scary. We need like a system where we can quickly fact check things and see if it's
Haters
real and
winning
authentic.
is just tragic.
And right now,
What?
they don't have that.
Haters
No,
are
they
not
don't.
winning. What is wrong with you guys?
So I know we're not going to drive anywhere, but
think this
I
is
was wondering
awesome.
if you wanted to like listen to like a song in here.
Let's go.
All right, cool. This is how you open it up.
You almost have
It
to
is
have
incredible.
respect for this level of dick
Yeah.
riding.
I'll
Bro, are you
get on the
kidding
other
me?
side.
This is Aiden Ross's entire career. Aiden Ross built his career dick riding every fucking rapper he could. Then he did that to Andrew Tate, and now he's doing that to Trump. He has hopped on from one dick to the next. That is how he's been able to literally fucking keep his career alive. So for me, like this isn't any different than what he's done. But honestly, it's perfect. It's awesome. Whoa, what is happening with this fucking stream though? When I saw the title of his live stream, I thought I was losing my mind. What the fuck is this collab? Yeah. He is like a professional Olympic level dick rider, which, you know, respect to him.
It says timeout started.
Okay.
Let me just try this one more time.
Is it hooked up to the Wi-Fi?
I think a lot of you guys forget that Donald Trump literally went on Alex Jones' show when he was running for president in 2016, which is significantly worse than like collaborating with Aiden Ross. But the difference is, of course, Donald Trump is no longer in 2016. He has been the president.
We're good. All right. Now this is cool.
That's very good.
I've never even seen you in a car before.
Wow, not too many. Look at the playlist, huh?
This is your playlist.
It's a good, yeah.
Your team picked out.
Yeah.
You want to pick a song? Let's test out this sound system.
Let's try it. And you know, some of the artists I like better than others, but I like the other song better. So it's always tough.
Who's like your top 3 artists?
Well, we love Frank Sinatra, right?
Of course.
And you know, there's a couple that I really like, but I don't like the people, so I don't want to really mention their name. But look at this list as an example. So it's such a great list. Aren't the Beatles always good?
Come on, they're the best.
Rolling Stones are always good.
Choose one. Let's
at that.
Choose what you like to choose. You just swipe like this.
Oh yeah. That's fantastic, huh? How about, and we like the Beach Boys. We always like the Beach Boys.
We do like the Beach Boys.
Who doesn't like the
Aiden
Beach
has
Boys?
no idea what any of these people are. I'm sorry. There's no way he knows what that is.
Thinking that it's going to come back under proper management. How about California Dreaming?
Let's do it.
Good.
Let's test this thing out. All right. All right, Elon. Let's see how good this system is.
Bro, this is what they play.
Good looking system.
It is, right?
They play this all of a sudden.
All right, now Spotify is glitching.
Hold on. Surprise El Chapo ain't tried to snipe you. Surprise the nation of Islam ain't tried to find you. Have a rally out LA, we gon' fuck it up. Home of the ride, the king ride, we don't give a fuck. Black students, ejected from your rally. What? I'm ready to go right now, your racist ass did too much. I'm about to turn Black Panther. Don't let Donald Trump win.
He's great.
What is happening? That's amazing. This is amazing. Oh my God. No, they didn't play Fuck Donald Trump. I did that. I was memeing. They're playing California Dreaming. Music back then hit way better than now. This is what I need. I need more takes like that from Aiden.
Beach Boys, Beatles, come on. You can't get better than that.
Bro, I don't even know if we can listen to this because like I don't want to get fucking copy struck. I don't want to get DMCA'd on this part of the VOD. But like honestly, this is like a fever dream. I could not have imagined this being a dream of mine. Like if I saw this in a dream, I'd be like, that's too far-fetched, bro. No way.
Only fools rush in, but
This is my dream. Donald Trump, this is Make-A-Wish shit, dude. Are they gonna make out? They look like Trump clip farming. I know, it's incredible. It's beautiful.
Come on, you can't go wrong with this, though. Come on, MJ.
I know him so well.
You knew him well.
Very good guy. Very good guy. Michael Jackson.
What are they doing? Like, why are they doing this?
Man, he could do everything. Performer too.
The great ballet dancers couldn't learn the moonwalk. They told me they would say, we can't.
Streamers dick riding in a car getting kofefe. Please let Aiden drive the Cybertruck with Trump in it. Please. That would be, oh my God. That would be so good.
By far the best live stream ever. I want to say thank you.
Well,
and I do want to say I do want to do a little victory dance with you. I want to step out the car, blast the music, and dance because I just had the best stream ever. You were right. You called it right before. What did you called me in the room and you said, "Watch, we're gonna have the most hits ever." Watch.
I think you will. And do you know what the hits are yet? Do you know?
No.
Have you been able to tell?
I want to.
When will you know?
We crashed multiple times.
I think you'll crash. Yeah.
I think we're gonna see. I'm gonna get all the analytics, the real live view count, everything.
Well, you'll let me know, but I think you'll have the biggest show. You know, Nelk had by far their biggest show.
I know. I hated it when you.
I'm sorry. This is going to get a lot of coverage from the media overall. But like in real-time analytics, this didn't touch the fucking Kevin Hart Kai Cenat stream. Okay? Let's be real. Like, it's just not.
But I said YouTube or whoever it was took them there.
Right.
And I said that would happen.
Like,
And I
no
said, so
shot.
let me ask you, if that happens, are you going to fold? They said nope. And they never.
You don't
did.
have juice like
But
that,
they
little
were
bro.
taken down, but they had 7
And neither
million
does Trump, really.
Wow. That's
Or
crazy.
any
I
eBay
just
stream.
seen
But
somebody
still.
said with all the pages, you know, all the pages, all the people live rewatching.
Still,
us,
regardless,
we hit over a million.
regardless,
We hit over a
regardless.
million live, which is amazing.
Phenomenal. Thank you
Yeah,
so
I
much.
hope you're going to break your record by a lot, and I think you will, for whatever reason. I mean, I won't get into that, but for whatever reason, people seem to like watching. I will say it's an honor to be with you, too.
Thank you.
You're a young guy that's got an amazing... Maybe someday you'll run for president.
I don't know about that. I'll leave it to Barron maybe one day.
Barron.
But I would love to help Barron. You
What
know,
is
when
it at
comes,
currently?
you know, we can do back in Elvis, man.
563,000.
Let's hit this dance. I also
How about this song by Elvis?
Elvis. Yo, Don't's a great song.
Right?
Your chat's moving faster than his with 10x. With his having 10x, that doesn't mean anything. They might have like chat slowed down or some shit.
Don't leave him.
You know what I mean?
That's kind of sad.
Yeah, it's sad.
They probably have it. Their chat's probably like a little bit more monitored because the president is on. You know what I mean?
True. At the end of the day, he's Elvis.
Yeah, it's probably slow mode sub only. Like, oh god, I can't. Bro is playing Elvis for Aiden.
Elon, you did good.
Elon, you're great. I don't know if you're saying this. You're really good.
I think Kamala Harris is in here. Do you want to say anything to her?
Sure.
I'm kidding. She's not really in here.
I don't mind. I'll speak
You'll
to
still let it go?
anybody you have to.
Let it fly.
She's got to save the country, but it's not going to happen. They're not going to be able to do it. They're not going to be able to come close. That's great. Great to be with you.
It's great. It's great. I just want to
What's a good one?
the YMCA, man. That's
I feel like Donald Trump likes Aiden more than he likes his own son now. I mean, there's not a lot of, he doesn't really like his own sons except for Barron. He likes Barron. And I feel like,
what?
oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, they're going to do the double dick suck. That's a TikTok, easy. The double dick suck's coming. Oh God! Oh my God! Oh, that's so bad! Oh, my eyes!
Paris, they have no idea what it means. And all it's going to do is be good for China the other way. It's no good. We're going to save TikTok. They want to destroy TikTok. So all of the people on TikTok.
We're going to save TikTok.
Vote
They
for
want to
Trump.
destroy TikTok.
Amazing stream. W's in the chat.
Thank you, man.
Any last word? Live stream and the stream.
I just want to make sure you break your record. If you don't break
How
your
does it
record,
feel when someone's living your dreams? I mean, I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this. I get to live the dream as well,
We can end that.
vicariously. Is it over? Is the stream over? Is this how it ends? I'm in tears. I'm in tears. Like, it's over. It's done. That's the end of the stream. Wow. What a fucking time to be alive. Okay. Oh my God. All right. Couple things. Okay. The reason why, I want to know how this got put together. I suspect Dana White had something to do with it. Obviously, they brought him up. I want to know if fucking Barron is like an Aiden Ross stan, potentially. If Barron was like a fan, if Barron was Aiden Ross stan, I'd lose my fucking mind. That would be amazing. Yes, he said it. He did. Trump said he is. Oh my God. Oh, that's amazing. That is amazing. Trump said Barron watches Aiden. Ain't no fucking way, dude. So, State Guys paid a shit ton to get Trump to come just to get Aiden to talk about crypto. I cannot, how is this a real world that we live in? How is this? That means Barron knows who you are? No. No. I'm sure that's not the case. He's probably not following that closely. He said to Aiden, my son Barron has said great things about you. There is so much to unpack. Hassan, do you really think this will move the needle at all? No, of course not. What the fuck? No, dude, no one interview that Donald Trump conducts is going to move the needle in a positive direction for him. Donald Trump is already maxed out on his name recognition. If anything, there's a lot of new voters. There's a lot of young voters. I suspect that he'll get a lot of, I suspect that he'll probably get a lot of real organic advertising out of this through social media. but he's also going to get a shitload of negative. He's probably going to get a shitload of negative ads launched against him as well. He got shot and it didn't move the needle. Yeah, exactly. So I think that overall, like, I don't think this moves the needle that significantly. I suspect that like liberals will probably shit on Aiden. Like I said this before, they'll shit on Aiden a lot. Like liberal media will shit on Aiden a lot just to like shit on Donald Trump. They'll be like, this is who he's associating with. You know what I mean? It's like Republicans do this as well. Bradley Martin talking shit right now to who? I can't believe this is a real photo. I cannot believe this is a real photo. This is awesome. This is amazing. Aiden didn't talk at all. I don't know how they would. So I don't know. I don't know if this like moves the needle in a positive direction ultimately for Donald Trump. I don't know what could technically move the needle in a positive direction. It feels like he's just farming every avenue he potentially could farm. You know what I mean? He's just like looking for any outlet. Overall, what are your honest thoughts on the stream? Cinema. Kino. Cinema. Okay. That's my immediate reaction is this. I feel like in a laboratory, if they just like got together and conducted a perfect stream for me to react to, I would say this is it. You got two dudes that I know personally, okay, both of which do not like me anymore at all, getting together and like dick riding the former president, the former Republican president, one of the most polarizing figures, a person that I think is very telegenic, a person that you're a clown. You're a clown. This is amazing. Haha, loser. You can get banned now for politics, loser. You a big nose white bitch. Lemafea. Haha, JK, love you. Bro, it's 4th of July and you're spending your time on UK elections. Yeah. It's bringing back a lot of my favorite types of chatters in here too. Okay. But can you see the full video Aiden was trying to show Trump? He shows the URL before he closed the Chrome. No. I mean, unless you guys have it. I love people saying I'm a clown when the fucking former president, like the American politics is a clown show. Me being a clown in this circumstance would mean that I'm, with it. Okay. I'm with it. I'm at the same level. We got the fucking former president going to kick.com to Aiden Ross's stream, dude. This is the one word to describe. 208 views. You found it. So after Zelensky, it was Benjamin Netanyahu, Vladimir Putin, Gary Gensler, J.D. Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, Robert F. Kennedy, Kamala Harris, and then Joe Biden. Damn, I wish they fucking blew past those. That would have been sick. I wanted to see it. Bro, you're a sellout. What? What is going on, bro? You all right? All the weirdos are in here today. Jason, what is this? Jason Palladino says the only logical response from the Harris campaign is for her to go on a on stream and receive illegal gifts. Yes, I will give Kamala Harris illegal gifts if she comes on the stream. Don't worry. All the weirdos popped out today. Yeah, I mean, this is I don't even know what I'm selling out to. But overall, we are at this is the clown show. Okay. We are in the clown car. Okay. Having the former president who's actively campaigning to be president again going on Aiden Ross's stream is clown show. Okay. Straight up. I personally think it's clown show shit. Do I think that this will activate a base of young voters? I don't think so. Do I think that this will activate a base of young voters for like to go out and vote for Donald Trump? I don't think so either. But a lot of people will think that for sure, because a lot of people who are extremely online, people on Twitch, people on Kick, people in this space, people on Twitter, we have a tendency to greatly exaggerate the impact that this kind of stuff has, because we have horse blinders on, right? So in our minds, like, we look at a situation like this and we don't have the proper tools of analyzing it. I think that this will probably get him a lot of like humanizing moments. There were a lot of moments in here where Trump looked like a real human, and that's not like a bad thing necessarily. This will make him look decent for a lot of people on TikTok. People will be like, oh, he's like your older uncle, right? Like because there wasn't so much like immigrants, like 12 million Guatemalans are raping your daughter or whatever that he normally talks about. He didn't say all that shit. It was mostly just like him listening to music, stuff like that, right? So I will say that my initial reaction to it is that I don't think that this will end up like showing any sort of significant boost in the polls regardless. Even if it did, it wouldn't show it in the polls. Even if there was genuine momentum from like a youth base of support, especially after like all the TikTok marketing that comes in, I still don't think it would show up in the polls regardless, because like those are people you will never be able to poll. Oh, he did talk about immigrants. I missed it. I only saw like the last hour, I guess. I don't know how long it went, but why should you focus on Trump when other shit matters? Just what the trend fits. Hey guys, let's forget about what's really going on and focus on Trump. You're doing exactly what mainstream media did when Trump was president. Yo, hey, dumb fuck. Hey, you dumb fuck. Let me explain something to you, okay? Dumb fuck. I covered an active genocide going on for the past 10 months, and I haven't stopped covering that. Just because you tuned in today to be like, ooh, now I'm interested in politics, doesn't change that fucking reality, okay? You weren't in here. I didn't see you fucking shooting. I didn't see you shooting in the gym, okay? You weren't around. It's like maybe you feel stupid about your renewed interest in politics, but don't try to fucking take that out on me. I'm a political commentator. I talk about politics every goddamn day, whether it's Donald Trump talking to Aiden Ross or whether it's some shit that you don't give a fuck about. And I haven't stopped covering that for the past 10 fucking years too. So suck my dick, okay? Having said that, let's get back to the main point of contention here, because a lot of people are probably going to assume, especially in these circles, that like, oh, this is going to get like a lot of momentum for Donald Trump. I don't think so. Mad because you got called out? Crash out, bro. Congrats, bro. Of course it gets hostile. Yeah, because you're being a fucking idiot. Like, if you're being an idiot in the chat, I'm going to fucking bring that energy back to you. Why are you you called me a sellout. This just proved my point. Congrats. What is the point? Is the point that you're stupid? Because that's the only point that you proved. All right, take a week off. The fuck? Oh, you're crashing out. Anyway, weirdo chatters. He uploaded the first 30 minutes. Like, what the heck? Okay, we'll look at the first 30 minutes. I think there was a lot of audio issues or whatever. Anyway, having said that, where was I? As far as like genuine momentum for Donald Trump, I don't think so. I think that this is a really good media opportunity for Trump? No, I think that this is like a little bit desperate, but then again, it's significantly better. It's significantly better for him to do this than to go on like what's Buck Sexton's radio show that gets like 600 views on YouTube, right? And he's doing all that too. So he is all around. He is doing a full scale assault in every avenue he can get on, right? For many people, they have no idea who the fuck Buck Sexton is. Even people who follow politics closely don't know who the fuck Buck Sexton is. That is a real political commentator, former CIA agent, who is a right-wing guy, who has a radio show that nobody fucking gives a shit about, that Donald Trump went on. You know? People saying you're coping and acting weird as if they didn't open Twitch to join your stream to be weird. Yeah, I know. Also, what do you mean? This is like my Christmas. You know? This is my Super Bowl. This is amazing. So overall, I think that Trump's, are you like Canadian or something? XQ, the most incomprehensible Quebecois sentence known to man, Trump's. Folks, we are going to make it legal to kill him. That's funny. So like this gives him juice, but not as much juice as you think it does. That's it. You made a lot of kids mad with this. I hope that he deports you to Turkey at the top of replies. Aiden Ross committing a possible FEC violation by offering a presidential candidate a Rolex watch worth well over $3,300 max cap for individual donations. Right before they react together to a PowerPoint slide of Friends of Trump is peak clown show. I mean, bro's hating so hard. It's a gift. Nelka's done it before, gifted him numerous things. What are you talking about? Hard levels of cope here. Anyway, we also have a lot more to talk about as well. But as far as like the Aiden Ross stuff, I will watch the rest of this. But as I called it already. Who is Aiden Ross? Justin Horowitz explains the popular streamer interviewing Trump who has connections to neo-Nazis. I told you that this would happen. I told you that this would happen from the start. I told you that Aiden Ross doesn't understand that like people are going to come after him in an effort to attack Donald Trump. And remember, Aiden reacted to that clip where I was like, listen, I'm very excited about this prospect of Aiden interviewing Donald Trump because I think it's tremendous content. It's great for me. I love it. I listen to Donald Trump all the time, right? This is a much more unique, dynamic, more interesting environment for him to be in on a fucking kick stream. Having said that, however, I know how the fucking media works, which is why I was saying from the jump that like when he actually does this thing that mainstream media will come after him. They will use his connections to all these fucking weird people and the shit that he's done to attack Donald Trump. That's just how the media works. So that's what I was talking about. And that will probably be played into the weirdo narrative. Like Trump is weird. Why did he go on the stream of a person who like smelled the seat of Andrew Tate? You know what I mean? This is a funny meme from bomb lefts in the community. So, but it doesn't matter what mainstream media says is Trump. What do you mean it doesn't matter? People who watch kick streams are not going out to vote, okay? People who watch MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, and ABC, CBS, NBC, those are the people who fucking go out and vote. What are you talking about? So overall, that's what they will see from this. Like the people that actually do go out and vote are the people who are going to watch the secondary coverage of this. Haaretz, Trump. Former President Donald Trump told internet online personality Aiden Ross that there's going to be an attack tonight by Iran on Israel. I'm hearing there's going to be an attack tonight by Iran on Israel. It's on Haaretz. Oh my God, it's amazing. What? It's a cope, mass hysterical cope, but you're saying all this because you're paid millions by sheep in your chat, so GG's brother can't blame you. A thing that I'll never understand is why people say that I'm like, I have like some secret reason for saying the things I'm saying. When I've said a lot of things that have garnered a shit ton of anger and ire in my direction. If anything, I'm honest to a fucking fault. And what I think is really funny about this is that like you're talking about a guy who is completely captured by a crypto gambling casino that literally pays his fucking bills and helps him sustain his lifestyle. I don't have any of that shit. So I don't know why it's like Aiden Ross fans coming in here to be like, dude, you're fucking captured by your audience. It's like, no, I yell at my audience on a regular basis, as a matter of fact. I clicked expecting you to be melting down, not smiling, but I guess that's what clips do to people's character. Yeah, this is amazing. We all watched it and half of your viewers came from there and they can vote. I think you are coping. Washington Post and Wall Street Journal reporting, citing officials that there will be an attack on Israel tonight or tomorrow. Yeah. Like if I wanted to, guys, if I wanted to grift, never forget, there's a lot of people in here that normally don't watch. And I think they probably thought I'd be like super mad or something because this happened. And to them, I have to say, you probably got duped. You probably got duped by clips you saw online. You probably don't know what I truly believe. And, you know, stick around. Maybe your mind will change. That's number one. Number two, in terms of like, in terms of me being a grifter or whatever, I would just become a right-wing grifter. If I wanted to grift, why wouldn't I just do right-wing shit? If you're coming in here and you've been baited from clips, then you probably have some right-wing tendencies. You probably think it's, the correct way to think. Think about how much more you'd love me if I was, oh my God, he's malding. What? I don't think you guys understand what malding is. I'm not malding at all. What is happening? What? Okay. Anyway. Let's watch. Let's watch the beginning parts of the interview that I missed, and then we'll go into some other news that are going on around the world.
Today is going to be the most important stream I've ever done, first of all. And I want to say thank you for doing this, seriously.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Get some good ratings today.
We're going to get some good ratings.
Market saturation with right-wing grifters, though? No, that's bullshit, dude. They don't have any riz, though. Like, if I'm a grifter and I don't believe what I'm saying, and I can fucking sell an idea that is, like, significantly less popular, you think I can't sell an idea that is, like, you know, the former president of the United States will come on your stream if you fucking say the right things? You're crazy. Anyway, I don't know why people are begging that I should be mad. I'm not.
Everyone thought this was going to be fake today, but we proved them wrong. So
You're right in the living this to be ever done. So you're the first, just about.
thank you.
And we'll have a little fun today. And
do
my
it.
son Baron says hello. He's a great young guy, but he's a big fan of yours.
What's up, Baron? Yeah, Baron's awesome. He's a great kid. Amazing.
That's
He's tall.
crazy.
Very tall.
Tall, good student.
Yeah, he's very smart. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, he is.
I do want to first off, say this. Everyone in the chat, everyone in this room, everyone loves you, and I just want to say you're a true hero for this country, and I really appreciate you. And I'm really thrilled we could do this today.
I'm so happy now that I'm doing it. give me a hint. That's great.
Do you know?
Oh, he apparently walked out the Miniman before he got on. Let's watch that part. That's crazy. It's so funny. There's like a RainBet sponsorship like in the corner as Donald Trump is like walking out. Oh, it's so good. Oh my Lord.
Better watch how you talk when you talk about me, 'cause I'm coming for way many men. Many men. Wish that one day, Lord, I don't find no.
Legally, Aiden has to offer the same amount of time to Kamala. I'm sure it won't be pursued, but it's a funny fact. Yeah, that's not happening. Actually, I don't know how it works for like the internet. I mean, technically for television, you're right, but I don't know if that's... No, the chatter is not wrong. Chatter is not wrong. But it's for, I mean, it's not, I don't think it's like applicable in this situation, and it's certainly not applicable for kick streaming regardless. It's Fair Time was cut out in the late 90s. I think they still apply it though on national television. You mad because you don't interview Donald Trump, 22-month subscriber. What is going on? Why are my fans literally fucking saying that I'm mad? You should know that this is content heaven for me. You should know that. Like every goddamn weekend, I watch Donald Trump speak in front of a fucking rally. Why would I be mad about this? This is amazing. You're probably getting baited. Yeah, I know. It's weird. Crash out for the clip. Yeah, I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm so angry. I'm so angry and jealous. I hate this.
You know what live streaming is on these platforms?
More or less, yeah.
Yeah.
More or less. It's the new wave.
It's the new wave. I'm gonna explain it to you, all right? So I'm gonna show you this chat right now. Let me show you this. So this is the live chat. Right. So you already broke the website in 5 minutes.
Oh really?
Yeah, you broke it. The chat wasn't working, but we ended up fixing it. It's just very slow.
That's great. It's a good way to promote the website.
So everyone in the chat say hello. You guys can put hi in the chat, and W's mean it's good. W means win. Yeah. Yep. So they're putting W's and stuff. Yep. W Trump. All right. So yeah, everyone is just super thrilled.
You're gonna have big ratings today. I can see it.
Yeah, I want to break 1 million. I think we could do it.
Oh good. Oh, you'd do much more.
You think so?
W's, bro.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm thrilled. Elon actually
W Street, bro.
He commented on the X post that I went live already.
Well, Elon is a great guy.
Yeah, he's great.
He's really a fantastic person. Little imagination he's got, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Rockets and tunnels and
Yeah.
everything. He's a fantastic guy.
He's great. So let's get started today. Let's have some fun.
Let's go.
We'll touch base on some topics, and then we'll do some fun stuff.
Sounds good.
Cool? Let's have a good time. All right, well, the first thing is, the reason why, I really wanted to make this stream happen is because there's a lot of people that are first-time voters watching today. And I want to make it very clear to everybody that you're a human being. You're a great human being. And I want you to basically talk in this camera.
I need you guys to understand, okay?
This.
I have work to do. I'm done. I fixed you.
Where you going? I'm ready, bro. I'm really gonna do this shit. Y'all don't understand, bro. I'm really. I just want to say, bro.
Yes. Oh my God. According to Zach Boozy, the Aiden Ross Real Donald stream was only the 3rd highest peak kick stream of 2024. Overall, it was the 12th highest peak live view stream of the year so far. That is if we believe the kick numbers. Sure, let's believe it. 583K. That's where it's at. Bit of an L, but it's all good. It would have been higher if you didn't leech. You have said way worse things, dumbass. Wait, what? I have. Like what? Adin Ross has like actively told his fans to fucking kill or slit the throats of their siblings for watching my stream. That's like not even in the top 10 worst shit that he has said. It's kind of wild for you to think that like me getting clipped out of context to say like, oh, streaming is a difficult job is like reaching that metric. He right though? Shut up, Hasanabi heads. This is another one. Okay, this is a phenomenal one. This is one of my favorite clips of Adin Ross in general. This is, you know, I mean, he's come a fucking very long way from this. From learning what a fascist means to interviewing a proto-fascist, like, is pretty fire.
What does a fascist mean? It means you are a far right authorization ultranationalist. Oh my God, ultra-analyst political ideology movement characterized by dictator leadership, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition. So I don't know what that means, bro. I swear to God, I don't know what the fuck a fascism is. I don't know what the fuck that is.
It's in the New York Times. Adin Ross just presented Trump with a red, white, and blue Tesla Cybertruck that's been decorated in his honor. Make America Great Again is written on the hood, and the image of the former president raising his fist in defiance after the assassination attempt against him is emblazoned on the side. Trump climbed into the electric vehicle's passenger seat, and the two men listened to California Dreamin' by the Mamas and the Papas. Trump's interview with the streamer Adin Ross is now stretched over 70 minutes and shows no sign of flagging. Ross, wearing a MAGA hat, encouraged the more than 500,000 people watching the stream to vote for the former president, prompting Trump to say the endorsement was unusual for an interaction framed as a journalistic interview. I've been doing this for years with people who really do like me, and even they stop short of what you did. I think it's ethical and smart, Trump said. He's like, why won't Brett Baer endorse me? Why? That's crazy. I can't believe that. Bro, Sean Hannity sucks Trump as hard as Adin did. It's not like he's, you know, just because he doesn't openly say you have to vote for him doesn't mean that it's like, you know, that doesn't mean that it's getting the same fucking point across. The video game streamer Adin Ross just gave Trump a gold Rolex watch while interviewing him live at Mar-a-Lago. Ross is known for his extensive watch collection and for surprising fans with gifts of luxury watches. The New York Times trying to do like serious coverage over something that is so categorically unserious is amazing. It's like tripling down or quadrupling down on the content. Unlike the last time, I think the DNC is going to get Obama to come on Kai stream to promote Kamala. Maybe. Oh my God. So much is happening in the world that RFK dumping a fucking dead bear in Central Park and then voluntarily revealing that information for no reason whatsoever didn't even like reach my like I need to cover this story hurdle. Anyway, interview RFK Jr. Yeah, that's a real thing that RFK Jr. did. He fucking talked about it, as a matter of fact. Asked in a live stream interview today about the cause of the recent big declines in global stock markets, Trump appeared to blame immigrants, saying they're coming out of mental institutions and they're pouring into the United States and they're hurting and damaging our country. Many economists point to data that shows slowing growth in the American economy as the reason for the market downturn. Trump is sitting for a live interview right now with Adin Ross, a 23-year-old internet personality and online streamer, during which he will most likely talk about his pitch to young people. According to some polls, Harris has made up ground with younger voters who were reluctant to support Biden before he dropped out. In a post on his social media site about the interview, Trump said that the American dream for young people was dead under the Biden administration. He was my neighbor on Point Doom. I got a cell number, lol. I'm tempted to... Okay, don't fucking say shit like that. No, don't do that. Adin Ross, a video game streamer, has drawn controversy in the past for his ties to Andrew Tate, the former kickboxer and influencer who was indicted in Romania on human trafficking charges, accusations Tate denies, as well as to Kanye West. Ross arrived at Mar-a-Lago today in a Tesla Cybertruck decorated with the American flag with a ubiquitous photograph of defiant Trump with his fist raised that was taken moments after the assassination attempt against him in Pennsylvania last month. The Trump campaign is taking advantage of the downturn in global financial markets, pinning the responsibility on his opponent. Trump prosperity or the Kamala crash, Donald Trump wrote in all caps. Adin just posted this pic. Bro, that don't make him look good, man. To be fair, not much does. I will vote for Biden after this awful stream. This part it will live in my mind permanently. Like, no memes. This right here, oh my God, dude. I'm just going to play this over and over again. I think, like, his hair flying in the wind. Beautiful, luscious locks. Luscious blonde locks. Why is he in a soy Marvel-ass stance? What a world. What a time to be alive, dude. What a time to be alive. Did people forget that? How do people forget when he live streamed explicit porn content to an underage audience? It's not that they forgot. It's that they don't know. Like, that's the point. New York Times and all these other fucking outlets have no idea what Adin Ross is or what his background is or all the shit that he's done. But the media will have a field day when they do look into it even a little bit, because right now they are covering the high notes. The high notes are, he smelled Andrew Tate's seat. Okay. He doesn't know what a fascist ultranationalist is, ultranatalist is. But beyond that, like, they obviously will look into the background a little bit and be like, this is a guy who has had a bunch of fucking Nazis on his stream, shit like that. Fairness Doctrine was removed in 1987, not late 90s. The removal of the Fairness Doctrine in 1987 had a significant impact on the media landscape and its relationship to political campaigns, including the enforcement of the Fair Time Rule, also known as the Equal Time Rule. Sleeper agent Adin Ross has been activated by Biden going to destroy Trump's campaign. No, I don't think that it will. I'll say this much. I don't think that this is going to impact Donald Trump in like a super significant way, one way or the other. I don't think that, because honestly, at this point, it's just like nothing moves the needle, dude. Come on. The president got fucking shot. Okay. This guy literally named himself Hassan. Jealous much, Hassan? He got the president on stream. You just sitting on your chair. The jealousy could be seen away from miles away, loser. Bro, you made a sock account and you named it Hassan. I am living so deep inside of your fucking brain. And let me tell you, as someone who's in there, I'm slipping and sliding right now. It's smooth as fuck. Like, that's crazy. You have took time out of your life to do all of this. Please, bro, go outside. I promise you it's better for you. I promise. Like, that's insane, dude. How can you not see that? Anyway, but overall, I mean, that dude is still watching a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, by the way, which is, good for me regardless. And you will too, unless you subscribe for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime. For all the haters out there, if you're like if Kick is your main platform and you're here right now, then you might as well use the Twitch Prime for me, so you can hate better. The moment you make a fake account, you have to realize that something is terribly wrong with your life. Yeah. A lot of people do that though, because they just think it's normal, because they're mostly in Discord servers where actively other people are doing similar things. So they think it's like a normal way to do it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Owen Gila, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour as well. Does X actually like Trump? Quite the arc. I don't know. I don't know if I think it's just content. Like, I don't think he cares about Trump one way or the other. I doubt that he likes Trump. I think he just liked the opportunity to be on stream with Trump. But I don't know. I mean, he's also Canadian. It doesn't really matter. So maybe he likes Trump. Maybe he's a fucking Trump supporter. I don't fucking know. I don't really care. But let's move on. So let's get back to let's finish this clip, and then we'll get back to the Adin Ross interview.
Benito Mazzulli and Giviante Gentile and Jason Stanley. Like, who the fuck are these people, bro? Never heard in my fucking life. What is an example of a fascist? Yo! All right, bro. See what I'm saying, chat? Like, this is why I don't fuck with y'all, bro. Like, dude, like, this is what the fuck I don't... Bro, I don't fuck with y'all, bro. I do not fuck with you guys.
Fat Kid for the win, 21. Thank you for the 20 community gift subs. Yeah, he's like, he knows Adolf Hitler, so he's like, yeah, fascist. I love that clip. That's a classic. That's a banger. That's a banger clip. That's a W clip. On God is this. All right, let's keep going.
Talk to them and explain why it's very important as a first-time voter to go out and vote, and why they should vote for you.
I'd love to do that, and I love having a young audience. This is young. I think you have a some oldsters too, because I also know some oldsters that are listening and watching. But
Oh my God, he's probably talking about Donald Trump Jr., bro. He's probably talking about his son. Oh God. He's talking about Dana White and Donald Trump Jr., which is so sad. DJT, you are a sad man, dude. He probably likes Aiden more than he likes you, DJT.
But it's about the American dream. Right now, you don't have the American dream. We have a country that's not respected, a country that's being laughed at, a country that just a little while ago we're having a stock market explosion in a negative way as opposed to a positive way.
For the record, this is why you guys can't make fun of me when I have guests on. And one of the things I tell them is speaking to the mic, speaking to the mic, speaking to the mic. You got to have one or the other. You either have a guy like me, okay? What is this? There's so many good highlights from this interview. Trump suggests avoiding Google and interview with gamer Aiden Ross. Yeah. You either have to constantly tell him speaking to the mic or you just have bad audio. One or the other. You know what I'm saying?
And that's been happening for quite a while. It's been simmering and really happening for quite a while. And we're going to make this country so strong and so great. And when you're ready for your job, you're going to get a great job, so you can make the kind of money this guy's making, maybe even more if that's possible. Right?
I'm trying to get like you, boss.
But you'll love your life and you'll be successful. And at a young age, it's really wonderful to think about the American dream. And with Kamala and Joe, I took him out. We had a debate. And the debate didn't go so well for him. And they sort of, what they did, it was really a coup of somebody. He had 14 million votes. He had it. And all of a sudden they went to him and they said, we don't want you running anymore. And it's sort of like a prize fight from my standpoint. Here, you're focused on this one man. And all of a sudden you're fighting somebody else. But she's actually worse than he is. And you're starting to see that. I think people are going to see that it's going to be very evident. So go out. We want the American dream. We're going to give you the American dream, and you're going to be real happy. Thank you.
I have another question. And again, Mr. President, I'm not really fully into politics, but, I'm getting there. And I do want to make this very clear as well.
I'm not fully into politics, but I'm getting there. The man says, as he's interviewing the former president with a Make America Great Again hat, Aiden Ross, in many respects, is a perfect representation of like a first-time right-wing voter. You know what I mean? He's like, I don't really know about all this politics stuff, but like, you're kind of funny. I think I don't really know how to read, but hey, I just, I like what I see, sir.
It's on my mind. Back when I was I went to high school in California. Okay. Right. And a lot of the teachers were basically at the time, this is your first term. They were telling me how horrible of a person you are and all these things. And the teachers, you're not supposed to do that. It's inappropriate to have teachers, discuss politics in school. But it's becoming really normal for a lot of teachers, and you're a kid. When you're a kid, your brain is like a sponge.
That's true.
So I want to know what your thoughts on that, kind of the corruption in the school system in a way. They're teaching some pretty bad stuff in there.
Bro, Aiden Ross is a perfect demonstration that like schooling has failed as an institution in its entirety in the United States of America. Because like I said, this motherfucker's barely literate, bro. Barely literate. Like, it's like, yeah, the school failed you, Aiden. It's true. You know what I mean? I'm actually shocked. This right here is a child left behind. Okay. Right here. Don't make me play the clip again. Oh man. This fucking rocks. He hates it. Trump never wants to die. Such a funny gift to give a guy who wants to live forever. He's a big hunk of metal with a picture of you on it, where you almost got your melon turned to red goo. Now you can think about that moment more than you do. No, I think he doesn't mind thinking about that. I think he thinks that photo is sick. Maybe I'm wrong, but I do think that he considers that photo to be like a pretty solid moment. No, that's a child they should have left behind. That's true. The No Child Left Behind policy was a failure for that reason, but like...
It's been brainwashed.
No, we already ran this.
Brainwashed. They've learned from a long time. This is long before me. This liberal way, or now they call it progressive. They don't like the term liberal. You're not allowed to use that anymore, so I usually use it. But this liberal way that they have, and it's a bad thing for the country. We want to have borders. We want to have low taxes. We want to have great schools, really great schools, so you can go and learn and be successful and have a wonderful life and all of that. But we want to have a good military so we can protect ourselves,
of course,
from some bad players. You got some bad players out there. And you know, it's interesting. During my 4 years, we had no war. Other than we had nothing. Everybody was afraid we're going to have wars.
It might be wallets. Yeah, dude. No, dude. We don't know yet. Okay, everybody, fucking calm down. HarrisWalls.com. Like, calm down. Someone could have bought it. Okay, calm down. We'll get there in a second.
And just the opposite.
We're watching two goats do their thing right now. Okay, how about you liberals? Okay, you just stick to your own game. Okay, we got two goats at their prime yapping. I just tuned in and I'm questioning my life already. This happened so fast. Like, I just don't know. Like, I didn't celebrated the biggest stream in history. This was not the biggest stream in history. Oh, that's awesome. It's even worse in this angle. No, I think the other angle's worse. Like, I'm sorry. This is objectively not normal. Okay. I don't think people in the Rust Belt that are just like tuning in and seeing what the fuck is going on are going to read this in a positive way. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't think that this is like they make fun of Kamala Harris for being cringe and like doing weird dances or like laughing all the time. And then they turn around and do this, which is just so odd to me. Like, I don't, Obama would have done it. Yeah, except if Obama would have done a similar thing, he wouldn't have done it with a dude who's like most famous for fucking sniffing Andrew Tate's seat. You know what I mean? Who like makes a living shilling crypto gambling casinos to his fucking young audience that he showed porn to one time deliberately. Like, that's an insane thing. Like, Obama, I'm obviously hypercritical of Obama from the policy aspect. I've been very critical of Barack Obama's administration, but like, if there's one thing that he did have, he had fucking aura. He had Riz. He was a genuinely once in a lifetime level charismatic individual. And I've said it before, where Democrats are, you're so mad it's hilarious. Yeah, I'm so mad. I'm the most mad I've ever been. Right-wingers genuinely hallucinate. And I don't think there's anything we can do about it as a society where like I can't shake this person's position. Like, it's like worse than being a flat earther at this point. You know what I mean? Because like, I'm enjoying the fuck out of this. It's great content for me, but I'll never be able to get that guy to comprehend and read what he is seeing with his own two eyes, because he's not responding to like the actual shapes and colors on his screen. He's responding to his own hallucinations. You know what I mean? And it's kind of sad. It is a sad state of affairs that like, there is a decent chunk of the population that basically don't care about what the truth is, even if it's something objectively silly, like whether a Twitch streamer is mad or not mad, right? It's just gotten to a point where like people are just actively hallucinating in real time. It's basically like thinking that the iShowSpeed live stream that everybody fucking watched with multiple camera angles where he jumped over fucking two, like a Lamborghini and a McLaren, was actually fake still. It's like, bro, there are so many camera angles. Like, what the fuck are you saying? There's like random people filming it on the street. Like, how do you look at that and still go, nah, it's still fake? Like, I get it. It's a genuinely impressive feat of athleticism, but it's like, it's just like, it doesn't make sense. Like, how you're seeing it with your own two eyes. Like, what do you mean? In order to imagine a world in which this is actually like completely fucking in a world, if you want to imagine a world where it's like completely staged, it's so much harder to stage that. You know what I mean? They fake the moon landing. They can fake a car jump, dude. Come on now. Okay, dude. You're right. Came after I watched Charlie Kirk shit on you, and it's wild how everyone outside of your community thinks you're a joke. Destroyed by Charlie and Ben. That's a self-report, big dog. You watched Charlie Kirk and you thought he was good. Like, I welcome you thinking that I'm a bad person. Anyway, but moving back to the interview, let's continue.
North Korea.
I'm gonna grab my drink real quick. I need to get my fucking Arizona iced tea, baby.
I remember Barack Obama was telling me, oh, the biggest problem we have is North Korea. I didn't have a problem with North Korea.
No.
Big nuclear presence. I didn't have a problem. The only war we had was already started long ago, and that was ISIS, and I defeated them in a very short amount of time,
I remember.
very quickly. And we had no wars under the Trump administration, and that's a great thing. You know, that's a really great thing. It was, I think, 82 years since that's happened. And we won't have wars again, but we could have a war before we even get there. That's the problem. We have a number of months. We have 4 months, and the election's starting very soon, and I guess 5 months before you actually get in. And a lot of damage can be done in 5 months by incompetent people. We have very incompetent people right now. And I'm not saying that out of happiness. I'm saying that out of sadness, because our country's in tremendous danger, not only of stock market crashes or depressions or whatever it may be. It's a tremendous military danger. We have Israel's blowing up, the Middle East is blowing up, Russia's going wild with Ukraine. And things are out of control, and we have nobody that knows how to talk. We have nobody that knows. I was watching when Russia was thinking about going in, and they never would have done it with me. They never, and they didn't. But they never, after I got in, they started loading up the border. I thought he was doing it for negotiation purposes. And Biden said all of the wrong things, everything wrong. And ultimately they attacked, and they wouldn't have done that if I were president. So we got to get back in and get it straightened out.
Definitely.
We'll get that one worked out.
100%.
A lot of people dying.
Yeah, it's a lot of innocent lives being lost. You know, you had mentioned, you know, the stock market crashing. I don't know if you obviously, I saw the post you made on your app Truth. You know, what I just saw yesterday and the day before, you know, I'm in crypto and I'm in stocks myself. And I couldn't believe what's going on. You know, you have Japan, you have everybody just falling. And I want to ask you, you know, how do we basically get it back up and flowing and back up and running? And, you know, and what's causing this?
Well, right now you have no confidence. You have somebody that now is taking over from Biden because he just wants to stay in bed all day. He can't get up. He wants to stay in bed. It was a fraud. They tried to tell people he was competent. He knew what he was doing. And in the
By the way, for the record, I think that like Donald Trump appearing on this Aiden Ross stream, not getting a lot of views, is not necessarily just because like Kick as a platform is not exactly popular, or Aiden Ross doesn't have the same level of popularity, or Donald Trump doesn't have the same popularity he once had. I don't think it's all those factors. Those factors might play somewhat of a role, but in comparison to you know the Drew Kai Cenat, in comparison to like the Drewski, Kai Cenat, Kevin Hart stream getting like 700K versus this, which had, I think at this point it had like 400K. And then at its peak, I think it reached like 500K. The reason why it had less than those other streams is because people don't fuck with politics like that at the end of the day. I think that the ceiling for politics is much lower. The ceiling for politics is much lower than like, the ceiling for celebrities. It's just the truth. This was only good for the novelty of it. It's not real content. The existence of a stream itself is the content. Yeah, I agree. Stop spreading misinformation. The stream got more than 1 million views. You are just lying. Sure. Okay, man.
Debate, he was adjudged to be not so good.
Yeah.
But you can go back.
I like that. That's the most like. This is a bit like this kind of proves the point that I was making early on, that like this won't have the same motion that you think it will, because like a lot of people's only care for this is that their goat Aiden is back, and they're like, and the view counts are really high. Like they don't necessarily care about like any of the politics of it. And I, as a political commentator trying to have a conversation about the politics of it, they're like, don't talk about that. Let's talk about how you're actually undermining Aiden's view count or some shit. Those motherfuckers ain't voting, okay? They're not going to go out because they probably aren't even eligible to vote. Let's be real. Like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? They're in here to be like, no, I'm going to fucking fight in the trenches. Like, don't talk about the politics aspect. Who gives a shit about that?
4 years, too. You know, he campaigned from his basement. He didn't campaign. I said, where is this guy during COVID? They used COVID as an excuse not to let him talk.
Yeah.
The whole thing was a fraud, and everybody knew it, and they knew it strongly. And we're going to get it going again. We have to get it going again. It's they put us in a very bad position. The worst thing.
I think that's Felix right there. That's XQC right there fixing the mic.
Probably, I think, Aiden, 20 million people came into our country with open borders, and many come from prisons. And you can be a liberal, and your people can be, but coming from some of the meanest prisons all over the world, not just South America, from all over the world, from the Congo and Africa. They come from all over the world. They're coming, and they're releasing their prisoners into the United States. Now, you can be a liberal guy, you can be progressive as anybody in the world, and you can't think that's a positive thing. No. They're coming out of mental institutions. They're pouring into the United States, and they're hurting and damaging our country, and they're killing our people. And the crime rate with what you're talking about and what we're talking about, we call it migrant crime. It's a new form of crime, and it's a very violent crime. And it's going to take on proportions the likes of which this country has never seen before. And remember, these people are just getting accustomed. These are people coming out of mental institutions, prisons and jails, and many terrorists. We're having record numbers of terrorists coming in. So I'm talking, I assume, mostly to a young audience, but a young audience, no matter where they're coming from, they can't be happy about this.
No, they can't. Jobs are being taken, a lot of crime. Fix that issue. What if I have...
Fuck you know about a job, bro? What the fuck? Jobs are being taken. Oh man, this is good.
Going to be born in another country, and I want to come the right way. How would that work?
Well, that's what we want. We want people to come in, but they have to come in through a system, through a legal system. And one of the things that's unfair is we have hundreds of thousands of people that have applied to come in, and this administration doesn't talk to them.
Right.
But if they walk through the southern border, they have no problem getting in. I don't even know why they're doing this, but some people are waiting 10 years to come in, and they've studied. They learned all about the United States, about our Constitution, about everything, and they're not being let in, and we're allowing people to come in from really rough places, really bad places, and they come in through caravans, and these caravans have 10, 20, 30,000 people, and they're pouring through Mexico.
That's crazy.
And Mexico was great when I was there. They were helping us. I had stay in Mexico. You can imagine what that is. That means you have to stay in Mexico. You can't come into this country until we approve you. They gave it up.
Bro.
The average person, let's just say the annual salary is like 100 racks.
Okay, let's just say this. A lot of motherfuckers in the world will never get the chance to buy a Bugatti.
Right.
100%.
You're right. I know.
That's all I was saying.
Oh.
No, I wasn't like going into shit. I was just rebutting off what the fuck you said.
I thought you were going to go into it.
No, I wasn't going into nothing.
Oh, okay.
No, what were you saying though? You were saying some good shit though.
Okay, so the average salary is what, like $100,000? What?
Did you just hear this motherfucker?
What's the average salary?
Bro, probably like what, 20, 30K, bro?
No way.
Bro.
Shut the fuck up.
Are you fucking crazy?
It's 60K. It's damn, Ahmad clapped the person.
What's the average salary of a human?
No, the average salary, the annual average salary in the United States currently is 63. The median is lower. Obviously, it's like, and that's for the, I think that is, there's also household for the record. So half that. We're talking annual, which I don't even think he was talking about household. Guys, there's a lot of inflation. Median is lower, take home is lower, half that if you want to know the individual salary as well. If we're talking about even younger people, then it's even lower than that. But ultimately, even on the highest number that I can give you, annual household, it's still, almost half of what he thought it was.
Bro.
And I don't think he's talking about household income. I don't think he knows what household income is. I think he probably thinks like one individual on average is making $100,000 a year.
30, 40K, bro. Are this nigga
what?
Crazy?
Wait, it's really 40K?
Bro, that's what I say. Ain't it, bro? See, that's what I say. You come from two. Well, I ain't gonna say what you came.
You mean the money your house makes? Yes, household income is different than individual income. Individual income is what you make. Take home pay is also different, obviously. Take home pay would then mean like after taxes. But household income implies that there is usually two parents that are both working, like in most circumstances. Not that any of this matters. I just showed this to explain to you that he thinks like, you're hating so hard on Aiden. Why not celebrate Shimmers collabing with politics? It's a win and you're hating. I legitimately think Aiden Ross's audience might be the stupidest motherfuckers on the planet. Like, I actually legitimately think that the people that are coming in here to be like, bro, I don't understand. Like, why are you hating? This is a W. Like, they unironically might be the dumbest people. Bro, I'm a political commentator. Like, this interaction, you don't agree, so you label and degrade, we get it. No, you don't get anything. I'm going to be honest with you. You barely get how you fucking breathe oxygen, okay? I suspect you sometimes even forget that. Listen, the interaction between Donald Trump and Adin Ross, from where I'm standing, as a standalone for meta commentary, is unique and interesting in and of itself. Perhaps more unique and interesting than the actual talking points that Donald Trump demonstrates. Because I've heard the talking points a million times over. I've addressed it a million times over. It's his regular run-of-the-mill comments about how immigrants are coming in, they're stealing jobs, fucking bullshit. Immigrants are coming in and doing crime, that's fucking bullshit, right? All that stuff is nonsense. All that stuff is nonsense. But it's my job to look at this and offer not only commentary on the message that Donald Trump is trying to actively put forward to a young audience, right? What his intentions are with this collaboration, what this collaboration says about like what he thinks his campaign prospects look like for the upcoming election. This is what I do, right? I hope I can genuinely educate you on this matter a little bit, okay? It's intellectually dishonest to just hate on anything and anyone who doesn't agree with you, though. You do commentate sometimes, but mostly hate. Yeah, you're just upset and offended. But, you know, if you were to maybe listen to what I'm saying, then you'll understand why I'm saying those things. Like, also, who the fuck sits around and goes, yeah, these people who hate me, I'm actually, you know, like I'm not going to do commentary on what they're doing. I'm actually going to glaze them. Like, what kind of fucking shit is this? Like, I'm not simply sitting around and being like, Donald Trump is so ugly. I, for one, think he's hot, for the record. Okay? I'm not just like bashing for no reason. I'm explaining what a former president is most likely thinking and feeling, that he thought that this would be a good media op for him. Okay? Going on a kick streamer. And for those of you, and there are many old people in this community that tune in for the politics alone, do not know this person's background. So I have to offer them, as a media person who understands, I have to bridge the gap between people who don't know who the fuck Adin Ross is and are just simply watching this and going like, who the fuck is this guy? I have to explain to them the background a little bit. Okay? It's funny how you have to explain everything like you're talking to a 5-year-old. I mean, I think I am talking to a lot of people who are mentally a little bit stunted. You think this is a move of desperation? Yes, I do think that this is a desperate attempt from the Trump campaign for sure. But then again, in 2016, he did go on Alex Jones. So, like, I think it could either be a move of desperation or it could be that he likes to hit every avenue he possibly can. Do you know what I mean? Because remember, like I said, when he was running for president in 2016, he went on Alex Jones's program. Okay? Like, I think he just doesn't, like, he'll do any media op, especially because he knows it'll be like a positive one. There's not going to be any contention here. There's not going to be like a debate. This is not going to be real journalism. Of course not. You know?
Now they just walk right in. Wow. They had catch and release. We had catch and release. It's you catch a criminal and you release him into our country. I said, no. We catch a criminal and we release him into Mexico. I think you feel better about that.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
You know, it's one of those things. There's so many things. They are so bad. It's like amateur night. It's either amateur night or they want to destroy our country.
Right. Do you what do you think about what's going on in Venezuela? The whole situation out there.
Well, I know it very well. In Venezuela.
Before we get to the Venezuela thing, which the Kamala Harris campaign is using as a soundbite right now, I don't know if it's desperation or not, but like if you're asking what his angle is here, he has maxed out name recognition for virtually everyone, right? It's fucking Donald Trump. He had a lot of name recognition coming into the 2016 election, but he was an unknown outside entity. So that played a big role in winning over moderates who were like, I don't like the way things are going. I don't like the institution. I don't like the establishment. I'm going to go for the anti-establishment vote. I'm going to give Trump a try. 2020 was different because it was coming off the heels of 4 years of Donald Trump being president and people didn't like the chaos. Now that mentality has stuck. But at this point, people know who Trump is. And also on top of that, they know what it was like and how they felt under a Trump presidency. Now, having said that, there are young voters who were entirely too young to remember what a Trump presidency looked like or they were, again, too young to like make an adequate assessment over it or whatever. So maybe in his mind, his campaign thinks this is how we capture the youth vote. It was one of the things that he said in this interview was towards the end, where he literally said, I'm going to do everything. They want to ban TikTok. I'm going to do everything to save TikTok. Most young people don't remember, but the notion of banning TikTok did not come to fruition under this administration. It originally started with Donald Trump. Donald Trump literally talked about banning TikTok. Now he's talking about saving TikTok. And I think that he's doing that because someone in his campaign is telling him, like, this is how you can potentially get name recognition and like positive approvals in a new audience that does not have, that did not pay close attention to your presidency because they were just too young, right? I think that's what it is. I think that's what they're hoping. Problem is, Bernie Sanders wasn't able to activate in a primary, which is different. Primary voters are going to be older in general. But like, there is no coherent and successful strategy of activating young voters. Young voters, the 18 to 35 demographic does not overwhelmingly vote. It's usually around, like, at the most is like 27%, 30%, right? So it's very, very difficult to get eligible voters from that age group, that age range, to go out and vote. I don't know if, last time it happened in serious margins that actually changed the outcome of an election was, well, not even the outcome of an election, but like greatly helped was, I would say, the Obama administration. And I don't know if Donald Trump, like, I don't think personally that Donald Trump is going to be able to activate the youth vote in a similar way to Barack Obama when a lot of his opinions are directly directly at odds with what young voters are looking for. And overall, turnout was quite high in 2020 and 2022 also. What was the voter turnout in 2022 for young vote? 2022 youth vote turnout. I think 2022 youth vote turnout was high. 2020 obviously is unique because 2020 had universal ballot, like mail-in ballots and universal registration. A lot of stuff happened during the pandemic that made it so that, like, obviously turnout was incredibly high. That's why Donald Trump got the most amount of votes that any Republicans ever gotten, and Joe Biden got the most amount of votes that anyone has ever gotten in American politics. So no, it wasn't fake voting. It was because people, it was because of ease of access to voting. That was the reason. But if you look at the youth vote in 2022, where is it? Youth voter turnout, second highest in the last 3 decades. Yeah, look at that, dude. 18 to 29, 27%. I was literally right on the dial. 27%. I gave you a number. I told you it was exactly that number. 27% of eligible voters between the ages of 18 and 29 cast a ballot. So that is the second highest in midterm elections. If we're looking at the 2020 elections, which was different because of the maxed out voter turnout. I know explosions are happening in Iran. It's breaking. I'm not going to cover it yet. We will get more information and I will cover it. Okay. Half of the youth voted in 2020, an 11-point increase from 2016. Yeah, this was uniquely high. This was uniquely high because of ease of access to voting and COVID that made it so that there was ease of access in voting, which is the reason why the calculation was different. That's not going to work the same in a regular voting pattern where the Republicans have clamped down on, universal registration and mail-in ballots in general. Okay. But the reason why I'm talking about this is because, like, there's never been a super successful method. There's never been a super successful mechanism that has been able to, in the general election or in the primaries especially, that has been able to activate like a big chunk, a big margin. Yeah. Youth turnout in 2020, increase in youth turnout from 2016 to 2020, sent absentee ballots, sent ballot applications. No excuse absentee voting, neither an excuse to vote absentee. On average, youth turnout was as highest and the largest increase over 2016 in states that automatically mailed ballot to voters. There you go. So Yellowstone is erupting. What? What is, guys, please stop. Anyway, so my point is, the youth doesn't really vote. And I think Donald Trump is trying to go after audiences that he hasn't been able to capture before. And I think that that comes from the fact that he sees the writing on the wall. He sees Kamala Harris not only catching up, but now beating him in certain battleground states in the polls, because the calculation is very different now. Okay? The calculation is very different now this time around when he's going up against Kamala Harris, who is a more vibrant, more dynamic candidate than Joe Biden. Joe Biden had a lot of haters. There was a concept called the double haters as a consequence of Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Obviously, Trump haters are the reason that Donald Trump lost. 67% of Biden voters were not voting for Biden, but instead voting against Donald Trump. Okay? That is actually false, man. What's that? What's wrong with that? Lots of presidents have been going for the youth vote before. I didn't say there's anything wrong with that. I'm saying I didn't say there's anything wrong with that. I'm just simply saying that it's not like, it hasn't been a successful strategy thus far. That's it. Put this in your docket for later. What is this? The Chiefs star kicker Harrison Butker have agreed to terms on a contract extension to make him the highest paid kicker. I don't care about this. So yeah, I don't. Fascinating. Biden leaving the race has had a negative impact on perceptions of Trump's health. An increasing percent of voters feel Trump isn't in good health, isn't mentally fit, and is too old to be president. Like, look at that. This is funny, though. Racist stayed the same. 58% said Trump was in good health in comparison to Biden. Now is at 52%. It went from 30 to 71, obviously, from Biden to Kamala. You were trending on Twitter at number 27. I don't know why that's relevant. And I know the Google thing as well. The Google antitrust thing. We'll do that as well. Anyway, let's get back to Donald Trump talking about Venezuela now.
Venezuela is right now being run by a dictator. We were enemies with Venezuela. Venezuela was going to collapse, and people could have gone back to Venezuela. They're in our country now. They've released tremendous numbers of criminals into our country. If you look at Caracas, it was known for being a very dangerous city, and now it's very safe. In fact, the next interview we'll do it in Caracas, Venezuela, because it's safer than many of our cities after they've released their criminals into all of our cities.
Yeah.
And I'm kidding.
I know.
The reason I have to say that, because the fake news media knows that too, but they'll say, he suggested they go to Venezuela. They are so bad, it's hard to believe. But anyway, so Venezuela, their crime is down 72% because they've taken their criminal elements, which are large. It was a very dangerous place, especially Caracas and the different cities. And they've moved them into the United States of America. I know you're very happy. I know that your mother and father must be thrilled when they hear that.
Yeah.
Who happen to be here, I believe.
They are. They're right over there. Hey, Mom, hey, Dad.
Are you thrilled with what they're doing? I don't think so. No. I don't think they're thrilled. I don't think so. So their crime rate is down 72%.
Right.
Because they're drug dealers, they're criminals, they're murderers, they're rapists. Everything's being moved into the United States.
One of the things that's really interesting about him saying this is that, one, it's obviously not true. The idea that these Latin American countries are dumping their prisoners into the United States of America is actually not true, but it is projection. It's true in the other direction. Fun fact, maybe not so fun fact, but we did that. We did that to El Salvador specifically. MS-13 is an American-born gang, is a Salvadoran gang that was born in the United States of America. The United States of America famously deported the MS-13 gang members to El Salvador without telling the El Salvadoran government that they were MS-13 gang members. So we did do that. The opposite of that has never really happened, though. That's not a real thing that happens at all. Okay? You're trending because all those Aiden Ross fans and engagement farmer account motherfuckers are tweeting about you. They're mad because you made fun of Aiden on Twitter. Yeah, I know. People say that my audience is sensitive, but there's nothing more sensitive than a right-winger fan base. They literally lose their minds. And also, who cares? It's Twitter. Twitter is like a right-wing shithole at this point. But yeah, they'll be like, how did you not say incredibly nice things about my daddy? So yeah, right-wingers are fucking absolute snowflakes. They're weird as fuck, and they're huge, massive snowflakes. Like, they cry so much. As far as prove that it's not true, okay, really, really simple proof for this. If they were all criminals that were coming over the border, okay, there would probably be an increase of crime. Obviously, criminals have the capacity to reoffend, I suspect, or they're being phenomenally rehabilitated when they cross over the United States border illegally. Why am I saying that? Well, because undocumented migrants actually do less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. There is no empirical evidence. There's no data to suggest the exact opposite of this, even though the only amount of the only data that you can actually find on the matter simply just comes from right-wing hysteria. They just lie about it. They say undocumented migrants are doing rapes and crimes and blah, blah, blah, when in fact, the actual data itself is the exact opposite. You might not have ever heard about it because no one really tackles the issue with truth. And I don't know how to describe it other than the fact that like it's just readily available out there. But obviously someone going, source, I made it the fuck up in my mind, somehow is more sticky and more salient of a talking point, especially because it's attached to like really emotion invoking and really gruesome stories in general. Because this doesn't mean that like undocumented migrants don't do any crimes. Of course they do. Human beings will do crimes. That is just a constant phenomena that occurs regardless of what their background is. But that's precisely the reason why you have to look at the data rather than look at the data rather than just like look at anecdotes. For example, Donald Trump regularly claims that hundreds of thousands of Americans have been murdered by undocumented migrants over the past year. The actual number, according to Customs and Border Patrol, which is not exactly a cucked or woke institution at all, right? The actual number of migrant apprehensions for crimes, for homicide specifically, in the year 2024 is, I believe, 23. 23. So what's really interesting about that is that the right wing genuinely just focuses on every single unique and individual act of crime that was caused by an undocumented migrant, and they basically fucking turn around and churn media off of it nonstop, and it makes you think like everyone's getting murdered by fucking migrants. Not 23,000, 23, like 2, 3, 0, 2, 3. Okay? I'm not saying 23,000. Donald Trump says hundreds of thousands of migrant murders are happening, right? Where is it? For homicide manslaughter, 23 in 2024. In the fiscal year 2023, it was 29. Okay? Now, this doesn't mean that these are like insignificant, right? This doesn't mean that like all those 23 lives are insignificant or anything like that. I'm not making that argument at all. But that's not how you look at data. That's not how you analyze policy. That is the reason why you would have to look at like when you are personally writing legislation, you have to look at the actual, impact. You have to look at the actual impact of the legislation. Like if your goal is to lower, that's really high. What the fuck do you mean? Dude, that is the saddest way to try and fucking bait me with a double bait at the top of the hour to serve a 3-minute ad break. Okay. As a 47-month subscriber, we have new guests in here. Okay. I know you're trying to do that. That's a 1 day for you. I was going to give you a week, but I'm going to give you a day off. We have too many new people that are trying to learn right now, and you're in here acting brand new. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. Compared total homicide number is over 50,000 every year. I don't know if it's 50,000, but it's high, right? America's a big country, a lot of homicides happening. They make up a minuscule percentage. Undocumented migrants do. But if you listen to Republicans and you don't actually look at, if you listen to Republicans and you don't actually look at the data itself, you would be led astray. You would think that the reality is very different. Okay. 21,000 reported homicide cases in the U.S. in 2022. All right. Why don't the Dems counter message like you are? Because they're cowards and they're pussies and they're bad at their jobs. That's just it. And they're just too afraid. They get swept away by powerful anecdotes themselves, and they genuinely think that the right-wing propaganda, the right-wing propaganda is actually super successful. Day 100,000 of asking if Hassan Abi's going to cover the UK pogroms. Why do you think I wouldn't cover that? Okay? Yes, I'm going to cover it. I'm going to cover the UK riots inevitably. Please, chat. Please shut the fuck up. Please. Okay? I'm going to get to your favorite story of the day. Don't worry. You're such a cocky fuck. Bro, shut up. What is going on? Bro, I'm a Twitch streamer. What is happening? My job is to yap, dude. You're so toxic. Don't talk to us like that. What? Don't talk to us like, okay, take a week off. All right. We gotta crack. We gotta crack the whip a little bit. We have a lot of new people in here. Some people that are returning. They're just like tensions are high. I think we just have to dial the heat back in the chat a little bit. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, also I forgot to run the ad break. I'm gonna run it now. Okay. When I'm talking to an individual that's like running their mouth in the chat in a very annoying way, that's not me talking to 50,000 people in here. That is actually so that the 50,000 people in here and what they're coming in here for is not disrupted by that one individual that's chirping in the chat. Let's continue. I don't know why that's so hard for people to comprehend sometimes. Let's get back to this. The last aspect of the Venezuelan conversation that I wanted to talk about specifically in regards to Donald Trump is that for people that don't know, Donald Trump greatly increased the pressure on Venezuela by adding additional sanctions to Venezuela, sanctions that actually crippled the Venezuelan economy. I've covered this extensively. Jeff Stein over at Washington Post actually did phenomenal work on this issue alone. If you guys want to go read up on that, we read through the entire data. Venezuela's economy in peacetime basically crumbled in front of our eyes in a way that was worse than like Yemen's wartime economy collapsing, right? In a way that's worse than like historically wartime economies collapsing. So overall, he destroyed the Venezuelan economy. And simultaneously, while destroying the Venezuelan economy with sanctions, the administration also kept the temporary protected status applications for Venezuelan migrants specifically, because the Trump administration, much like Cuba, or the American government, much like Cuba, wanted to bring in like anti-government people into the United States of America, offer them citizenship, and then they could use that for political purposes later down the line, right? So a lot of the Venezuelans originally that were coming in were political adversaries of the Maduro government. They were right-wing, you know what I mean? They were like, oh yeah, fucking love America. Thank you for the TPS. I hate socialism. I hate Maduro, right? Not to say that Maduro is a socialist, obviously. If he is, not a very good one. But regardless, so those sanctions specifically increased the number of migrants that actually came into the country. And the American government was aware of it, okay? And this happened under Trump, by the way. Like, this greatly increased under Donald Trump. So a lot of the migrants that are still coming into the United States of America are actually escaping Venezuela due to the horrific conditions on the ground, Maduro's mismanagement of the economy, and also his authoritarian nature, for sure, as his power is waning over the Venezuelan population, plays a role in this as well. But a lot of the fucking people that are actually coming in as far as migrants are Venezuelan. So this is the Migration Policy Institute, but yeah, the number of Venezuelan immigrants in the United States has nearly tripled since 2010, coinciding with a period of severe economic and political crisis that has resulted in the largest prolonged displacement event in the Americas. The 545,000 Venezuelan immigrants in the United States as of 2021, the most recent year for which the U.S. Bureau American Community Service survey data is available, account for just a small share of the more than 7 million who have fled Venezuela since 2015. Okay? And if you look at it, in the 90s, it's 42,000, 2000s, 107,000, 2010, 184,000, 2021, from 2010 to 2021, this number skyrocketed to 545,000. So Donald Trump had a direct correlation, his actions and his sanctions specifically on Venezuela, paired up with the temporary protected status that Venezuelans were receiving on arrival, directly is the reason for why there are, so many Venezuelan migrants coming over the U.S. border. Now, I don't have an issue with this on principle. Okay, I don't care. I think that America is the wealthiest nation on the planet, and it is a massive country. We have a shit ton of wealth here, and that personally we have enough to legitimately document these people, process them, allow them to work in the United States of America. We are a nation built by migrants. Migrants are responsible for the reason why we are not experiencing rapid population decline in the same way that like a country like Japan is exhibiting genuine issues in terms of having a much, much older population, right? So I don't even have an issue with migrant populations coming into the United States of America. I think that our mishandling is responsible for any kind of shocks to the economy in terms of like our dealings with the migrant populations. But it is rather odd that he keeps talking about Venezuelans coming into the country or migrants coming into the country when they're coming into the country because you fucked over Venezuela. Like, what do you mean?
And soon they will have moved all of their criminals into the U.S. They won't have crime. So that's why I say we'll go to Venezuela for our next interview. Okay. It's a very serious problem. I mean, honestly, what they're doing to this country, they're destroying our country, Aiden. They're destroying stupid people. He's not a smart man. He wasn't smart 35 years ago. He wasn't smart 20 years ago. And now he's really not smart. No. And you saw that from the debate. I mean, he's really gone down the tubes. And she couldn't even pass her law exam. She couldn't pass her bar exam. And I'm not saying that because I know other people didn't pass their bar exam, but she thought she'd never be able to pass it. And this is who we have running our country. It's a shame. She's ultra-left, ultra-radical. I just see where 99 vicious terrorists, when she was, I guess, Attorney General, because she was Attorney General of California, she destroyed California. Her policies have destroyed California. Her policies, when she was the district attorney, have destroyed San Francisco. San Francisco was the best city in our country 20 years ago, and now it's not even, frankly, it's not even livable. We have to bring our cities back. We're going to have to focus on bringing our cities back.
It's actually really sad. I lived in California for a long time. Even Los Angeles, it's not safe. It's not safe. Everyone I know that lives in multi-million-dollar homes that do what I do, content, they're getting robbed. They're getting robbed. The police don't really they're not active out there as they are in some other states, and it's really sad. And I agree. I saw a video in San Francisco where people just walk into a Louis Vuitton and an Apple store and just loot, and leave like nothing ever happened. It's crazy.
They loot, and not only that, they have like $1,000 or $1,500, where she started, where she won't even prosecute if it's less than $1,500.
So this in and of itself is also another. This in and of itself is also another falsehood. But again, just like with the immigration panic, the crime panic is also completely fucking exaggerated. People will always say it's a problem, you're wrong, blah blah blah, like I don't believe you, it's happening all the time. Crime is a constant in cities. It is born out of economic inequality. If you want to tackle crime, you have to tackle the underlying reasons why crime happens. But as far as like retail crime goes, that was so unimaginably blown out of proportion. There's a term for it among retailers. It's called shrink. Okay. And the Walgreens CEO or CFO, sorry, openly admitted that they lied about the crime numbers leading to like the retail theft numbers leading to them closing up shop in San Francisco and whatnot. Obviously people saw the first post, but they didn't see the fucking correction years later, right? And crime across the board has consistently gone down. The one aspect of crime that was actually higher in the immediate post-COVID bump was homicides. That's also gone down, and it's actually adjusted back to like historic lows. Okay, so that's another thing that you have to consider. So overall, crime is going down in this country, but Republicans are regularly claiming, or were regularly claiming, they don't do it as much anymore, that crime is completely out of control. I said this at the time. I was right about it. A lot of people yelled at me back then, and they said, you're fucking wrong, and you're just like objectively lying. But I suspected at the time that the real reason why they were shutting down Walgreens locations was because brick and mortar retail is too expensive. They can't outcompete the big companies like Amazon. And this is something that I have consistently talked about. But it doesn't matter. Like, it's still a salient talking point in the minds of people that don't personally care about the truth and are just misguided by the media in general, not even recognizing that they're being misguided by the media, because mainstream media also, what? I lost your app, but no hate at all. I genuinely think, what? What are you doing? He was trying to ask someone, but lost it. Oh, okay. Also, not only is the crime panic built around a falsehood, they also, like, voters didn't necessarily buy into it in 2020 as well. Okay? The crime panic narratives actually failed in the 2020 midterm elections. The trans panic narratives actually failed big time in the 2022 midterm elections as well. Ultimately, these like hyper focus on these issues negatively polarized people against the Republican Party, and ultimately led to Democrats actually losing ground in areas where they leaned into the crime shit. Okay, like New York specifically, but it caused Republicans to lose overall. It caused Republicans to lose overall elsewhere. Okay, so let's continue.
$100.
Wow.
So you see these people go in with like calculators, and they're adding the stuff that they're stealing because they won't be prosecuted. So that if they get nabbed, they say, no, it's less than whatever it is, $1,000.
Right.
And she started the concept of that, and it's now spreading. Our country, we need strong leadership. We didn't have stuff like this. You know, when you look at what's happened to this country, and you look at other countries, crime rates all over the world are down. You know why? Because they're all dumping their bad people, their prisoners, and all of the people that are bad. They're not only,
like, this doesn't make any sense when you look at the actual data, right? Because, like, crime across the board is down in the United States of America, right? Crime across the board is down in the United States of America. So if that's the case, then and migrants have increased, migrant populations have increased, then, like, they're not responsible for extra crime. They're responsible for crime going down. Now, obviously, that's not an argument that I'm going to be making at all, but, like, it doesn't even make sense. He's trying to say more migrants are coming in and they're all criminals, except crime is down. So how does that work?
not only the people on the streets, the people that are in jails. You know what they save by doing that? But they're dumping their prisoners and their criminal elements. They're dumping them into the United States of America. And our crime is going to go through the roof. It's going to go through the roof. And,
that's why he also plays fast and loose with the, that's why he plays fast and loose with the data as well, where he turns around and will say, like, well, it's going to go up. It's going to go up. It's like, because because it's not up.
If we win, and I hope we win, we should win. We seem to be winning, and, you can't even imagine that anybody would want these. This has nothing to do with me. Who would want these people? But can you imagine? They're just getting comfortable now, and they're criminals. So they're sort of laying low a little bit now because they're not comfortable. But soon they'll be comfortable, and they'll find that our police they're great.
Yeah.
But they're not allowed to do their job. They're not allowed to be strong, and they could do their job if they were let. But if they do their job, they have their pension knocked out. They have their car taken away, their family taken away, their house taken away. Everything's taken away, and they lose their job. It's a very rough thing being a policeman today, I'll tell you. But they could do their job. We're going to have to let them do their job. We have a crime-infested nation. I
also don't think that this is like a good, reliable, positive narrative to get people invested. In like, especially young people, to get invested into, like, voting.
We're a drug-addicted nation, and we're a crime-infested nation. Other than that, we're doing quite well.
Yeah. I want to move topics a little bit here. I saw I'm unfamiliar with exactly what it was called. You were speaking on stage with 3 other women, and you just got ambushed. They were late, and not a hi, hello, how are you? Just straight into it, just straight trying to rip you apart. And I think you handled it pretty well, but I wanted to ask you a question, like, why do you think, like, they just straight up do that for you, but then they're going to ask the other side, oh, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream?
That's right. Well, I did this as a favor. This was the black journalists. The room had maybe 2,000. They said 2,000. It looked more like 1,000 to me, but whatever it was packed.
Yeah.
And I did it because I thought it was a good thing to do. And they had a journalist, I didn't know who she was, but she was nasty. She was a terrible person. And I walk in, and instead of saying, hello, thank you very much for doing this, they also said, Kamala's going to do it. But then Kamala said, she wants to do it because she can't talk to people. She can't answer questions. She hasn't done one interview. You know, she's not doing any interviews.
Yeah.
Because if she did one interview where a hard question's asked, she's incapable of answering it. But I walk in, and this woman starts talking about
Kamala.
She talked about, let's get rid of the elephant in the room. And she starts talking about racism and everything. I said, you didn't even say hello to me. And I'm doing them a favor by doing this. I'm doing this out of respect to the black community. And we're getting record numbers, as you know, in the black community. And she came across, she's with ABC Fake News, which is one of the worst. ABC is one of the worst.
Right.
And she is horrible. So she was very nasty. Harris Faulkner was there. She was excellent. The other person I didn't know, she was okay. I wouldn't say she was great, but she was okay. But I did it, and it was quite a sensation. Actually, a lot of people think it was well handled. The woman was so rude.
So rude.
That, it's hard to believe. You can walk into a thing, and I do them a favor, and I do this. Most people said, why are you doing it? I feel I have an obligation to do it. I want to look you become the president for all of the people, not for a certain segment.
2024 national general election among age 18 and 29. Harris is 56%, up 30 points on Donald Trump, who's at 26%. The Zoomers are, Kennedy's at 11%. The Zoomers are all right. No, they're not. Also, what do you mean fuck every RFK voter? Are you stupid? Dog, those are Trump voters that are voting for RFK. What do you mean? Hey man, let him cook. If you're like a aggro Democratic Party loyalist, dick rider, whatever, okay, you should be excited. That's great. That's great for you. They're taking, he's eating at his base.
Correct. Not even for just my, they talk about my base, it's a very big base, but you become president for all of the people. So I feel you have an obligation to do that. Now, she's not doing anything. She's not doing any interviews because I don't believe she's capable. She starts, I don't know, she's strange. The whole thing is strange. Let's put it this way. Our country's in big trouble.
Yeah. I spoke to your son, Don Jr., when I met you in Doral.
Right.
I spoke to Don Jr. a little bit. He said, man, I feel for the young generation. You guys are, look at this. Like, look what's going on here. Like, it's like you need these next 4 years. If not, he's like, I don't know how well the country's going to do after these 4 years.
I don't think it survives.
Hold on.
I really don't.
Damn.
Look, we're going to have 20 million people in by the time this election takes place. 20 million people. That's bigger than New York State. Many of those people are people that you should not have, and we're all for everything, all men are created equal, as the expression goes. Right?
Of course.
And now today they say all men and women are created equal. When they wrote that, it was a slightly different time. Today, that alone is a politically incorrect statement.
Yeah, it is.
So all men and women are created equal, everything. But the fact is, when you're dumping all of these criminals and all of these drug dealers, all of these people into our country, you're really hurting our country badly. And it has to be, we have to take very strong measures.
We definitely do. We definitely do. Moving to the next. Oh,
I didn't know. I didn't know they were allowed to applaud.
Yeah, they're allowed to applaud. You guys can keep applauding.
All right, that's common sense, right? It is about common sense. I mentioned that term because whether you're conservative, liberal, it's all about common sense.
It is.
You want to have good education. You want to have borders. You want to have low interest rates, be able to buy a house. You want to, so many different things. But you got to have common sense, and we're run by people.
So the common sense narrative, we've caught up. This is like literally all of the parts that I missed in my react. the common sense narrative is like a very, very solid, reliable narrative for the Republican Party, even though it's not correct. Obviously, it's pretty fucking ridiculous to claim that like the Republican Party is advocating for common sense or whatever. But having said all of that, it is the most salient narrative that the Republican Party has relied on for quite some time. The difference, however, is that like the greatest counter to that, the most effective counter to that has been to basically point to all of the moments where they just say like unhinged shit or hyper focus on unhinged shit. Like when they when they were like running around claiming that like a cis woman boxing another cis woman that was brolic was actually a trans woman and actually a man as a consequence of being a trans woman. Like when they were doing that shit, like that kind of stuff does not play super well to a broader audience. This audience is in the pocket, right? Obviously, you have your own personal base of support, and Trump certainly has a lot of diehard loyalists, whereas Democrats rarely ever have like the same level of diehard loyalty demonstrated to an individual usually, right? That's why when you see people at Trump rallies, when you see people at, when you see people that, visit or attend the RNC and you see them respond super positively and super loudly to like, Trump talking about trans people in sports or whatever, that's not indicative of the broader electorate. The broader electorate cares about more money in their pockets, pocketbook issues, kitchen table issues, right? They give a shit about like the fucking potholes not being fixed. They give a shit about inflation. They give a shit about the economy. They give a shit about how expensive it is to take care of their children, right? So ultimately, hyper focusing on this kind of stuff rather than how you're going to fix those other problems is going to unironically cut away at your base. Like your cultish supporters are locked in no matter what you say. They're locked in no matter what you say. Those guys that go to the fucking rallies, they're locked in. Doesn't matter. They love when Trump is like talking about trans people. They love when Trump is talking about like how every fucking immigrant is a rapist, drug dealer, murderer, or whatever. Okay? Have you been talking about this for 3 hours? Yes, I have been, as a matter of fact. This is the former president of the United States of America that's currently running for president again. So, yeah, there's a lot of aspects of this that fit directly into what I usually talk about on a daily basis. Anyway.
And, just a little thing. When I started campaigning almost like 8 years ago, I talked about Merry Christmas. We should have Merry Christmas again. Let's bring back Merry Christmas. You weren't allowed to say Merry Christmas. I got it back. Yeah.
It's a nice crowd, huh?
Even if you're Jewish, they like to say Merry Christmas. Every one of my Jewish friends say, we love Merry Christmas.
I'm Jewish. I love Merry Christmas.
Good. And, Kamala doesn't, though. Kamala,
she doesn't like it?
She doesn't want you to use Merry Christmas.
Wow, that's right. Like, that's true. It's like, who the fuck legitimately thinks that? Like, who actually legitimately thinks that? Like, that the Democrats have... Like, that is just a base pick, okay? You're saying that specifically because you want to appeal to your base, like the weirdest segment of like evangelicals who legitimately think that like the Democrats want to do a war on Christmas. Okay? That's it. Like most people don't fucking think that that is a real thing because it's not a real thing. It's just made up. The fuck? The idea that like people are like taking Christmas away is so dumb. Everybody enjoys Christmas, man. I'm Muslim. I love Christmas. Christmas is dope. It's true, though. They don't say it anymore. Oh, my God. Oh. Fox News and right-wing commentary has caused irreparable harm to this country's brain, okay? Like, our collective IQ points dropped so dramatically. Yeah, here it is. Wow, look at that. Look at that, dude. I guess she doesn't hate Christmas. It's just so stupid. And it's a talking point that has been around for so long. I mean, here... There is the famous debate between Sam Cedar and like right wingers on debating the war on Christmas from like fucking 20 years ago at this point. Anyway, we're not going to cover this 53-minute video from H Bomber Guy The war on Christmas is a complete fabrication of the right.
Shopping on Amazon.
This year's list was handily provided to Bill by the American Family Association. The AFA website. Is this okay? Should I post it? Looking for some kind of approval with an anxious look on his face. And it's a tweet petulantly quoting Storm. All isn't local hello.
Yeah. It's just so dumb. Yeah. I mean, I reacted to it, but it's from years ago.
Different religions, different ethnicities, and trying to become more of one.
As you can see, I'm wearing a Christmas sweater in this video in my reaction
versus,
as well.
Being segregated.
Yeah, well, Kara, I mean, listen, I would like Bob to tell me who is the person who has been offended by someone saying Merry Christmas to them. I've never met that person. I don't celebrate Christmas. But if someone says Merry Christmas to me, and I either think, well, it's a little bit odd. It's like me saying happy birthday to you on my birthday. But, you know, no one cares. But I'll tell you.
Oh, this is true. Oh, my God. He's like devastated, dude. Look at his fucking face. Like,
Tell you this, as we wage the war on the war on the war on the war on Christmas on our radio show, News Corp, Fox News, those people who have started this entire war on Christmas meme, fake war, they're having a holiday party. President Bush saying happy holidays. Tokyo Rose, Laura Bush, saying happy holidays to her dogs in the video. I'm sure you've seen it. I mean, these are the things that we should be talking about when we are waging this war in Iraq. We should be equating it to the war on Christmas. What else would Bob Knight have an opportunity to do? How else would he get on television if he wasn't pretending to be attacked? You know, this.
Yeah. So Republicans have been weird for a very long time. Republicans have been weird for forever, right? Like, it's their hyper focus on culture war narratives that is weird overall. And there's not really much else to talk about other than that in terms of like the weirdo behavior. It's just, they've greatly accelerated the weirdo shit, especially under Donald Trump, because it was like a really reliable narrative coming from Donald Trump, but no one else can recreate it. No one else can fucking, what is this? Aiden Ross fans are being so weird. Yeah, dude, I know. He did give me content, and I do appreciate him for it. I don't know why they don't understand. Like, they went from Hassan is so mad and so angry to being like, Hassan should respect Aiden Ross as his daddy or something. I don't know. They're just angry, bro. I mean, you don't get to that level of like right-wing brain worms unless you're just like really angry at the fucking world, and they're just like looking to redirect that anger to anything and everything, you know? I don't know. I don't know what to do. I hope they get better. I hope they go outside. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, of course I'm not going to respect you, and I'm not going to respect your favorite content creator. He's done nothing worthy of my respect. Why do you place so much emphasis on getting respect from me? You know what I mean? I wish they would just like stick to their own lane, which is just, you know, clip farming or whatever. Just be normal. We're going to get to the English riots in a second. And yes, we are going to talk about Bangladesh as well. Bombing in central Iran? No, that was the Iranian government, I believe, said that it was training. And also, guys, there's going to be, it was a training exercise or something. But like, there's going to be shit in the region.
The U.S. is sending.
There's going to be the region is heating up. Okay. Why are most dictators in the modern era socialists, or at least pretend to be socialists? What? Who?
More warships to the Middle East due to the possibility of Iran attacking Israel as soon as today. I gotta pee real quick. I'll
be back.
There is growing anger within Israel at the country's prime minister, who's accused of escalating the threat of a regional war. Deborah Pata is in East Jerusalem. Deborah, good morning.
Good morning. Well, as Israel faces the possibility of a multi-pronged attack from Iran and its proxies, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is also facing a fight at home.
Another blow against peace. Israeli police clash with protesters in Tel Aviv, where not even the threat of an Iranian attack could keep them off the streets. They accuse their prime minister of choosing escalation over a hostage deal. But Netanyahu remains defiant, says former Israeli diplomat to the U.S., Alon Pincus.
He's gone completely rogue.
intent on igniting a regional war, defying the military, defying President Biden.
They killed Fouad Shakur in a targeted strike, Mohammed Deif, Ismail Haniyeh. Why go after Gaza?
If you can pinpoint a precise attack 2,000 kilometers away, then why bother decimating entire neighborhoods? That's me telling you that assassinations are morally and ethically okay, but dropping those bombs on Gaza are not.
Still, those bombs keep falling. Israeli forces hit a hospital over the weekend and a school sheltering families displaced repeatedly by war. My brother was covered in blood, said this teenager.
They had another fucking tent massacre in the midst of this. Like, instead of fucking gearing up, instead of after assassinating the principal negotiator on a fucking ceasefire deal that, like, the American government keeps saying was actually fucked over by Hamas, Israel proving once again to the entire world that they did not give a shit about the negotiations whatsoever, making it so that, like, more and more people can be cognizant about this reality, even if they're not really paying close attention to it. Okay? They turned around and they did the one thing that they do all the fucking time, which is bomb hospitals, bomb refugees, bomb refugee camps again. Okay? Quick, everyone, show your true selves. How many blue hair in the chat? Reply here to show your blue hair pride. 3.5 year subs. Yeah, buddy, your hair is at least green. Dude is making like 2016 era fucking memes. Like, bro, are you okay? Like, what is going on, man? Are you all right? Take a breather, okay? Take a breather. He's gonna be okay, okay? The blue-haired SJW narrative is like, what are we doing here? Nobody cares. Okay, move on.
As she relived the trauma. Lives.
Like, there's an active genocide going on. I'm covering it. This motherfucker's talking about the hair color of the people that he's imagining in the chat. Like, it goes to show your priorities are a little out of whack. You know what I'm saying?
Blown apart, neighborhoods already reduced to rubble, pulverized once again.
The U.S. is calling for de-escalation, but its support for Israel remains unwavering. And today, President Biden meets with his national security team in the Situation Room. Jerika?
Yeah, it's pretty wild that, like, for me, I find this really strange, but it is some end siege shit, you know? It is very Hitlerian of Israel to dial up the baby murder that they've been focusing their efforts on in the midst of, like, opening up a new multiple front war. Okay, it's strange. Like, it's strange if you look at it in a vacuum, but it's very on brand for former fascist governments that have crumbled. You know, the difference, of course, is that, like, you have the U.S. backing in this circumstance, so maybe they think it'll pan out differently. I suspect that it will not. In terms of the Biden administration and what they've done to rein in Israel, they've done nothing. Actually, it's not that they've done nothing. They've done the worst things that they could possibly do, which is to give Israel the go-ahead and consistently say, we'll defend you unconditionally. They've done this by defending them unconditionally over and over again. I don't know what else to say. We are actively enabling the worst instincts of a genocidal, bloodthirsty regime. Okay?
In your response to Libya and to Simon, as a matter of fact, you urged the Iranians, it's not in their interest to respond and so on. But at least, do they have the right to respond? I mean, is that part of...
He's asking the State Department if Iran has a right to self-defense. Let's see how he responds.
So, as I just answered that question.
On the issue of self-defense.
I just answered that question in response to what he got from Simon. A right is one thing. Right. Taking steps that are productive and are conducive to the interests of their people, that are conducive to the interests of the broad.
He's saying, like, if Iran might have a right to respond and defend itself. Having said that, however, if Iran does defend itself, then we're gonna fuck up Iran. That's basically what he's trying to say.
Region or another question, and in no way would a retaliatory action by Iran in any way serve the interests of the Iranian people or the broader region.
And that's precisely why I'm asking you, because you mentioned the word right. So you are acknowledging that they do have the right to respond.
No, I did not acknowledge that.
Okay.
I acknowledged the question.
Okay, then let me ask you, if this was, let's say, happened in any of the Western capitals.
Iranian government is that bloodthirsty kid killer regime. Yeah, the Iranian government's domestic affairs aside, or even its like regional interests aside, I don't think if we're talking about Iran and Israel, you want to be talking about kid killing. You know what I mean? 40,000 deaths in Gaza say otherwise, the majority being women and children. Overwhelming majority being women and children, as a matter of fact. Bit weird for you to be like, oh, the kid killers. It's like one of those kid killers is our allies, and they're killing the kids with our weapons. Okay?
Wouldn't they be sort of obligated to respond?
I'm not going to deal with a hypothetical.
Okay, all right. We'll deal with something real. Last week, a week ago, yesterday, Sunday, an Iran rocket hit, or maybe intentional, hit a small town of Majil Shams, a Syrian town, Syrian citizens, and so on. And you said that Israel had a right to defend itself. I'm not you personally, but I'm saying. So what's different? I mean, you know, everyone was saying Israel has a right to defend itself. Why doesn't Iran have a right to itself when the guest house, you know, I don't want to make comparisons, but it's like the guest house in London or maybe Blair House or anything. I mean, something that really touched the sovereignty of Iran.
So I take the point of your question, Saeed. It is not in any way, however, useful at all for anyone in the region for Iran to consider taking such steps because of the risk, as I said, that this could potentially get out of control. And that's the message we will continue to impress on them.
All right.
Would you say Matt Miller's truly one of the worst ever to do it? No, John Kirby is the worst to do it. Like, Matt Miller looks fucking good in comparison to that one. That fucking demon. I have a special smoke in my heart for fucking Kirby. I despise him with every fucking ounce of my being, okay? Anyway, let's hear what Fox has to say about Iran's attack on Israel expected to come in waves.
Imagine being on the ground in Israel and watching that come from next door, the Hezbollah terrorists firing rockets.
Bro, that's like, I mean, the only way you get to do this is if you just don't think that the Arabs are humans, right? Like, what are we talking about here? Motherfuckers in Beirut currently don't have bomb shelters to go to. You know what I mean? They're just chilling. They're like, yeah, I mean, I guess war, you know, what are you going to do about it? Like, imagine how fucking scary it is to hear air sirens. And it's like, yeah, it is scary. Okay. Now imagine what it's like when you don't have air sirens and you don't have fucking bomb shelters that you can go to, and you don't have $38 billion that Obama gave you in terms of a defense system that is like state of the goddamn art. It's so ridiculous. There's no Iron Dome in this situation for Israel's enemies.
Rockets into.
And the only reason why we're even talking about this retaliation is because Israel, in the midst of its active genocide in Gaza, chose to turn around and fucking kill the principal negotiator, who is the chief of the political bureau of Hamas, as in like a person responsible for civil governance, okay? Not like a militant whatsoever, not a general whatsoever, okay? The leader of the Politburo, which is akin to a diplomat, okay, in this circumstance, a diplomat that Israel is directly dealing with in the negotiations, okay? They went and they executed him, and they didn't even do this in like Qatar. They didn't do this in Turkey. They did this in Iran, okay? They specifically targeted and executed the principal negotiator on the Palestinian side inside of Iran, inside of Tehran in broad daylight. Of course there is going to be consequences for that. Like, there's going to be retaliation for that. No country would not retaliate to that. What the fuck are we talking about? Like, what is the, especially when the dynamic is that like Israel is also currently engaging in an active genocide on top of everything else. Finland would never retaliate to that. At most, a lot of people will execute their own citizens on foreign soil. Okay? Saudi Arabia does this. India did this in Canada recently. It was a high profile incident. Okay? If you're talking about like Vladimir Putin's hitman in Berlin, he killed a Chechen dissident, right? Like countries do this all the time. Obviously, the United States is the number one at doing this shit. Okay? But ultimately, doing this in the midst of active conflict is entirely different, especially when they violated Iranian sovereignty once and there was a massive retaliation, right? There was a massive retaliation that took place as a consequence of that, where they fucking sent in swarms and swarms of rockets, bringing up America to defend Israel once. At any point in this conversation, post-October 7, the United States could have literally turned around and said, we're stopping this, okay? You need to dial it the fuck back, or we're just not going to give you weapons. That's it. That's it. It would stop Israel immediately. It would stop Israel tomorrow. What the fuck are they going to do if we don't constantly resupply them? They're not going to do anything. If we even threaten that we won't defend them when they keep poking the fucking bear, then they're done. They're done. I read it was Iranian citizens killing him. Yeah, I don't know where you fucking read that, but that is pretty funny. Wait, is it confirmed he was killed by Israel? I mean, by the American State Department, basically, yes. Here's Hakan Fidan, Turkish foreign minister. Pretty smart dude overall, as far as I understand. He says he actually gives warning shots to the United States and Europe. This is a little bit more important, in my opinion, than Recep Tayyip Erdogan saying shit. He says the owners of Israel must now take Israel by the leash and stop it. The region is no longer in a position to tolerate further Israeli provocations. He says we're not playing this game any longer. Every little thing that Israel does, every bad thing that Israel does, the United States behind. The United States comes in and tries to engage in a sweeping operation to clean it up and try to lighten the burden, try to lighten the load and the impact. It's no longer an acceptable pattern that the United States does that every single time. Now, those who own the leash of Israel, he's saying, must, grab onto that leash and take ownership over it. This region can no longer take more of the Israeli provocations. He's right. He says, I'm underlying that statement. I'm underlining that statement, sorry. Please listen to what I'm saying. Please listen to these warnings. We are humans from this region. We are sons of this region. I'm saying this as a person from this region. I'm saying this as we are the sons of this region. We are the people of this region. I'm telling you this as a person from this region.
Halkın içinde bulunduğu psikolojik durum, her gün ekranda halkın içinde bulunduğu bölgenin içinden geçtiği duygusal atmosfer.
The entire region and the emotional turmoil that they experience on a daily basis.
Halkın içinde bulunduğu psikolojik durum.
The population's psychological trauma for the entire region.
Her gün ekranda gördüğü bu katledilme resimleri, çaresiz bırakılmış.
Watching children get slaughtered every single day on their television screens.
Filistinlere hiçbir el uzatılmaması.
And having no hand be lent to them in support of these people who are directly, being slaughtered on our TV screens.
Bunun karşısında başka çok lüzumsuz konularda Müslüman ülkelerin sürekli bir ders verilir durumda olunması, demokrasi.
And in other circumstances where all the Muslim countries are in a constant state where they need to be educated
İnsan hakları üzerinden
on human rights violations. Comes across as hypocritical is basically saying. It's he's saying it's hypocritical because we see in the region, we see children being slaughtered by America's dog in the region, okay? And then, the people of this region see that And then they also hear other officials from the United States of America, from the Western world, turn around and offer them a lecture on human rights on a daily fucking basis.
Artık tahammül sınırlarını çoktan aşmıştır.
And it's gone beyond the pale, and it's like, you know, people can no longer stand idly by and you know, allow this to continue.
Batı her türlü moral üstünlüğünü bu coğrafyada kaybetmiştir.
The West has completely lost all of its moral high ground in this region. That's what he's saying. He said that the West has lost all matter of of even claiming that they have some kind of moral high ground in this region.
İsrail meselesinden dolayı. Dolayısıyla bu
Because of
yeni
the Israel
ışıklar,
situation.
uluslararası sistemin bütün norm ve kurallarını yitirdiği bu dönemde
And in this time when all matter of rules and norms in the international rule-based order have been violated,
Mısır, Türkiye ve diğer ülkeler arasındaki
Egypt, Turkey, and other countries in the region,
diplomatik işbirliği, yapıcı işbirliği, bölgesel barışı sağlamada bütün norm ve kurallarını yitirdiği bu dönemde Mısır, Türkiye ve diğer ülkeler arasındaki diplomatik işbirliği, yapıcı
Egypt, Turkey, and other regional actors engaging in negotiations and bringing about a peace deal,
bölgesel barışı
regional
sağlamada
peace,
daha da önemli hale gelmiştir.
It's become even more important for regional actors to come together and bring about regional peace.
Çünkü uluslararası sistemin çöktüğü bir denklemde artık bölgenin güçleri olarak ülke
Because in the absence or in the complete collapse of the international rule-based order, regional actors must come into play.
olarak biz meseleyi gerçekten sahiplenip el birliğiyle
We must
elimizden
take
gelen
ownership over this issue and come together and deal with it together
her şeyi
as regional
yapma
actors
gayreti içerisindeyiz. Barış adına, istikrar adına.
in an effort to, in an effort to bring about peace and liberation and freedom. This guy's like the CIA, but in Turkey, chat, they call him the black box of Erdogan. Yeah, he is. Former CIA, former Turkish CIA, MIT, which is basically CIA, like CIA, MIT, Milli İstihbarat Teşkilatı. So MIT is the CIA in the US. Well, the MIT was created alongside the CIA. So like the MIT Milli İstihbarat Teşkilatı, the Turkish CIA, was created alongside, was created in partnership with the CIA of America. So anyway, yeah, so that's pretty aggressive rhetoric coming from Hakan Fidan, the Turkish foreign minister. If you recall, he had a conversation with Anthony Blinken on October 8th, and immediately after that conversation took place, Anthony Blinken actually tweeted that Israel must restrain itself and then deleted that tweet moments later. That was a funny little thing that happened. But if you consider the alternative to the Turkish warnings that America sends even more bombs, the United States has announced plans to supply Israel with Mark 83 half-ton bombs, even as Israel continues its genocide in Gaza and attacks neighboring countries. That's not just for Gaza. That's probably for Lebanon, by the way.
Northern Israel last night. You know, that's one of the terror groups that are funded and basically directed by Iran. The entire Middle East now is on high alert as the U.S. reportedly believes Iran will directly attack Israel as soon as today. President Biden.
Bringing up Turkey helped Azerbaijan ethnically cleanse Armenians, though, this is peace in the region, is so funny because, one, I do agree with that. Okay, Turkey did help Azerbaijan. Except, you know who else did help Azerbaijan? Fucking Israel. What are you talking about? You think that's a fucking argument against Israel? No, it's not. And yes, that's why I kept repeating that these words ring hollow coming from the Erdogan administration, specifically when, because of that deal that you just brought up, Azerbaijan is responsible, by way of Turkish pipelines, for the record, of fueling 30% of the Israeli energy grid. So Turkey could technically turn the faucet off and completely cause the Israeli society to collapse. They would never do that, obviously. They're NATO. That's ridiculous. But the notion that you're fucking bringing this shit up when we're talking about Israel and criticizing Israel is so fucking stupid.
Biden is expected to gather his National Security Council for a meeting in the Situation Room just a few hours from now. It has been nearly a week since a top Hamas political leader was killed in Iran and a Hezbollah commander was killed in Lebanon. Critics say the Biden-Harris administration got us here.
This administration got this thing wrong from the very beginning. The Houthis are now attacking U.S. ships, commercial ships and U.S. military ships, and they fired a drone into Israel. Iran funds Hezbollah, they fund Hamas. This could have been completely preventable. This is an absolute disaster brought to you by really bad decisions by the Biden-Harris administration.
And our nation is boosting.
Wait, I agree, but I don't think I agree. But I don't think I agree in the same reason for the same reasons that he agrees, or the same reasons why he's saying that. Because like none of this and none of what might come after would happen if America from the jump was like, we know how you get Israel, restrain yourself. We will take the weapons off the table if you fucking keep using them on children like we know you're going to do. Okay? That's my take on the matter. American calls for restraint would not ring hollow if there was actually some action accompanying said restraint, some threats accompanying said restraint, calls for restraint. Nasrallah to speak tomorrow, so I don't think there will be an Iranian or Hezbollah attack until tomorrow morning. Note, Hezbollah General Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah will speak tomorrow at 5 p.m. local time in Beirut. You expect the U.S. to do the right thing? I don't expect the United States to do the right thing for like, in terms of like preserving the lives of Palestinian children. I do expect them to do the right thing in this circumstance to preserve Israel as an apartheid regime. In order for America to let Israel continue being an apartheid, to let Israel continue being this violent entity that it needs in the region as a destabilizing factor, America had to restrain Israel early on. They didn't do that, and now they've destabilized far too much. They've shown the world that they have no control over their own fucking foreign partner. And they keep giving more weapons to said foreign partner while simultaneously talking about how angry they are whenever those weapons are used on children. Those words ring hollow. This is hurting America's, even if you're pro-America, if you're pro-American State Department, if you're pro-like American hegemonic power, the expectation, much like many of those in the State Department who literally resigned because they wouldn't listen to their fucking warnings, is dial Israel the fuck back, go back to the liberal Zionist position, and act like Israel is actually a liberal safe haven that is just simply defending itself. America is not doing that, though. And that's partially a consequence of Joe Biden and his like insane levels of zealotry in this circumstance. It has major domestic consequences in terms of skyrocketing anti-Semitic sentiment. It has major, much more significant global implications in terms of showing every fucking country, like, and every population, every nation's population is now aware that the United States of America doesn't have the same level of control and the same level of smoke that it once had. If there comes a time where it's Turkey or Israel, I think the U.S. picks Turkey over Israel 9 times out of 10. I don't know about that. I mean, this person is not wrong. No. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Turkey is an incredibly important asset to NATO. That's why they get to do whatever the fuck they want in the northern Syrian corridor. Okay? It's not 9 out of 10 though. But that chatter is not technically incorrect. Turkey is the second largest fucking army in NATO. Okay? What the fuck are we talking about? Turkey has literal direct missile systems. Turkey has nukes, American nuclear arsenal in its American military bases inside of its fucking national boundaries. You think that is like not significant in terms of like American, in terms of like America's calculation here? No, it's very important. Turkey's next on the chopping block after Iran. Yeah, you're delusional. Turkey's not next on the chopping block after Iran. Anyway, Turkey is not just a NATO member. Turkey is the NATO member in the region. Come on. Like, what the fuck? This isn't me being like, oh, I'm glazing Turkey. As you guys know, I am not exactly a fan of NATO. Anyway, this is interesting. Harris met with VP finalists, is set to unveil choice by Tuesday morning. Anyway, All right, let's continue with
military
this.
presence in the region. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin announced the Pentagon will deploy additional fighter jets and Navy warships, including cruisers and destroyers, which can shoot down ballistic missiles. Trey Yingst in Haifa, Israel, with more now. How that nation where you are is preparing for what we know or highly suspect will be an imminent attack. Trey.
Yeah, Harris, good morning. Israel is on edge today as the country braces for an attack from Iran and its proxies. The Wall Street Journal reports that Iran told U.S. and Arab diplomats it didn't care if a counterattack caused a war in the region. We do know just yesterday, Jordan's foreign minister traveled to Iran for a meeting. President Biden scheduled to speak with Jordanian King Abdullah II today, but there has been very little public Iranian interaction with those trying to avert a crisis. With this in mind, Israel is taking
Israel about to kill him too, just for fun. They're like, oh, he's Arab.
steps to prepare for a prolonged conflict, as reports indicate the initial Iranian response could come in waves and include extensive missile and drone attacks. Iran's top IRGC general saying this today.
When it receives a firm response, it will realize it has been wrong. They keep making miscalculations. They repeated this mistake this time too. They will once again get a taste of our punishment. They will find out when, where, and how we will retaliate. It is ambiguous and indeterminate.
A document sent to mayors of northern cities told officials here to prepare for water outages, power cuts, and evacuations. And in Jerusalem, an underground command bunker for government officials was opened by the Shin Bet security agency. Preparations for war in the north and with Iran comes as fighting rages on inside the Gaza Strip. Israeli negotiators traveled to Cairo, Egypt this weekend for talks about a possible ceasefire, but made no progress. Israel has ramped up strikes against Gaza in recent days, going after Hamas, but killing dozens of civilians in the process.
Going after Hamas, but killing dozens of civilians in the process is, of course, expected from Fox News. It is, however, sad when it comes from, CNN and other outlets as well, because they basically do the same shit too. There is obviously a bipartisanship that American media regularly demonstrates when talking about America's foreign policy, especially in terms of Israel. It's starting. Several U.S. personnel injured in rocket attack against base housing U.S. troops in Iraq. Yeah, this isn't new, I don't think. I think it happened like an hour ago or something. But that's it's like 3 hours ago. It's being reported as it's happening now, but I think it happened a couple hours ago. But that is, again, what? A few thousand dozens is not misleading. Crying leftists. What? That is a thing that has been consistent in the region. It's different. What we are looking for right now, what we are trying to figure out right now, is if Israel will be directly targeted by Yemen, directly targeted by Hezbollah, and directly targeted by Iran. That would be the different. That would be something that is unique. Like, that is when people are talking about like an escalation. Doors open. When people are talking about a regional escalation, that's what they're talking about, not like Iraq bases being hit or whatever.
Now, today, the top CENTCOM general, Michael Kurilla, is meeting with Israel's defense minister, Yoav Gallant. It gives you just a taste of the interactions and coordination between the Americans and the Israelis amid this heightened state of tension. Harris?
That's all very important to know. Put this into context for us. We appreciate that, Trey. Robert Greenway, director of the Center for National Defense at Heritage Foundation, also a former Defense Intelligence Agency intel officer, and I want to add this, former Green Beret. And so we really want to tap into, first of all, obviously the global politics and all of this, but then I want to lean on your military acumen as well. Let's start with where we are right now in the Middle East and the part that the U.S. must play right now.
Thanks for having me on, Harris. Look, the previous comments about a series of disastrous policy choices that have dismantled our deterrence got us to this point. It's not simply what happened on October the 7th or even the Iranian strikes in April. A series of decisions got us to this point where Iran judges there is no opposition to their exercise of hegemony in the Middle East. And look, the impact can't be divorced from the economic situation. They're coinciding with one another. And the economic impacts of disruption to the Red Sea and the forecasting potential disruption to global energy markets are contributing to what's happening in the markets. That's likely to get worse. As Trey indicated, we could see a series of actions taken by Iran for which little time and preparation can occur, and from which will occur from a variety of axes all around the compass points of the Middle East. I would also add that we can't exclude attacks in Europe, attacks in Asia, and attacks in the United States from Iranian operatives and their surrogates and proxies.
I want to ask about the series of actions by Iran, because when you say that, it makes me understand better.
Bro, I mean, dude, I don't think so. I think, look, I'm not going to make predictions, okay? I'm not going to make predictions, but I will say that he's making a prediction right now. I don't think that it is a valid one to make in terms of, like, you know, in terms of the Iranian cells or sleeper cells. They've been saying that literally non-fucking stop since October 7. It has never materialized, and they just basically keep repeating it over and over again, and absolutely zero people fucking punish them for just, you know, running their mouths in this way, because why the fuck would they? But yeah, no, it's a byproduct of manufacturing consent in this situation to be like, hey, look, like, we're gonna personalize this war for you too. You know, we're gonna personalize this war. It's coming to your doorstep too. That's it. Classic move from rabid warmongers. But no, I think that Iran has said that America has been playing a significant role in the Israeli equation, which is correct. They aren't wrong, and so has Hezbollah. But I think if they were to retaliate, they would most likely retaliate against like regional operatives, as in like people that are, you know, on current U.S. aircraft carriers in the region, not necessarily random civilians in the fucking Middle East. They would probably hit, like, you know, Saudi targets. They probably hit American targets. But I don't know. I will not make predictions, because I will not be making predictions specifically because while these guys get to make all the predictions on the planet and they're almost always wrong, they never really get punished. As a matter of fact, they get elevated to higher status. Okay? Whereas people will never let me forget, even if they misunderstand what I'm saying. You're watching fake news from lopsided media pundits form your own opinion. What? What do you think I do? That's my job. My job is to literally fucking do that and serve you the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour in between. Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, well, then all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
What you just described, and that is they know we're hurting economically today. They're watching the markets. They see this, and you say that it's tied to the energy and whether or not we can get to those things that feed our energy needs here. Those shipping lanes and what they've been doing, and also China with shipping lanes there, that matters now.
And there's no question the disruption of shipping in the Red Sea from Iranian-sponsored Houthis have already increased commodity prices as much as 20% in many markets, including our own, contributing to the inflation in the United States. That's just a foretaste of what could occur if global energy markets are disrupted further at a time when the Strategic Petroleum Reserve has been depleted in the United States by the current administration for political purposes. The pain could be severe and acute. It could contribute to, or it certainly could accelerate the trajectory towards recession that many people are discussing today.
How do you think Israel...
This argument is so funny because they're like, this guy, like, when the cameras are off, this guy is 100% in alignment with Joseph Robinette Biden. Okay? But obviously for the intents and purposes of cutting commentary that is like expressly anti-Biden, he has to fucking turn around and be like, yeah, they strategically depleted our fucking strategic oil reserves. It's like, dude, you are like, what are you saying? Like, how you do not, I know he's a Heritage Foundation guy. He literally does not have a single thing that he could get Biden on this issue because Biden is behaving like a rabid right winger. Like, what the fuck? Like, they've bombed the shit out of Yemen, bro. What do you mean? They have. And it hasn't stopped. It literally is an incredibly costly endeavor that hasn't stopped the fucking shipment from being intercepted by the Houthis. It's not like they're not trying their fucking best here. I think it's wrong the way that they're trying to deal with this situation. I think it's stupid. But, like, you shouldn't be upset at it. You should be loving it. But you can't because you have to posture in terms of, like, domestic political battles or whatever.
feels about the current administration right now.
I think disappointment would be an understatement. I think there's disgust in many quarters. Instead of supporting Israel in their endeavors to defend themselves in the region, we have constrained Israel and allowed their largest opponents, their chief adversaries, to attack them and the United States largely at will. And so Iran now is shoring up its gains in the Middle East. And this is the result of a policy of integrating and appeasing Iran into the region, which the current U.S. administration has made their policy imperative. It's no wonder why Israel is sorely disappointed in the administration's policies that got us to this point.
All right, I'm going to ask for grace from my team. I have to get to the military now. Real quickly, what should we be doing militarily at this point? Are we doing all that we can?
I don't get it. What have we constrained Israel on? What? Like, does anybody fucking believe this man? Does he believe what he's saying? I don't think so. I don't think he believes it, because, like, there is not... What is it? Like, we should have immediately sent troops into Gaza and started doing fucking door-knocking operations and, like, murking 80,000 Palestinians out of the 40,000, which is a conservative estimate?
Well, no, I don't think that we are. The introduction of military forces is helpful. We need to accelerate the provision of capabilities delayed to Israel, and we need to look to our own defenses inside the United States, recognizing Iran has capabilities across the world and in the United States because of our open borders. This has to be done immediately.
Yeah, I don't think we can have a discussion without talking about the number of terrorists or people on a terrorist suspected list that have crossed under this administration. I just don't think you can have this conversation. So I'm glad you brought up border, because it factors in mightily now. Robert Greenway, it is always a pleasure to get your expertise and spend time with you. Thank you.
Dude, I don't know what to say to this. It's like I'm listening to two people hallucinating. Like, that's so, like how do you make sense of what she just said? She just dropped that in there, right? Harris Faulkner. She's like, yeah, so many people on the watch list have, like, crossed over the border. It's like, how do you know that? Like, what are you saying? Like, Donald Trump, you're repeating what Donald Trump said, but like what's the argument here? That the Biden administration is like, nah, these guys actually, like, they're suspected terrorists or / there are active terrorists, right? And they're crossing the border, and we're just, like, letting them? Because what? Biden wants Americans to be killed by fucking terrorists? Is that, like, the argument? Like, follow that to its logical conclusion. Like, are you letting them in? How do you know this?
We woke up this morning to news.
Yeah, fucking call the FBI if you have knowledge that we are not privy to. What the fuck do you mean?
About volatile markets overseas, including a giant drop in Japan, and it got us kind of worried. Also, a little confused. Fortunately, we have Jill Schlesinger's phone number. We woke her up in the middle of the night, and she graciously agreed to join us to break it all down for us. Jill, good morning. Thank you.
Glad to be with you this morning.
All right, so let's talk about these sharp downturns in international market. Really, really large downturns. What do you make of it?
Well, last week we got some disappointing data about the U.S. economy. So we found out that the jobs that were created were fewer than expected, and the unemployment rate actually went up to 4.3%. We've seen 4 consecutive months where the unemployment rate is creeping up. And you put that together with the earnings reports from Starbucks and McDonald's, and all of a sudden we started to worry that maybe consumers are under pressure, the job market isn't as strong. Then we get this generalized fear that the economy is slowing down, maybe headed into a recession. That caused stocks to sell off last week in the U.S. We saw the selling continue globally overnight. And this morning we are looking at a potential another down day on Wall Street.
So for investors who are looking at the market, and Jill, we talk about this a lot, people try to time the market. What should they be doing in response to what we're seeing?
When I see stuff like that, I think to myself, best possible system we have. Can't ever get any better. If you even dare suggest like an alternative to this stuff, or even like restraining the structure that we currently have, I will call you a psychopath, okay? You are wrong. It's the best system. Shut the fuck up.
If you are a long-term investor, take a deep breath. It is very scary, I get it. But if you're investing for decades in the future, even if you're 60 years old, you're investing for decades in the future, you stay still, you do nothing. You try to maintain your game plan. If you need cash within the next 6 to 12 months, then that money never should have been at risk. Hurry up, go sell it, put it in someplace safe. But as long as you're in a long-term investment portfolio, you shouldn't worry. One other thing you should be happy about, we've talked so long about how interest rates are high, they're coming down. Interest rates tend to come down as economies slow. So we'll see this morning. Mortgage rates, they're lower right now than they've been for all of 2024, Vlad.
All right, Jill Schlesinger for us. Thank you, Jill, for getting up just for us.
I thought this was all because Japan added new interest rates to their currency, and all the companies that have been buying yen for extra buying power, then converting it to USD, were now being fucked by interest rates. So now, to pay back their loans, they're shoveling all their shares out to pay back loans. I'm too stupid to understand the global economy, but that is what I read as well. But I don't know. There was also a massive coinciding crypto dip as well.
Anti-immigration.
Japan stopped at making hentai. That's why the market crashed. Yeah, that's what I heard. We've got a lot of brokies in here. Bro, I don't even have a credit card. But that's what I've heard as well. But I do find it funny. I think it's probably a multitude of different issues. Obviously, like the American economy, probably the predictors of have caused people to panic a little bit for the American economy. Possible war. I mean, I guess that's usually good for defense stocks, but war and the subsequent energy crisis that will come out of that is going to lead people into thinking we need to be a little bit more careful with our investments. Because as I've said before, and I've repeated time and time again, it's not necessarily just like Iran versus Israel. It's not necessarily Iran versus Israel versus America. It's Iran and other regional actors that might disrupt energy production for the entire fucking planet. Okay? That's how this stuff plays out. AI bubble burst. Tech was insanely overvalued as a correction in the market. I don't think this is a legitimate bubble burst. I think if it was an actual bubble burst, it would be significantly larger than this. But anyway, let's see what Trump is saying about
Richard
it.
Quest is here to break it all down and try to explain to our viewers and to me why this is happening. Explain the sell-off.
There are the fundamental. AI is not a bubble, and this was just a regular correction. AI absolutely. Tech is a bubble, and it hasn't burst yet.
Reason
AI
for
is
the
a part
sell-off
of
is the
that.
fears that the Fed's high interest rates, 11 increases in 2 years, has basically clobbered inflation and has also hobbled the general economy. We saw that on Friday with the unemployment and the job creation numbers. They were poor to bad. Not dreadful, poor to bad. But now everybody's starting to say the Fed's left it too late to reverse course and cut interest rates. And so this is the effect. Stocks are starting to fall because there is a fear now the economy will slow. Still a minor chance of a recession. Less than 30%, say most people, but it's a question of fear. And since you're talking inside politics, you have to factor this in to the equation. Donald Trump is already calling this the Kamala crash. There is a political angle to this. The Fed, too late. The Kamala Harris, part of the whole Inflation Reduction Act, the whole stimulus package at the beginning of the Biden administration. There's politics reeking throughout.
I just have one quick follow-up question. If the Fed would have
Gilbert
lowered
British
interest rates,
Godfrey.
as many expected them to do last week, I believe it was, could this have been prevented?
No, coulda, shoulda, woulda. It would have had to be much earlier. The so-called monetary lag takes about 6 to 12 months. What they would have done would have been to have created an impression that the Fed was helping Kamala Harris. The Fed says, I see no politics, I hear no politics. We move forward regardless of politics. They've done it before. They just move forward. But either side would claim a move at this point, as indeed in September. If they do not move in September, Dana, choose your restaurant, I'm buying your dinner. All right? They're going to move in September. They've telegraphed it so well, people can't accuse them of being politically biased.
That sounds fun. I will choose my restaurant and we can have dinner no matter what happens. Thanks, Richard. Appreciate it.
Damn, Donna, chill. You got a husband. Damn. They're fucking. I'll say it.
Joining me here in New York today, CNN's John Berman, Maggie Haberman of the New York Times, and Michelle Price, of the Associated Press. I mean, it's so interesting. Yes, okay, the Fed says that they're not political. They try to do things outside of politics, but there are people who think that they didn't do the reduction in part because they worried that the thumb would be on the scale. But if they lower the interest rate, even at all in September, that's closer to the election.
Correct. And they're going to face accusations of playing politics. If that's the case, you have two dynamics here. One is, as Richard said, Donald Trump is already seizing on this. And
let's put that up on the screen while you speak. I'm sorry to interrupt you there. Where is it? There you go. Trump cash versus Kamala crash. Go ahead.
Right. And so I think that this is giving Trump something, to frame the race around, to frame her around after she has had a real honeymoon.
Bro, think about that, bro. He's still running on the Trump bucks, dude. Yo, that's crazy. That is like a genuine attitude change. It blows my fucking mind that the Republican Party, like the leader of the Republican Party, is like talking about fucking giving money to the American public. Like, for a lot of you that is just like only recently paying attention, maybe for the last like 2 election cycles, you're like, what? That's not that weird. It's like, no, dude. The Republican Party has actively petitioned against social safety nets, and they still do to a certain degree. The fact that the guy, the most popular Republican technically, or the guy who is like their presidential candidate and the leader of the party, is actively pivoting to be like, I gave you money, remember that shit, is crazy. That is fucking nutty to me. As someone who's been covering this shit for 10 years professionally and has been paying attention for a lot longer, that is crazy to me. I would never think that.
Period in the headlines, and that has been stymieing him and his team in a way that's been pretty palpable. And then you are going to have the vice president have to explain fiscal policy of this administration. You are going to see in the next 3 months, 2.5 months, Republicans and Trump try to tie her to Biden, as firmly as possible. That the Biden record is her record. It's been surprising there hasn't been more of that. I think that this gives them an opening.
John, I spoke to LaFonza Butler, who is the appointed senator from California, also happens to be somebody who was an aide to Kamala Harris, very close with her, and asked her about that very question, about how this is, of course, before the markets dropped. It was on State of the Union yesterday, but it was about how she navigates her own vision for the
Republicans aren't running on handouts. Yeah, I will never. It's not handouts. Don't call it that. Don't say buying your vote. That's what politicians are supposed to do. They're supposed to buy your fucking vote. Don't be fools about this. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Okay? Democrats should actively say, hey, the only cash that this fucking piece of shit ever gave was, 1, to billionaires in the form of massive tax cuts. Okay? The omega wealthy at a time when their profits were sky high and you were suffering. And his party has actively stopped us from giving you cash when we wanted to expand child tax credits. No, not the PPP shit. Chat, don't even bring up the PPP, okay? Don't. That plays well here, doesn't play well across the board. Americans fancy themselves to be small business owners. They think small businesses are fucking awesome. You can't fucking attack small business owners. You can maybe say that there's like corruption in the PPP process that the Trump administration allowed to happen, where like big corporations got millions and millions of dollars or whatever. But ultimately, most Americans literally think that they're all small business owners that will make it to be billionaires one day. So you can't really tackle it on that end. You could just say, like I said, all you need to fucking do is say, Donald Trump gave handouts to the billionaires. We wanted to help ease the financial stress that everyday Americans experience. We wanted to expand child tax credits that literally eviscerated child poverty in half. And the Republicans stopped that from happening. Okay? Pick your fighter. Do you want a guy who's going to give handouts to the billionaires only? Or do you want a guy who has your back? That's all you got to say.
The economy versus the fact that she's part of this administration. Let's listen.
There is no doubt that there's fear and anxiety for working families all across this country. And the history and the record of the vice president is that she has stood arm in arm, shoulder to shoulder with those working families her entire career. I think she's going to own that and expect her to have an economic plan that continues to include all of the American people.
John?
In the, 15 days of her rollout so far, every time she has spoken, she has seemed conscious of this, to try to not make the mistake that President Biden sometimes made when talking about the economy, painting a super rosy picture when people might not be feeling it. She got to the "I hear you" part of that message more quickly maybe than he did every time she spoke. But the challenge here is this, right? Biden, when he was still running, and his entire team, they were trying to explain why people were feeling so bad at about the economy when the numbers were so good. It gets more challenging if the numbers aren't so good, right? So that is something that the Harris team, I don't think were thinking about when they began their campaign 15 days ago. But now have to think about it. It's something, things keep changing and they're in a new place today.
It's 15 days, but it does feel like 15 years.
Yes.
At least 15 months.
Yeah, I mean, the Trump campaign has already started not only using that hashtag, but they've been repackaging the memes that Harris's team has been putting out there. They just a little bit ago this morning posted the brat meme with, the stock market is tanking in the font, that everything that has been in this honeymoon period might seem kind of silly compared to when people are looking at their 401ks or when they're going to start looking at gas prices or they're looking at what it costs at the grocery store, that the hype that is kind of coming back down to earth, we might be entering that phase that the Trump campaign has been waiting for.
And I'm going to get to MJ Lee in 1 second, but I just want to ask you, because you know Donald Trump's brain on these things more than anything, as you were talking about what they're doing with the brat meme, I'm thinking about back in 2020 when the stock market, the economy was really great pre-COVID and he was feeling wonderful. And although the stock market isn't, Wall Street isn't Main Street and they're definitely different, he's a New Yorker and that's his worldview.
It's his go-to.
It's his go-to.
And he has treated the stock market as something of a pole. We saw that in the White House years well before COVID. In 2017, when he did his tax cuts and then he did his tariffs, and he had some of his advisors, most of them outside the White House, but not only outside the White House, saying to him, these are creating cross currents and this is potentially a problem. He would say the stock market's doing great, the stock market's doing great. And he often looks to some tangible, and often it's numerical, sign that he can say, look, see, I was right. And so, look, he has set this up a bit where it's heads he wins, tails everyone else loses. He says if there's a crash.
That's shocking, Maggie.
Right. If it's a crash, it's because, he was right. And if there isn't a crash, it's because they want him back and they know he might be coming back. But I do think, to John's point, voters, it's not Main Street, but there are a lot of voters who understand this and they can see on their TV screens that this is not good news.
Yeah, no question. Okay, let's turn to what's happening with the vice president as we are all on pins and needles trying to figure out who she's going to pick. Today, she is going to join the president, though, in the Situation Room to discuss the situation in the Mideast. As
you think Harris does not call for a ceasefire, she will lose? It's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee. I will, however, say that it makes her, first of all, she has called for a ceasefire, but that's not the point. Like, if she goes with Shapiro, if she keeps being this like middle of the road person in terms of like dealing with Israel, even on a messaging front, the problem for her is going to be Michigan. But beyond that, she stands to gain a shit ton more if she does come out and is more aggressive against Israel. What do I mean by this? Americans do not want war. They don't want to, or at least if war is happening, they don't want to think about it. Okay? Israel keeps fucking up the bag for the American politicians by constantly putting war in their fucking face. Okay? And God forbid if American soldiers then get actively involved in the war, like the 4,000 fucking Marines on an aircraft carrier that's like currently bouldering in the direction of Lebanon, then you're really fucked. Okay? Trump recognizes that. And while he is also an unconditional dick rider of Israel and obviously a warmonger, he still at the very least campaigns and has consistently campaigned as a guy who doesn't do war, as a guy who's against war. Now, obviously, when he was president, he certainly did continue waging war. But having said that, it's important to understand that he is actively positioning himself as anti-war. Okay? He even turns around and says, I didn't start any new wars under my leadership. Look at Joe Biden. You got Israel. You got Ukraine. He started those. Okay? And it's crazy that this was the one thing that the Democrats consistently used to be. Okay? They were the anti-fucking war party. But because they feel like they have been so aggressively cumstered on in the polls, post 9/11 especially, that they actively turned around and are now like the war party. And it's really fucked up. It's really stupid. You're just letting Republicans run the narrative that they are anti-war when they're not. Ultimately, what I've said always is that the American population does not care about foreign policy. Okay? The American population does not care about foreign policy until it's the only thing they care about, right? But because the American population does not care about foreign policy, that is just the way that the system is designed, so we can keep being endlessly cruel globally without Americans ever thinking about why their jalapeno poppers are $5 instead of more expensive. Because of that, you can actually fucking dial back on foreign policy related shit. That's why I say Kamala Harris stands to gain more than she loses if she were to take a more peaceful dove stance in terms of Israel, in terms of reining back Israel, pulling the reins on Israel. She needs to do that. If she did that, there would be a lot more benefit for her because, once again, people do not associate her with the Biden administration's failures and faults, with the exception of the border. Probably they'll harm her on that. They'll hit her on that endlessly. You know, the borders are narrative is obviously one of those major talking points. But on Israel and just war in general, she could just like take a lighter tone. And if I were in her shoes, I would do everything in my fucking power to get this administration to scare the shit out of Israel.
She is zeroing in on who she will choose for the ticket with her. Yesterday, she met at the Naval Observatory, the vice president's residence, with at least 3 finalists for the job: Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona, Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, and Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. MJ, you are in Philadelphia, where the vice president is going to hold her first rally with whomever she chooses. That will be tomorrow. What are you hearing from your sources today?
Yeah, Dana, sometime in the next 24 hours, we expect Vice President Kamala Harris to unveil what is arguably one of the most important political decisions of her career. I am told that as of this morning, the vice president had not yet actually made that decision, and it is a decision that is widely expected to happen sometime later today. And once that decision is made, she would, of course, inform a small group of advisors, and
Inshallah, it will be Waltz.
then, of course, the actual running mate as well. And then sources did caution, just in terms of the timing, that while that is the expectation on the timing, if at the stroke of midnight, the vice president has not yet made that decision yet, of course, she would take more time.
We go to the presidential race, where Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to announce her running mate as soon as today. Now, the latest CBS News poll shows Harris virtually tied with former President Trump in the battleground states and within the margin of error nationwide, which is a big improvement where President Biden was when he left the race. He was 5 points behind at that time. Weijia Zhang is at the White House with more on this part of the story. Weijia, the numbers look very encouraging for the Democrats, but it is still very, very early in this race. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Gail. Good morning to everybody. It sure is. But our CBS News poll shows that enthusiasm to vote is popping, particularly among black voters. And Vice President Harris wants to grow that excitement with her VP pick. Aides say she wanted to use every last moment to decide, since she didn't have much time to begin with. And as soon as she does and announces, she and her pick for VP will hit the campaign trail. On Sunday, Vice President Harris's Washington home was buzzing as she interviewed at least 3 top contenders in person to be her running mate: Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota, Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, and Governor of Pennsylvania Josh Shapiro. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, and Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear are also said to be in the mix.
I'll tell you, my favorite's Andy Beshear from Kentucky.
United Auto Workers President Sean Fain on Face the Nation.
My fucking go, baby. Me and him, we're locked in together. Hey, listen. That's the GOAT speaking, okay? Mike was right. Wait, fuck you mean? He said his favorite is Beshear, and he likes Waltz too. He says he likes Waltz and Beshear. He says Waltz and Beshear. Did he not? Did I misunderstand him? No, Sean likes Waltz and Beshear. I like Waltz and Beshear. Mike doesn't like Beshear as much, but it doesn't matter.
From Kentucky.
United Auto Workers said to Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear are also said to be in the mix.
I'll tell you, my favorite's Andy Beshear from Kentucky.
United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain on Face the Nation.
I mean, the man stood with us, on the picket line.
Unlike most of his competitors, Governor Beshear does not come from a battleground state, but insists he can appeal to voters in both parties.
I come from a state where you have to cross the aisle, where we put being Kentuckians above being Democrats or Republicans.
Other VP hopefuls are using the airwaves to audition, too. Pritzker touted his accomplishments in a new video.
There's no better place to see the change possible under Democratic leadership.
Whoever Harris picks is scheduled to campaign with her tomorrow in Philadelphia, where Mayor Sherrell Parker posted this Friday on social media, supporting a Harris Shapiro ticket, along with this video.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I don't care if it's Waltz or Beshear. I like both. I'm happy with either. As long as it is not Shapiro, Buttigieg. I don't think it's gonna be Pritzker anyway, so I'm not even talking about that. But I like Pritzker as well, obviously, as you guys know. But as long as it's not Buttigieg, Shapiro, or Mark Kelly, I'm fucking locked in. Okay. Since Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is officially being reported as a favorite to become VP pick for Kamala Harris, here is his picture from his DUI arrest where he was going 95 on a 55. He then lied to the police about being deaf in an attempt to avoid his arrest. Oh my God, he's so sick. Oh, that's so awesome. Why don't you like Kelly? I don't like Mark Kelly because he was one of the votes that killed the PRO Act in the Senate amongst the Democratic Party. Also, he's pretty conservative on a lot of stuff. It's because he's bald. How dare you? You know I'm a literal bald fetishist. This is the worst place to come. This is the worst place to come and land an accusation such as that one. I fetishize the balds. DUI equals blue Florida? Yeah. Finally, dude. A real Floridian. Yeah, for the record, I saw the Reuters post. I don't know if it's anywhere around here or not, but the Reuters post said that it was down to Waltz or Shapiro. You're gonna kill Mike. He fucking hates Beshear. Yeah, I know. I know he does. I trust his instincts. He might be right on it. I might be totally wrong on it. You know what I mean? But I like him.
Sparking speculation that she leaked the choice, which she later denied.
I really like I like Waltz more than I did starting though, because the more I hear him speak, the more I like him. I mean, he's a teacher. You could tell. I think background wise, that's significantly better than prosecutor, or DA. We already have a fucking prosecutor on the ticket, right? He's great. He's definitely very good at talking about issues. I mean, the weird stuff obviously played super well. Super well.
Pennsylvania, Harris and her running mate will visit 6 more battleground states this week. Our CBS News poll shows Harris and Trump statistically tied in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Arizona.
Wait, what is this?
Hey, everybody. Tim here. 11 days till the
millennial pause. Well, the boomer pause.
Hey, everybody. Tim here. 11 days till the election, but it's my pro tip of the day out on the road. I got to show you this. This right here is the headlight harness on a 2014 Ford Edge. Ford, this is unacceptable. It burned out hot on the connector. So for $7.99 at Napa Auto Parts here in the city, you can replace this. Just clip off the back, use some shrink wrap connectors on there, tape it back together and put it back in. It's about a 5-minute fix and you're back on the road safe and sound. So pro tip of the day. Second one is get out and vote for One Minnesota. Get out and let's take this state in a direction we know it needs to go. Go vote. Hey, everybody. Tim here. 11 days till the election, but it's my pro tip of the day out on the road. I got to show you this. This right here.
Come on, guy. I mean, he's charming. Charming as fuck.
With Harris 2 points ahead in Nevada and Trump with an edge in Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia. Trump also has an advantage when it comes to personal finances and the potential impact of his policies.
On the one hand, you have a radical left freak
In Georgia, Trump campaigned in the same arena Harris did days earlier and seized on last month's spike in unemployment.
If Harris wins this election, you will quickly have a Kamala economic crash. You're going to have a crash.
Voters may not get the chance to see Harris and Trump face off on the debate stage. He has pulled out of a debate on ABC in September, claiming when he agreed, Joe Biden was his opponent. The Harris team says he's simply scared. Trump has proposed a debate on Fox News instead. Vlad.
All right, Weijia. Thank you very much, Weijia. Appreciate it.
So let's bring in NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki over at the big board. Steve, what impacts could a running mate have on the ticket? What are you looking at?
Yeah, a couple of things. One is the home state effect, the idea of a home state effect. When you hear the name Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, Mark Kelly, the senator from Arizona, every 4 years when there's a Veep stakes, it seems we talk about, hey, they're going to put this person on to get this state. That rarely seems to be the move, but would it be different this year? A couple ways of looking at this. Just as a reminder, Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. Of all the core battleground states, this has the most electoral votes. Pennsylvania does. So just when you put those electoral college road to 270 puzzle pieces together, this one looms particularly large. And I don't think I have to remind anybody, but the margin here was just 80,000 votes for Joe Biden over Donald Trump there, barely 1 point in 2020. And of course, if you went back to 2016, Donald Trump won this state, part of that very narrow path to the presidency he carved then. And of course, if you look down at Arizona, another state that Biden won in 2020, even closer, just over 10,000 votes, 0.3 of 1 point. Again, that was a flip from a Trump win by 3.5 points back in 2016. So the question with the Shapiro or a Kelly in states like that is that's not much of a difference to make there potentially. Could they make a decisive difference? So what we've got here, let's call this up for you here. Take a second to explain this, but these are the vice presidential nominees, the running mates for Democrats going back about 30, 32 years right here. And what we're comparing is we're looking at, so for instance, look at Tim Kaine in 2016. Remember, Tim Kaine was Hillary Clinton's running mate. In the election before 2016, before Kaine went on the ticket, versus 2016, the national popular vote moved 2 points in the Republicans' direction. Comparatively, though, Virginia, when Kaine was on the ticket.
Wait, what? I don't get it. But wait, Tim Kaine in the membrane didn't pop off like that? I love chatters being like, who the fuck is Tim Kaine? Excuse me, Tim Kaine in the membrane. Tim Kaine is also kind of based on Israel, too, which is shocking. Tim Kaine was like one of the first establishment Democrats that was out there being like, yo, this Israel shit needs to be cut out. Like, this is crazy.
Ticket did not move 2 points in the Republicans' direction. It actually moved a point in the Democrats' direction. So it was a little bit at odds, Virginia was, with the national trend. It was more Democratic. So did that automatically mean Kaine produced that difference? Well, no. There's state-specific factors. There's long-term demographic trends. We've seen a blue trend in Virginia, but you start to see a pattern. Look, Delaware, it was not in play, but in the 2008 election, it swung 10 points. Nationally, it swung 10 points towards the Democrats. Delaware, with Biden on Obama's ticket, swung 17 points. So, is there a home state effect somewhere in there? You go back to Al Gore in 1992. It's getting sort of ancient history here, but the popular vote swung 13 points nationally in the Democrats' favor in 92. And of course, when Bill Clinton picked Al Gore, Tennessee actually was still a blue state, and a Democratic state. We didn't call them blue states, but it went even more. So we do see somewhat of a trend. Exactly what that number would add up to, because again, there's so many other factors that go into this. But you see it in, you didn't quite see it with Harris, but you see it so often. You do wonder in a state like Arizona or a state like Pennsylvania, given that we're talking maybe about a point either way, could that point be accounted for by something like we're looking at here?
Well, and let's talk about the two candidates there. Josh Shapiro's approval ratings in Pennsylvania and Senator Kelly's approval ratings in Arizona. Who has the bigger impact in their state?
Tough to say, because here's the other wild card. We'll go back here, see if we can call up the Pennsylvania results from 2022. Going to take me 1 second. We're going to get the governor's race from 2022, and then
Fetterman came out critical of Josh Shapiro. Bro, where's Central Committee? Where's Central Committee when you need them? That's just internal Pennsylvania politics. They've actively despised one another for some time. We need Michael from Pennsylvania to fucking explain to the chatters that is just like not necessarily meaningful.
There it is. Okay. So now remember the circumstances in Pennsylvania. Shapiro won his race in Pennsylvania by a much bigger margin than Kelly won his race in Arizona, though there are two things that you keep in mind when you look at this. Number one, in governor's races in general, I don't care what state you're talking about, we talk always about the polarization, people voting more and more straight ticket, all Democratic, all Republican. We see a little bit more flux in statewide races for governor than we do in federal races like U.S. Senate. So that might be a factor here. Also keep in mind, Doug Mastriano, the Republican nominee in Pennsylvania, was somebody a lot of Republican leaders did not want as their nominee. Things he had said about the 2020 election, about January 6th. He was very tightly aligned with Trump on all of the January 6th rhetoric. So was he a particularly poor fit here? How much of this is Shapiro's strength? How much of this was Mastriano's weakness? Of course.
Come on. That difference is not anywhere near in the down ballot. It's one hundo P. Mastriano being a fucking freak bitch, dude. Mike is here. That's it. Michael, I said that the Josh Shapiro Fetterman drama has nothing to do with Israel at all, and is actively a byproduct of them like internally beefing in Pennsylvania politics. Is this yes or no, correct or incorrect? Since you are the Pennsylvania guy, after all, you are from Pennsylvania. But I think the chatter was joking anyway when he said it's about Israel. Federbich is actually good on this. It was a fight over commuting sentences. Yeah, I think this was back before Federbich had the fucking brain disease. But I do think Cenk is wrong when he says, "Oh, it's because of Israel." No, it's Cenk, my uncle, who is like fantasizing, hallucinating about a position that doesn't exist. Yeah. Fetterman skeptical over Shapiro's VP due to pardons board tension. Yeah. The back and forth, I think that Fetterbitch had with Shapiro is before this. And maybe it's just like he still remembers that and still has issues with Shapiro because Shapiro is seemingly a very conniving and very self-interested party. Cenk has been wrong on so much recently. Your uncle's on the go. I know, but he was so right on one thing. And that thing happens to be like a very important thing. I mean, he was right as fuck on the top of the hour ad break coming at the top of every hour. Like, he's right. When he says that, like, at the top of the hour, Hassan Abi will serve you a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free. He's right about that. You want me to jump on? I can easily debunk his electoral strength bullshit. Sure. Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break now. Guys, this is Michael from Pennsylvania. He is from Pennsylvania. Anyway, what was the rating on that, boss? I don't know. Oh, I was talking about Cenk. What the fuck was I talking about? The Shapiro murder cover-up stories of Time Bomb in the news. Oh, he was right about one thing that was pretty consequential, and that was to get Biden out because he's fucking old. He's right about that, and that was pretty. I mean, that was something that we all agreed on. But still, he was right about that, and he fucking put his money where his mouth is. He like ran for president. What's up, Mike? Here is Michael from Pennsylvania, also known as Central_Committee, ladies and gentlemen. Michael in the building.
What's up?
What's happening?
If you want, I can turn this camera on. If you don't,
it's all good. You don't have to get dolled up for us.
I don't know how to get dolled up.
All right. Well, Michael, you're a Pennsylvania guy.
Yeah.
Through and through. It's in your blood. I won't hold that against you.
Okay.
But you have been...
Well, my mom is from Manor, Pennsylvania. My dad is from Yardley, Pennsylvania. So, and those are the, like, if you don't know what that means, that's like Western PA and Eastern PA.
So you got it locked down. You got the whole state locked down.
Yeah, I got the whole... I've lived in all parts of the state. I'm in Pennsylvania.
Hell yeah. You got Pennsylvania and you got Philly in the corner. So...
Exactly.
So here's the thing. You've been ringing the alarm bells about Josh Shapiro for quite some time, and that is because you're an anti-Semite. Okay, have a good one.
Okay, besides that...
Next question.
It's also a couple other things. But I'm from Pennsylvania. What do you expect? Like, we're not going to be anti-Semitic? Of course we are. No, this is jokes. These are jokes.
Yeah.
Obviously, we condemn anti-Semitism. None of us are anti-Semitic. We love the Jewish people.
We all literally door knocked for a Jewish man, but also simultaneously are anti-Semitic.
Well,
But-
see, you have to understand that anti-Semitism is when you criticize Israel. If you
Yeah.
hate Jews, it's fine as long as you support Israel. I learned this from Ben Shapiro, who has
Yeah.
very similar takes on Israel to Josh Shapiro.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that Josh Shapiro's perspective is like he's a liberal Zionist now. He wasn't before, but he is at the very least in the way that he presents himself, even before October 7 and certainly after October 7. He's been a liberal Zionist, which in many respects obviously is still far too aggressive. There are points where he has actually gone beyond liberal Zionism, where he has talked about college campus protesters against genocide, where he's compared them to the fucking KKK, which is completely unacceptable. But I don't think Israel is like the major problem here. In my estimation, I think that there's like significant issues beyond that. But I wanted to hear what your opinions
Can I
are.
debunk some of what your uncle was saying about Shapiro, like how he was the progressive choice?
Yeah,
One of
yeah.
the things he said was like, oh, he stood up to Wall Street and, you know, he took money away from some of these hedge funds. Actually, it's completely the opposite of what he's saying. Shapiro took money from some Wall Streeters and gave it to his friends. Now, if you don't know what Vanguard is, Chad, it's one of the largest like fund creators, fund managers, money managers in the world. And it's headquartered in Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, which is a 10-minute drive from Shapiro's house. And so there's like 20,000 employees to the Vanguard funds. He was basically giving money to the people that directly donate to him, like the Pennsylvania hedge fund guys, basically. So it's not that he was standing up to Wall Street. He was just giving money to the local fund. How do I know this? I ran for office in Montgomery County in 2014 when he was a Montgomery County commissioner. He endorsed me. Like, I know Josh Shapiro. I've known him for over a decade. He's always been
You're
like
so fucking
part of the
old, bro.
APAC.
Holy shit. You
Yeah.
said 2014.
Yeah, I know. But like he's been part of the APAC mafia. This is a part of Pennsylvania where APAC is like gets a lot of money, and is like one of its like hardcore supporter regions is right there in Josh Shapiro's hometown. He is as far, he worked for Israel's like embassy. Like this guy is not just like, you know, pro-Israel. He's like he's like, if you thought Joe Biden was too anti-Israel, then you would upgrade to Josh Shapiro. I think it's actually a pretty critical
You think
point.
Josh Shapiro is as pro-Israel as Joe Biden is in the way that he like
Yes.
communicates? No,
Yes.
not how he is in his like in his past.
I mean, now it's starting to become less popular to be full blown, you know, as you can't be as
Yeah.
ghoulish,
No, but
like,
I'm saying, but like Joe Biden has still got fucking brainworms. Him and Fetterman are like out of control.
Yeah, true. I'm loath to give him any credit because this is like the critical point. I guess she made her decision already, so I should stop. But in my view, I think it would be a bad sign. And the reason why I say that is because we didn't have a primary. We didn't get a chance to kind of vet the candidates, get them to make promises, you know, and, you know, go through the course of competitive elections and have them talk about policies. So this VP is really our only chance. And it kind of signals what kind of president Kamala Harris is going to be. Is she going to be a center left, you know, pragmatist who tries to get popular policies passed, like
General
Walz?
Secretary Joseph Robinette Biden?
Yeah, is she going to be like? Is she going to get Build Back Better done that, you know, Shapiro couldn't do? If the best person to do that would be Walz, because he's beloved in Capitol Hill. He could work from the right wing of the party all the way to the left of the party. Everyone has glowing praise to say. He got all those bills passed in Minnesota, so he could say, look, I got it done. It's not so scary. Now I'm vice president. You know, he's got the political acumen. He has the track record. You know, he's spoken well. I mean, listen, he's pro-Israel. I'm not trying to lie to anybody and say he's not pro-Israel, but like, look at the way he's talked about the protesters and then uncommitted versus the way Shapiro did.
The most significant statement that Waltz ever made that was like, it literally cut through the entirety of the political discourse at the time, like a fucking hot knife through butter, was when he said, the uncommitted people have spoken. This is an important issue. He went on fucking MSNBC and he said that shit. That is unheard of. At a time when like the Biden campaign was like actively avoiding talking about that. The media was actively avoiding talking about that. That was huge.
And like I can criticize, like, you know, listen, as I said before, this is a compromise for me and you. We are picking someone to our right, firmly to our right, who's got moderate stuff at his record, who has stuff we disagree with. But like, if you just look at these, at the way he speaks about it, it's clear he is a break from the way Biden is going, whereas Shapiro is more of the same, in my view.
Yeah. Waltz is entirely care about the Dem-controlled state Congress and court system. Any halfway progressive would do the same in his shoes. You're so wrong about that. You're literally so insanely wrong when you're talking to a guy who lives in fucking California, who has a Democratic governor who does the exact opposite of what you just mentioned. No, Waltz had a fucking slim majority. He had a one-person majority, and they fucking dunked on every single Republican. They put their fucking nutsack. That's true. The state legislature did carry. Okay, that is true. But like the Democratic Party in Minnesota literally was posterizing motherfuckers. They actively pushed for a lot of comprehensive legislative changes that somehow did in prior years at least like existed in places like California already, but they literally did that shit with a 1-seat majority.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you don't think there are centrist Dems in Minnesota? Like, you don't think there are people that are taking bribes and taking, you know, trying to obstruct? Of course. Like, this is basic politics. And the other thing is, he signed it. Like, if he was opposed to these things, he could have like found excuses.
No, he could have done the iron veto, like the fucking iron pen that Gavin slams around on a regular basis. He's Mr. Veto. He's Mr. Steal Your Girl and Mr. fucking Steal Your Bill.
Well, this is the thing. Like, our politics are much closer to Minnesota than they are to California nationwide. America is a slightly Democratic-leaning country. That's like Minnesota. And what did he do when he had that chance? He passed a bunch of bills. Yeah. And this is something that you and I have been talking about for 5 years at this point, where we're just like, I'd rather have a narrow majority of people that want to get stuff done than 2/3 of centrists who don't want to get anything done. And
100%.
And Walz shows that path, which is why he's so hopeful as opposed to, you know, Shapiro.
And he's also actively liked. I mean, look, one of the reasons why I like Beshear was because despite the like deep red Kentucky state legislature, like he is the most popular Democratic congressperson in the country and is the second most popular governor, I believe, in the country across the board now. So like for me, I thought that was good, but like ultimately I like Waltz a lot. I've covered him and the Democratic Party in Minnesota quite extensively, and I think that is the method, like for sure. I really like that. So here's why I think it's not going to happen.
Oh, okay, go on.
Because the Democratic Party fucking sucks. I would be shocked if they land on the correct position again right after the real mamala behind the scenes, Nancy Pelosi, forced the Democratic Party to actually behave like a European style parliamentary party. You know what I mean? Like
well,
an actual.
She endorsed Waltz, right?
She did. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like Nancy Pelosi got a big dub swapping out Biden. If she can also get a second big dub, putting Waltz in the power, I'm gonna write Nancy Pelosi in.
Well, I mean, listen, like Nancy Pelosi she's not one of us.
She's
but
not.
I will say this about her. If you go and read Ryan Grimm's book, which is We've Got People, I really recommend it. So I'm shouting out someone else's stuff, but he talks about like repealing DOMA and the Healthcare Act under Obama. Obama wanted to give up. It was Nancy Pelosi that got Obamacare passed.
Yeah,
in fact, there was a public option coming out of the House. Obama killed the public option in the Senate.
Yeah, no,
so,
she's a demon. She is definitely a legislative demon. She is, I think, like the closest we have to Mitch McConnell in our party, like a competent administrator, competent whip, and someone who is like genuinely invested in the future of the Democratic Party, even though we obviously have ideological differences and on a lot of issues that matter, like very serious ideological differences. Like it's obvious that she cares more about the future of the party and like certain progressive policies. She's after all the same person that like simultaneously dunked on Ilhan Omar in instances where she was in the crosshairs of the entirety of the Republican Party in a very bad way, but also put her on the fucking
people like Shapiro, condemned her. and threw her under the bus.
Yeah, but like that's what I was trying to say. Like there's a push and pull with Nancy Pelosi, who has actively put like young progressive members of the squad into cabinet seats where she absolutely did not need to do that and could have just like cast them aside. And I think Hakeem Jeffries, even though he's from Nancy Pelosi's camp, will probably be worse to the progressive wing of the party than Nancy Pelosi will. He has underlying resentment towards the progressive wing that Nancy Pelosi was able to overlook.
Well, like she comes from a different time when, where there wasn't this like always online obsession, the 2016, like she recognizes something that a lot of blue MAGA people don't, which is the Democratic Party needs the left and it needs young people and it needs progressives. It's one thing to say they're irrelevant and they don't vote online in a Twitter fight, but when you're talking about like getting the 50% plus one in an election, you want every voter you can get, and young people lean Democratic, so you have to throw them a bone or two. That's what she understands. That's why she was a better leader, because she would corral people and she would understand you can't just shit on the left because you're going to depress our own turnout. You can't do that. You'll end up losing.
Yeah.
So for your own power, you have to act in a parliamentary manner. You have to have a coalition. That's what I don't think the Gen X, leaders understand. That's what I'm really concerned about with Hakeem. I want to say one thing about Josh Shapiro's electability, if I could.
Go ahead.
People are talking about how amazing his performance was, but if you go to the previous gubernatorial election, the Democrat did better by 2 points. So, like, Governor Wolf is the real electable. If you want a former Pennsylvania governor, go get Governor Wolf off the fucking bench and run him as VP, because he did 2 points better than Shapiro, and Shapiro had a much weaker candidate. So what the fuck are people even talking about? Like, this is one of those things that just blows my mind.
Also, he ran against his like electoral performance has to be matched up against who he was against. Like Doug Mastriano was a genuinely unelectable. Like
he was triaged.
It was also like an instance, one of those rare moments where the Democratic Party's like gamble hits. Like it was a Pied Piper strategy that they conducted in Pennsylvania, and it hit big for Josh Shapiro. Like,
yeah, it did. But the thing is, though, Josh was trying to like knifing other people. Like that's the thing. Like he's one of those. He's kind of a scumbag. Like there's always a fight to try to make a coordinated campaign where like every Democrat works with each other, and we kind of say like, hey, let's leave aside our differences and we'll work together. And if I have a volunteer knocking doors, why don't they drop off your stuff too? You know what I mean? You try to pull all in the same direction. He's always the type of candidate who is siloing himself off and is saying, fuck all that. I don't want to be associated with your stuff. I need to win. I don't want to piss off people that don't like you by endorsing you. He's that kind of guy. And he's always allied himself. Like, oh man, I have even more. You want me to get personal and talk about my personal experiences? If you want, I will.
Sure.
So in 2018, I was running a campaign for state Senate. I was the political director and finance director for the state Senate campaign. We were running against a member of Republican leadership, and we kept getting stonewalled from the Montgomery County Mafia, as they are known, and led by Josh Shapiro. He's the golden boy of a guy, former Democratic chair. His name is Marcel Groen, who had a major scandal. This is all deep in the woods shit. But for people who don't know anything about Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro is Satan incarnate. He hates the left. He's a demon on Israel. Like, no, you're crazy if you think that he's equivalent to a random Democrat. No, like he represents the worst of the worst. And when I was running this campaign, we were like blocked by this guy. We couldn't figure out why he was getting so much. Why our candidate? We had really good polls. We were winning in the polls if we got our campaign out there. We were only down a couple points in like the top line polls, and it turns out we were getting blocked by these people. And fast forward to now, this we lost the race by less than a point. So they kept a member of Republican leadership because we got stonewalled by the Democratic Party because he was too progressive. He supported single payer. And this is important to bring up because the guy that we lost to, his name is Pat Brown. He ended up gerrymandering his seat to make it more Republican. Well, then he got primaried from the right by like a lunatic, and he lost his primary in the next election. And what immediately happened? He got hired by Josh Shapiro to be an advisor with another Republican by the name of Mike Verb, who's where the sexual harassment scandal comes from. Mike Verb is another Republican he hired with Pat Brown. and he was sexually harassing all the staff, and they covered it up, and then they finally made a payout with government money. Like, this is one of the many scandals that are going to come out from Josh Shapiro.
There's also the not prosecuting the murder cover-up story.
Oh, the murder cover-up. Yeah, his donors. Yeah, the family of donors who, the 20 stab wounds, and then he had to recuse himself way later, and it's going to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court.
No, I think he recused himself after they brought forward the family. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the family brought forward his own conflict of interest because of his own personal involvement with the family of the murderer, alleged murderer. Sorry.
Well, Krasner was represented the family or something, so he had to recuse himself out of it. And then it went to Shapiro, and Shapiro was getting money from the family because they're all prominent Philly lawyers and associated with Shapiro, obviously. And
family that was on site before the police was, family that was on site at the scene of the crime. The scene of the crime where the victim, whose death was not ruled a suicide originally, because the victim had 20 stab wounds, including to the back of her head.
This is exactly the type of stuff that's going to derail Harris's campaign. If she picks Shapiro,
here's another
ruin
angle.
The vibe so hard.
Here's another angle that will derail the Shapiro campaign. Here's another angle that will derail it. They are going to, of course, if Shapiro is picked, spend the next couple of months infighting with the left, depressing voter turnout, ruining their chances of winning Michigan by consistently saying, oh, the left is anti-Semitic, that's why they don't want Josh Shapiro. And not because Josh Shapiro is compared some of the potential Democratic Party voters that are actively participating in the fucking in the anti-genocide protest to the KKK.
And it's just and the other thing is he's just profoundly unqualified at this point. I'm sorry, but 1 year as a governor and you're gonna be president? What is this? This is crazy. Whereas Walz, the most senior enlisted man, he was a congressman, he was governor for 6 years and actually passed shit as opposed to pushing for vouchers and tax cuts for corporations like Shapiro did. It's one of those things where it's crazy because it's people arguing in favor of Shapiro basically think they're better than you and that regular people are stupid. And they think, oh, Pennsylvanians will vote for their governor, Herbert Derp. In reality, we're going to have a real campaign here. And that all these problems are going to be surfaced and people are going to be thinking about these problems. And they're going to forget that he was governor of Pennsylvania. And his supposed positive approval rating is going to go down.
These problems that were also negligible and weren't really apparent or ever talked about when he was running against the motherfucker who was I am the sword of Christianity, Doug Mastriano. I'll never forget him picking up that QAnon sword, dude. That was, for me, I was this is insane. This is what I was all right, this is the most insane that American politics has been. That a guy who could potentially become the governor of Pennsylvania is sitting at a fucking Civil War reenactor on the wrong side. And also on top of that is actively and openly linking up with QAnon supporters. That was Doug Mastriano, Josh Shapiro's opponent at the time. So people were not looking at any of this stuff. Whereas the Trump campaign will.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, go ahead.
I just said I linked to the two governors races, 2018 and 2022. So if anybody's oh my God, Shapiro is some sort of he's unbelievable. It's okay, he's unbelievable except the one prior election where he underperformed that. So where he's not godlike or anything like that. It's just a ridiculous point that people are making, and it's no, not at all. Is he some sort of super strong contender? He is just, he ran against someone weak. Yeah, and he had a huge advantage in money. It's silly.
So Yair Rosenberg says, shocking Shapiro revelations. Voted to condemn UN resolution against Israeli settlements that Obama allowed to pass. Participated in AIPAC conference called Israel our truest and closest ally in the region with a commitment to the values and personal freedoms and liberties. Yada, yada, yada. He's trying to undermine and saying that both
Walz is just as bad.
Yeah. So then this clever line that Walz and Shapiro are functionally the same on Israel is belied by the fact that this is what Adam Johnson responded with. According to the New York Times yesterday, Mr. Shapiro has emerged as the choice of the party's pro-Israel donors. So obviously pro-Israel donors don't agree. Are they also anti-Semitic?
Well, I mean, it's just, again, they think you're stupid. They're trying to play their like fake identity politics game. They do it with everybody who criticizes Israel. They go, oh, anti-Semitic, anti-Semitic. See how controversial they are? The people are calling them anti-Semitic. And it's like, what are they anti-Semitic for? Well, they criticized Israel. And if you don't believe that it should be an ethno state, then you don't care about Jewish lives. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking? So it's all the same Hezbollah bullshit. And whenever somebody says, oh, yeah, they're the same, you know they're lying. I mean, people said the same thing about Harris and Bernie, too. But now that Harris is the nominee, suddenly she's saying, I don't want to do single payer. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. And it's because it wasn't a real belief or cause that she was fighting for. It was a political decision she was making. So this is the contrast between the two. You have somebody who has a long record of progressive change, has been relatively smart in how they've handled the Gaza conflict, versus a Israeli supporting extremist. Like, and it's an insult to your intelligence. You should be offended by people thinking you're this dumb. Like,
I do think that there is no fundamental, like, I mean, there is somewhat of a difference, but like, I think that Walz is going to be like pro-Palestine? No, I don't think so.
Ooh, Walz just pulled ahead in the prediction markets again.
Yeah, no, I know. I just I'm aware, and I hope that I hope that the Democratic Party, although I don't have a lot of confidence in them, will do the smart choice again, which is, you know, they will be performing above my expectations if they do engage in this in the smart way, in this, you know, because they already got one good move, which we were absolutely right on, and every single very smart, very intelligent Democratic Party loyalist analyst was absolutely wrong on. I said time and time again that of course people are going to be excited if it's not fucking Joe Biden, a person that most of the country understands is old as fuck. Like, that will be a dynamic candidate. It will greatly redefine the election. It will be a wonderful opportunity, especially if they drop it right after RNC. Every single thing I said happened.
Oh,
it would be great to go with Walz.
Like,
it would be great
you
to
and
go
I
with
were calling
Walz.
for Biden to drop out for like over a year, I think.
I mean,
And
I said in 2019 that Biden was going to be a one-term president, and it's like ridiculous to drop the incumbent advantage that you would have in the re-election. Like, this is so stupid.
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking about it, it's because you and I actually watched Biden's speeches for the last 4 years, and very few other people did. So we knew that there's no fucking way he's going to be able to go up there in the debate and do well. And he was way worse than we all thought. Thank God everybody finally woke up. And clearly, you know, Harris has been way more popular. I think people really did just want to, they were tired of Biden and they were tired of Trump. But here's the thing, like, if she picks Walz, I just really want to underline why I'm such a big Walz head or Walz warrior right now. She'll have to defend all the policies that he passed, legalizing marijuana. You know, she'll have to defend paid family sick leave. She'll have to defend all those issue after issue. She's going to have to, like, what are they going to say? Oh, that kind of stops her from going further right as well. Yeah. And it makes him have to make the case for those left-wing policies.
And he's a really good communicator on those issues. Every time I hear him speak about that, like, even on the weird front, I think that, like, a lot of people just, like, keep it at, oh, the Republicans are weird, and they don't just, like, follow through. Walz, on the other hand, doesn't just say that the Republicans or the MAGA Republicans or Donald Trump specifically and these elected representatives are weird. He also then draws a distinction between those guys and the regular Republicans who are voters and whatnot, who also have the same interest that, like, every other American has, which is to feed their children, like, to make it less costly to afford childcare. These are things that he is also proven. These are issues that he has proven to be successful on, issues that he recognizes Republicans also enjoy, despite the partisan polarization that occurs in the country on culture war issues. So I think that he would be great on that front. And you're absolutely right. Kamala Harris would not only have to defend those positions, but Kamala Harris would also be able to increase her. I'll use a more positive note. Kamala Harris would be able to beef up that she is a strong advocate for those positions, because some of those things, like the expansion of the child tax credit, is, like, obviously a fundamental part of her campaigning. And it's really important for them to really solidify that aspect of their campaign, because Republicans just lie. Like JD Vance has been going around, and Ben Shapiro and all these other like Republicans have been going around saying that the Democrats want to actually not give child tax credits, like not expand child tax credits, when it's like a pivotal piece of their legislative agenda in their reelection campaign. And it's one that was actually eviscerated by the Republican Party.
I just sent you a link of some of like the policies. Like I know you covered this extensively at the time, and so did I. Like the so-called Minnesota miracle.
The legislative victories and codified abortion rights, background checks for private gun transfers, a red flag warning system to take guns from people deemed by a judge to be a threat to themselves or others, transgender right protections, ban conversion. These are the like a lot of the stuff that you're mentioning are like the social stuff that they got through. But there's also a lot of economic benefits as well, like paid family medical leave and sick leave. A brilliant way that I've heard Waltz talk about this, by the way, and this I'm glazing him up a lot because the more I hear him, the more I like him. A brilliant way that he has talked about paid family medical leave and sick leave is from the aspect that like stupid Americans care about it from, like competitiveness for small businesses, where he'll say, listen, we did paid family medical leave and sick leave. Why? Because Best Buy, in comparison to the mom and pop shop, can offer paid family and medical leave and sick leave. Whereas now the mom and pop shop has that locked down because we offer it by the state. Sure, they pay like a little bit more into it, but now they can actually be competitive with a company like Best Buy, like a big company. Like small businesses can now thrive and be more competitive when they have loyalty to their own own workers, but simply cannot compete with these big like massive chains. I think that's a really good way to communicate these policies.
They also did this isn't even everything. There was like 40 things. Like that's the thing I try to underline.
This is a very small list. Yes.
This is like just a highlight list of some of the things. And it's like, I want to be on offense, on all these things as opposed to on defense. And I feel like Walz represents going on offense. Shapiro represents going on defense. And like, that's fundamentally the difference between the two. And like, I think you should always give people more credit for actually doing a thing than saying they support the thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You should never say, okay, well, this guy supports legalizing marijuana. This guy legalized it. He actually did it. That's a big gap. There's a big difference there. And we should reward people for actually doing the policies we want. And I think he represents that, whereas Josh Shapiro represents, as I said, I personally don't like him from a long-term grudges that are based on policies and based on him capitulating to the right wing and him bringing in Republicans
For me, the school voucher is a non-starter. School voucher is a non-starter. If you're going to be the Democratic VP, you can't be cooking the fucking teachers unions. Like that's completely unacceptable in terms of like the Democratic Party and like what their base of support comes from. It's like you're basically coming out as anti-union when you do that. There's no other way to look at it.
It's beyond anti-union. It is like anti-egalitarian. It's like believing that some people's kids just don't deserve to learn.
Yeah. Also,
because
Waltz,
like it's actually really fucked.
Waltz, not only a teacher, but also very good on that issue as well. Like I've heard him talk about how he despises voucher programs. Again, very good at communicating that school choice narrative. As a matter of fact, is genuinely damaging, specifically to like rural areas. He had a 43-minute conversation with Ezra Klein.
Yeah, I watched that on my stream this morning.
Yeah, I think Ezra was like giving him a blowjob by the end of it because he was awesome.
The only time he sucked in that whole thing was when he was trying to defend Biden's dumbass bipartisan immigration policy because he was talking about how important refugees are and shit, and then he was like, yeah, but we got to control our border, and it was like, oh my god,
I hate that. I hate that so much, and the Democratic Party entirely is cooked on that front.
They fucked themselves over so hard on immigration by doing that dumbass.
It's so
ploy.
bad. It's so fucking bad.
Because he used to have this like very uplifting thing because he talks about the Somali refugees in Minnesota as like so important. He continually brings them up as like, You know, he's like this. They're part of us. They're, you know, I don't care whether they vote for me or not, and they've been so. You know, he makes the argument for America, the kind of America that we were all raised on, the propaganda of being a melting pot and everybody can come here. And like that is the that is why I think he's a good choice. You know, just coalition building won't piss us off. Like I can tell you right now, if they pick Shapiro, I'm probably not voting for Harris. Like I can't do it. I can't have the genocide defenders, you know, win. And
well, Kamala Harris is already Kamala Harris is already. Let's see where she lands on the genocide defense. Okay,
I think she's bad, but she's also like, listen, this is copium. I want everybody to understand. I'm doing.
Everyone does
right
this
now.
thing where they like read the tea leaves in their whichever way that they think is the best way forward. Like it's like Times of Israel writing an article being like Kamala is an ally to Israel, and then you have people in this chat who are like, well, you know, she places the humanity of Palestinians at the forefront of her communications. It's like I think everyone's just doing hopium.
I think right now you can't remember. You got to remember Biden is still president. He's the one making all these decisions. And fundamentally, he's a little he's a little resentful asshole. I hate him so much. But so like anytime if Kamala comes in there and says, oh, you need to change policy on this, I'm the Democratic nominee, he's going to pound his little fist and go, I'm the president still. Shut up. I'm going to do what I want to do.
No,
so
I know that's going to happen.
Rock and a hard place and how she approaches that. Copium.
I agree with that. I mentioned that as well. This is a really, really annoying hurdle in front of everything else. But
yeah,
I've been saying this for a while. I said immigration for the Sun Belt and Gaza for the Rust Belt, and those are at least like on the messaging front things that she should either never talk about immigration, like just change the conversation, don't talk about immigration at all, or for the Rust Belt, definitely change the way you communicate. And I think it was a big misstep when she was like, yeah, these guys are so anti-Semitic. These protesters are so anti-Semitic. That's the first thing she did. But anyway, we'll see.
Those people that you like, yeah, I mean, obviously, anytime somebody's like, Hamas is going to get you and spray paints the Liberty Bell, like people, like you're obviously you're not speaking to middle America when you do that, you know, like you're, you know, and I don't criticize that. Go for it, because I understand the barbaric everybody needs to let out. They're killing an entire people. They're starving it. And the Democratic Party is endorsing that. And that is incredibly disgusting. So
I just don't think
criticizing them. I'm just saying,
I don't think that if you're running,
you're not getting anywhere with that.
If you're running for any Democratic position, you don't ever have to hand it to the Republicans. They don't run around fucking saying that like the Nazis showing up to their fucking rallies. And I'm not making a moral equivalence here. Okay. I'm not doing that at all, because there is none between dudes who's fucking spray paint that free Palestine or Hamas is going to get you or whatever are Nazis. No, I don't think so. That's fucking ridiculous. They have no say in any administration in comparison to how Nazis do write legislation, like Stephen Miller was writing white nativist immigration policies. So there's no equivalence there on any front. Having said that, however, despite the fact that Nazis and their fucking policies are almost one-to-one with the Republican Party on a lot of issues, whether it be communicating the Great Replacement shit or whether it be like drawing out white nativist anti-immigrant sentiment and writing legislation specifically on that front, you will never hear a Republican turn around and be like, I condemn these Nazis that, you know, showed up to the protest. Trump did the exact opposite. He literally was like, there are very fine people on both sides. So no, it's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous to ever like take ownership over those people. Just don't talk about it, or talk about what the actual issue is, which is that a war criminal that is actively engaging in a genocide came to America and shat on Americans exercising their First Amendment rights and demanded more money and got a standing ovation from the Republican Party. Half the Democratic Party wasn't there. I always think about this like carefully. I think that on the issue of Israel, you can draw domestic partisan. You can draw a domestic partisan battle, and that's what the Democrats should be doing. If they were smart, they would do that.
Yeah, I think that immigration, the main reason it's been such a bear is because the Democrats have constantly tried to tack right instead of building a structure that actually makes sense and sustainable, and like examining it like adults. We know that there is an economic attractor for agricultural labor, for other forms of labor where people cross the border and work, and that's the history of the U.S. We've always had people that were going from Mexico and working in the U.S. and vice versa as well. That actually has gone the other way. So we should have a system that codifies that, makes it legal, doesn't force people to like move here permanently if they don't want to. And if they do, they can through a pathway of towards citizenship, through having, paying taxes by being good citizens. It's insane. It's not to say we shouldn't have any borders at all, because we need to do things like make sure people aren't being trafficked, make sure people aren't being, we aren't spreading agricultural pests or other things. There's issues that you want to check when people are crossing international lines. But that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about like, oh yeah, you have a valid asylum claim, but there's been too many valid asylum claims. We're going to send you back anyway. That's the so-called compromise, like sending a rape victim back to their rapist. That's insane. That's abhorrent. And that's not what, nobody would really support that if they knew that's what it was. The vast majority of Americans are actually pro-immigration. They just want people to follow the rules. They just don't know what the rules are. Americans don't know that it's impossible to legally immigrate unless you're in these very narrow categories in this country. Like they think that you could go to one and stand in a line and get in and come into the country. You cannot. There is no line. There's no way to move here if you want to work here. You can't. So we need to create those systems and argue for them, and then implement them, and then stop sanctioning Cuba and Venezuela so that people are fleeing economic catastrophe that we caused. It's not very complicated.
This guy says Hassan, drug uses in the U.S. Look at this. Southern states are bad. I think it's from illegal immigration personally. All right. Anyway, I got to tackle some of these other issues now, but thank you for coming on. Thank you for coming on. Michael from Pennsylvania, Central_Committee on Twitch.
7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern.
Hell yeah.
If you need a morning guy, come watch.
All right. Bye.
See ya, brother.
My friend who said this. Wait, it's marijuana use? Oh no, you're talking about fentanyl, right? Cocaine use? Most heroin use, this is what they're talking about with deaths, is not even fucking southern states. And it's certainly not a consequence of fucking immigrants, brother. Immigrants do not traffic drugs. American citizens traffic drugs. Okay? Anyway. Yes, I saw there's fucking cars outside of the residence. I saw it. We'll see what happens. Rolling Stone wrote an article. Trump got a free Cybertruck from streamer Aiden Ross. Is that legal? The controversial content creator known for platforming white supremacists in the past may have violated FEC rules on campaign contributions during a sycophantic live interview today. Oh, fuck. More than 500,000 concurrent viewers were tuned into Aiden Ross's Kick channel on Monday afternoon. Ross, a prolific, he received 2 expensive, potentially illegal gifts from Ross, a gold Rolex and a custom-wrapped Cybertruck. Ross is a prolific 23-year-old streamer with millions of followers across Kick, renowned for his boisterous energy and bro-ish antics that frequently cross a line into toxic territory. He has previously platformed the white supremacist Nick Fuentes, as well as the alleged sex trafficker Andrew Tate, a mentor of sorts. In March, Ross accidentally snitched on Tate as he planned to flee criminal charges in Romania. Tate, who is awaiting a trial, has denied the charges. After several Twitch bans over the years, the last one permanent, Ross in 2023 moved to the streaming platform Kick. Remember what I said?
Like, he thinks that Twitter is mean, okay? Wait until fucking Washington Post gets a hold of who Aiden Ross is, specifically to shit on Donald Trump.
God damn, bro.
Like, he didn't even understand what my point here. This was this was before the interview. I was telling him, like, look, man, in the interest of self-preservation, which you clearly have none, like, I'm going to tell you right now, I want this interview to happen because it's great content for me, but it's not going to be good for you. And then he, of course, didn't understand it. And his fan base has been fucking yelling at me all day, being like, he's so jealous, he's so jealous, he's so jealous. Hassan Habi, call me. What? Okay, bro, chill the fuck out. America is done rapture. What the fuck? Anyway, like, I would love to interview Donald Trump. I would love that. But honestly, this is the second best thing. Having someone else interview Donald Trump and draw all of this media ire. I'm happy with that. I'll take it. That way, I get to fucking react. That way, I get to react to it for the comfort of my home. I don't get any additional hatred as a consequence of like platforming Trump or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? I'm happy. This is a win-win for me. But it's on you, dimwit. Don't you know a gift is different from a campaign contribution? Yeah. I just don't understand how that works. But I'm glad that the Aiden Ross fans are already running with that. They're already
Kamala Harris says we're weird. Donald Trump just finished a disastrous interview with a streamer known as Aiden Ross.
Midas touch coming in hot.
Ross is a weird dude. He got famous by sniffing butts.
You know, I have work to do. I'm done. I'll fix you. Where are you going? That's even weirder.
Let's go.
All right, I'll make eye contact with you. Wow.
Ew, why are you being so weird?
Okay, get a good whiff, not some little ass whiff, bro. Go. Vicky, go. Just do it. Go. Get in there and give it a sniff.
Still on this? I went to work, I finished work. Are you still on Trump, Aiden? No, new information has been revealed. Well, it's not really new information. So I'm going back to the story after I covered 5 fucking hours of other shit. Suck my dick. Anyway, Ross began Monday's kick stream by acknowledging that many doubted that he had really landed the Trump interview. Today is going to be the most important stream I've ever done. He came out to 50 Cent's Many Men Wish Death and joined Ross before a small audience. Everyone thought this was going to be fake, he added. Ross's last blockbuster political interview pitches a conversation with North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un instead saw him talking to a professional impersonator. Wearing a Make America Great Again hat, Ross made no effort to sound or appear impartial. His questions set up Trump to complain about everything from supposed liberal bias in schools. Even the teachers have been brainwashed, the former president said, and border security, though unusually Trump did not mention Hannibal Lecter this time. Trump, for his part, praised Ross as an outstanding young man, predicted that the live stream would break viewership records, and said that his youngest son, Barron Trump, is a big fan of Ross. From Trump's positive comments on Ross's youth and his clout as an influencer, it seems he saw the chummy interview as a welcome advantage in intensifying battle for the hearts and minds of Gen Z. Harris is likewise garnering support from prominent content creators and riding the momentum of Zoomer memes. When he wasn't bashing President Biden or Vice President Harris or calling Harris's elevation to the top a coup, Trump made dire predictions for the future of the country. Okay, get to the FEC violations. Trump in particular commended Ross's success in streaming and a deterrence to him, drawing a sharp contrast between his friendly chat and combative event hosted by the National Association of Black Journalists last week. So, Barron Haywatcher confirmed? We don't know that. We don't know that. I still maintain in my heart that Barron is a centrist and maybe sometimes tunes in when I'm like shitting on Nancy Pelosi or whatever, and he's like, yeah, I like this guy, actually. Having said that, yeah, Barron liked the B-ball content. He calls me W-Unk now. In that appearance, Trump lashed at ABC News correspondent. Yeah, Ross, who in the past have received Twitch bans for hateful slurs and once streamed explicit Pornhub videos. By the way, there's a different angle to this in terms of like Aiden Ross being a culture vulture that like has not really been as prominent. I haven't seen that take a lot, but like this is yet another dude, like yet another white dude who's just like basically built a platform off of like black culture, presenting himself as like the arbiter of black culture, and then only to turn around and be like this fucking weirdo right winger who aligns with racist people and then has like the top racist on his broadcast as he fucking fillets him. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck is this? It's just crazy. And the funniest thing is like, including in the W community, like everyone kind of understands this, where like they know you say something even remotely mean about Aiden, immediately his fan base is gonna say the most unhinged racial slurs to you and dox you and try to fucking, I don't know, SWAT your house or whatever. Which is, again, it's like, what the fuck is going on here? Like his fan base is so insane. I don't know how else to describe it other than that. It's just like they're nutty. The Lil Mabu fan base. Yeah. Isn't that you right now? Yeah, but like you have to remember I get this shit all the time. So having said that, what is this? Yeah, I don't care about the fucking poly markets, okay? All right, let's get back to the article. Ross, who in the past has received Twitch bans for hateful slurs, once streamed explicit Pornhub videos to an audience that likely included many underage viewers. Elsewhere sought to criticize Harris because a rapper was twerking at her at a rally. He did not mention the performer Megan Thee Stallion by name, and given his history as an edgy content creator, the scandalized routine rang somewhat hollow. But the more glaring indications that Ross was out of his depth came in the form of his gifts to Trump. First, he gave the former president a gold Rolex. That's a great watch company, Trump said as he opened the box. Now I know it's worth it, he added, seeming the joke that had been worth his while to appear on Ross's channel. What? Walt's arrested drunk driving going 96 on a 55 is wild and might mean he's out? Fuck no, dude. Getting a fucking DUI in the 90s is the most American thing you can do, goddammit. What are you talking about? We literally had a president. Hello? George W. Bush and Dick Cheney. They both had DUIs. That was the full DUI ticket. I can't believe someone just brought up a potential VP's like a potential VP being too controversial to be on the ticket because they got a DUI like multiple decades ago. I don't know if you know this, but we live in the United States of America where you actively have to have a DUI to run for Congress in the state of Florida, for example. Anyway, then towards the end of the live stream, Ross took Trump outside. They paused to greet Felix Lengyel, a Canadian streamer better known as XCC, who was wearing a shirt of Trump with gold and silver grills in his teeth to reveal a Tesla Cybertruck wrapped with an image of Trump holding his fist up after being wounded in an assassin's attempt on his life at a Pennsylvania rally last month. Earlier in the stream, Ross had expressed his awe that a badass photo. I got whacked, said Trump, who described how his brave supporters were not fleeing the scene. He did not comment on the one attendee who was killed or the two others who were seriously injured in the shooting. Brandon Fisher, deputy executive director of Documented, a watchdog group that tracks and investigates money in politics, tells Rolling Stone that Ross's gifts appear to have been provided to Trump in his capacity as a candidate and because he's running for office, and therefore are considered contributions to his campaign, an interpretation supported by the Trump imagery on the truck. It isn't part of a pattern of gifts exchanged between him and Trump that preceded his candidacy, Fisher points out. But what the fuck do I know? I'm just some dumbass Twitch streamer, right? And not like a smart ass Twitch streamer like Aiden Ross, who happens to agree with your points. Okay? You know? As soon as I saw the Rolex, I was like, that's illegal. Okay? Like you can't do that. You just can't give a gift to a person actively running for the presidency or any elected position. You just can't do that. There is a limit to the individual contributions that you can give to a candidate. Okay? Contributions are subject to the FEC rules, Fisher explains. In this case, $3,300 per election limit for individuals. Well, there you go. What's more, the definition of a contribution encompasses any gifts. But wait, hold on. Wait, let me just take a look at something real quick. Because while I, a dumbass who doesn't know anything about American politics, was saying like, this could potentially be a campaign contribution violation, campaign contribution law violation, all of the people in my fucking immediate, all of the people in my motherfucking immediate replies were talking about Nelka's done it before, gifted him numerous things. What are you talking about? Cook up, big bro. Like Hassan tweeting this while crying. Offering and accepting are two totally different things, but I wouldn't expect someone like you to be able to comprehend that. You reminded the teacher we had homework, didn't you? D1 hater. Do you not know what a gift is? Why are you lying? Community knows, get this man. Wait, if the sponsor is not a registered lobbyist or a foreign agent and does not employ, then House members and employees may generally accept a gift, including a meal valued less than $50, gifts from a single donor valued at $100 or more in a single calendar year are prohibited. This guy posted this and didn't even read the screenshot. Hassan accused Aiden Ross of election crime. Leftist streamer Hassan Piker accused Aiden Ross of election crime by gifting Trump a Rolex. Am I R-worded or is he? If he's saying it's a donation, no, that's a gift from a friend to a friend. That's not a donation to help campaign anything. You can't give gifts, but donations in the millions is okay. Is this N-word R-worded? It's a personal gift, not a campaign donation. That was a gift, not a donation. It's not a donation, it's a gift. Gifts aren't donations, you fucking R-word. Donations and gifts are two different things. Last time I checked, giving a gift to someone was not a donation. By Hassan's logic, Donald Trump getting birthday presents is a FEC violation. Goods or services offered for free or at least the usual charge result in an in-kind contribution. The value of an in-kind contribution, the usual normal charge, counts against the contribution limit as a gift of money does. Additionally, like any other contribution, in-kind contributions count against the contributor's limit for the next election, unless they are otherwise designated. The funniest thing is Trump is going to have to give those back, by the way. Like, he doesn't give a shit anyway. You never even said the word donation in your tweet. Goods such as facilities, equipment, supplies, or mailing lists are valued at the price of the item or a facility would cost if purchased or rented at the time the contribution was made. Anyway, yeah, if only lobbyists knew this secret trick that they don't want you to know about, which is called give the politician a gift. Just call it a gift instead of a donation. The FEC hates this one weird trick. No, dude, it's called super PACs, okay? You can max out, you can give millions of fucking dollars to an individual candidate, okay? You can do that. You just can't do that directly, okay? If you do it directly in broad daylight in front of the camera, you are actively doing an FEC violation, okay? You can dump as much money as you want into a super PAC. You just can't give it directly to a candidate. As an individual, you have a limit. What is this? It's just funny to think that like these guys are like, nah, dude, you're fucking stupid. And if enough people, once again, personally believe something, then it might as well be the truth. And it doesn't matter what the actual truth or what the laws are. It's funny because like JD Vance knows this reality, which is precisely the reason why when the Nelk boys were talking to him, he joked about it and said specifically, oh, I can't even pay. I have to pay for all my friends' meals because I don't know if it's an FEC violation or not if they get to pay for the meal. Remember when he said that? That's because JD Vance, despite being a horrible VP pick, is at least smarter than Donald Trump. Donald Trump, on the other hand, is not necessarily aware of that. They act like you're making the call too. I know. Anyway, that's why I'll never run for office, because at the top of the hour, I run 3-minute ad breaks, and gifted subs are a big part of this community that allow others to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. And I fear that if I were to run for office and people were just like big oilers were gifting a lot, they wouldn't be able to do so, because then it could be technically considered a larger gifted sub than the $3,300 limit, you know? That's right. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and you already know how to avoid it. I thought Vance was saying it was actually for accepting gifts as a senator, not as a candidate, but obviously it's also an FEC violation. Yes. Giving gifts valued at tens of thousands of dollars to a candidate amounts to an illegal and excessive campaign contribution, Fisher says. I suspect that once Trump talks to his lawyers, we'll get an announcement that he's turning down the gifts or donating them to charity. The Trump camp's national press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, tells Rolling Stone that the campaign will submit an advisory opinion to the FEC to seek guidance on how to handle the gifts. Why is the Trump campaign saying that when all of Aiden Ross's fanboys are calling me an R-worded N-word or whatever the fuck? Like, perhaps this might be a moment where I, as a political commentator, although I am a dumbass, might know a little bit more than you do. I don't know. The evidence suggests that Ross made or sought to make an illegal contribution so he could face civil penalties, but it wouldn't surprise me if Trump were to reject the gift and Ross were to plead ignorance of the law, in which case I suspect that the FEC wouldn't spend too much time on the matter. There you go. Still, Trump at least got to sample the sound system in the Cybertruck. Anyway, that's it. After the stream ended, Harris for President spokesperson Serafina Chitika blasted Trump's performance. In a statement provided to Rolling Stone, Donald Trump's sad attempt to connect with young voters flopped because, like the rest of America, Gen Z isn't into an unhinged, tired man trying to increase their taxes, kick them off their parents' insurance, deny climate change, rip away their freedoms, and force his Project 2025 agenda on the entire generation. Also, speaking of campaign contributions, thank you, Qatari Dancer. That would normally, with 100 gifted subs, that would normally be a FARA violation, but it's not because I'm not running for office or holding office. See? W's in the chat. The Harris campaign described the stream in a statement as boring, low-energy interview, noted that Ross failed to meet his goal of surpassing 1 million simultaneous viewers. What the fuck? Dude, the Harris campaign is dunking on Aiden Ross, calling him washed. Yeah! Bro. The Harris campaign said, and I quote, "Perhaps it would be better suited if Aiden Ross continued to dick ride famous rappers and be a culture vulture rather than try to dick ride the former president of the United States of America to diminish results." Trump was so diminished he could barely be heard by frustrated viewers who repeatedly comment to turn up his mic. Sound problems were an irony given Trump's complaints of faulty mics at the NAJB event. If Trump does try to hold on to his Cybertruck, he may want to heed the warnings of other owners reporting a variety of malfunctions. I like that this writer also took a shot at Cybertruck at the end of that. This article doesn't even scratch the surface of the many different things that Aiden Ross has done. So I think that personally, like, I don't know. I think this will be an afterthought in general, but overall, of course, people were going to come after him. Donald Trump is said to be interviewed by streamer Adin Ross, who has hosted white nationalists and neo-Nazis. Ross is linked to white nationalist Nick Fuentes, has hosted neo-Nazis and has a history of inflammatory rhetoric. Ross has previously hosted Fuentes and advocated for him and other neo-Nazis to be allowed to stream on Kick. Ross also asked to invite Paul Miller, a.k.a. Gypsy Crusader, a notorious neo-Nazi who advocates for a race war and was convicted on multiple firearms offenses in 2021, to join the site, and played a video of Miller dressed as Adolf Hitler and saying the N-word. In 2023, Ross called Fuentes into his stream to discuss a day of hate, a neo-Nazi call to action that was allegedly meant for supporters to spread anti-Semitic propaganda and cruelty. Ross told Fuentes that he's willing to help with rapper Ye, formerly Kanye West's shortly-lived presidential campaign. Fuentes discussed Ross and promoted his streaming content on his Telegram channel. During the 2023 stream, Ross hosted an anonymous neo-Nazi wearing a swastika mask with slurs written on it and a Black Sun neo-Nazi flag behind him. I'm not trying to give you a platform, Ross said, while giving him a platform. Ross streamed pornographic content to his viewers, many of whom are likely under 18. Like, this is, they will use, this is like target-rich environment. They will use all of this to shit on not just Adin Ross, but like to shit on Donald Trump, to be like, what the fuck are you doing? You're going to, what are you doing, you fucking weirdo? You're going on this dude's stream. And I know this because like they do this to me, or at least they try. So I don't know why the fuck that like they wouldn't think that this would happen to him. Ross was reportedly banned from Twitch in February for displaying his Kick comment section to his viewers, including racist and anti-Semitic messages. Ross is closely linked to the Manosphere influencer Andrew Tate, who was charged with rape and human trafficking. Ross reportedly encouraged a fan to throw urine on a family member and joked about giving his fan $20K if he slits his brother's throat. That's really funny. They didn't mention me by name, but that was literally because he was a fan of mine. That literally is Adin Ross telling a fan of his to throw urine on a family member and joke about giving him $20K if he slit his brother's throat for the crime of watching me. His brother was watching me, apparently. In an anti-trans reaction video, Ross said his pronouns are kill/them. Just a couple of the fucking beats. I told them that they would do this, and they are doing it. Anyway, I would love if Trump's appearance on Adin stream led to the increased awareness of Kick by the government and some congressperson or regulator taking notice. Yeah, that's not going to happen. You told him and he said you were just jealous, Lamau. I know. Very cool crowd of people that X hangs around, but remember he calls you and Pokey hypocrites for not covering random YouTube drama fast enough. And to be fair, I'm not on a platform that gave him $100 million. And I'm also not inviting him to go talk to and potentially be around the former president of the United States of America. So, I said former and potentially current and potentially next. I believe you said, I wish I could interview the former president, but here's your downside and your warning too. Yes. But I also, obviously it's in my benefit for him to interview Donald Trump because that makes content for me as well. I don't think that it's going to lead to like noticeable gains for the Trump administration, but I do think that it will be great content for me. So I openly stated that. Not that it matters, because I can't warn people because they're not listening to the words I'm saying. They're listening to what they think I believe, okay? When someone is like demonized you actively, when someone demonizes you actively and like they're just hopped up on fucking fumes and hallucinating your fucking positions, ultimately, that's why you saw so many people who kept coming into the chat and being like, you're so mad, you're so mad. And it was like, why would I be fucking mad? This is great content for me. I love watching Donald Trump in weird situations. You know what I mean? But people kept coming in and were watching me fucking enjoy the show and being like, you're mad. And then they turned around and were like, okay, you're not mad, but you're also not showing sufficient respect to our favorite content creator. Let's get back to the home state effects of a VP pick. I'm actually going to skip the rest of this. I don't really care that much. UAW president delivered another W. Said his top picks for Kamala Harris's running mates are my two top picks.
By United Auto Workers President Sean Fain, who is in Detroit this morning. Mr. Fain, thank you for being with us.
I got a shout out.
I wanted to start by asking.
I got a shout out in WAPO by Taylor Lorenz on their Aiden story. Where is it? Where is the... Oh, high profile content creators join. Following the event, the FaZe Clan handle on X posted a photo of a red MAGA style hat that read, "Make FaZe Great Again." Ross has been mired in numerous controversies. He was permanently banned from Twitch last year. Oh, in 2020, he, along with several other large streamers, including liberal news commentator Hassan Piker, streamed the video game Among Us with Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. The streamer posted on X that he was helping Ross with production for the event. This is a small beat. I'm sure they'll write more about it. Yeah, I am a liberal. I think that that's I think that that's just like their style guide. I'm not even kidding. Because like Taylor knows I'm not a liberal, but I think that like what is this? Rolling Stones writer shouted you out. Oh, it's a great article. Not a liberal. What law? I'm a leftist, brother. I'm a bit further beyond liberal, I would say. Explain the style guide comment. Every publication has a style guide that they abide by. So they might just like slot you in as liberal, even if you're a leftist. This guy tried to get around the hate speech auto modding by calling me an F slur, but with an E. I don't know what people think they're gonna achieve with that. Like what you think that's gonna like hurt my feelings? I don't even think it hurts like queer people's feelings in this chat. You just look like a fucking dumbass. like okay, you got me, man. I'm so sad. Anyway, let's talk about the riots, because there's race riots happening in the UK. Incredible stuff happening in the United Kingdom. Not so united. I told you guys that like the reform gains were nothing to just like cast aside. I told you that the growing momentum of like far right nationalism in the UK would be a genuine problem, and now they're doing pogroms.
Rioters attack a hotel in Rotherham as the violence grows and the Prime Minister calls out far-right thuggery.
This music is kind of funny with like just watching England and Northern Ireland, not the whole UK. Sure. Not Scotland though. Mention that. Okay. England and Northern Ireland. So for the record, it's really fucked up. Okay. I'm just gonna tell you exactly what's going on. Number one, I think a dude of Rwandan, is he Rwandan? I think it was a Rwandan Christian that is like nationalized, like born in the UK, in Rwandan background, but a British citizen that was born here, okay, who comes from a Christian family, stabs, he's also young, stabs someone, another kid. And every fucking psychopath automatically goes, oh, this is Muslims doing crimes. So then they basically stab multiple kids, 3 kids. Basically what ended up happening is, and that's a horrific, gruesome crime, by the way, obviously, make no mistake. He stabbed 3 little girls at the Taylor Swift dance class, except he stabbed 13 children and adults, and 3 of the kids died. Basically, what ends up happening after this is the right turn around and go, oh, it's Muslims doing this. It's all immigrants doing this. It's all Muslim immigrants doing this. And they just have instituted a mass pogrom over the course of the past week. And the media coverage on this has either been not at all, or specifically on the boundaries of like pro-British people protesting, like right-wing people protesting. I don't know. It's really fucked up. It's another, dude, stop defending what is not defendable. What? Bro, are you guys, did you get fucking stabbed in the brain in the process? What's happening? Like at no point would I, like, what are you saying? What is going on, bro? I just like, I could literally be like, man, I really hate chocolate. Like it's not my favorite. I'm a fan of strawberry. And motherfuckers would be like, dude, I cannot believe that you love chocolate and you fucking hate strawberry. Like you're directly, finish your narrative. There is no narrative. Like you're directly contradicting what I just said. You're saying that I'm advocating for the opposite of the things I'm saying. Like, what do you think? You think I'm defending killing children? What are you, fucking stupid? I mean, yeah, you are stupid. It's fucking insane. Anyway, let's continue.
I won't shy away from calling it what it is. Far-right thuggery. To those who feel targeted because of the colour of your skin or your faith, I know how frightening this must be. I want you to know that this violent mob do not represent our country.
Good evening. Even as the Prime Minister was condemning a wave of violence that he said singled out Muslims and other ethnic minorities, it was still unfolding. In Rotherham, rioters shouted, "Get them out," broke windows, and some appeared to smash their way inside a hotel housing asylum seekers. Chairs and
Yeah, BBC described the marauding mobs of Nazis stabbing brown and black people and burning hotels with migrant families in them as pro-British March, by the way. It's just, it is so fucking unhinged.
And fence posts were thrown at police who were continuing to deal with disorder outside the Holiday Inn Hotel. We'll be live in Middlesbrough tonight, where some 300 protesters gathered at the town's cenotaph with chants of "We want our country back." It follows yesterday's unrest in several towns and cities across England and Northern Ireland. We also report from Liverpool on what the police called a night of deplorable violence in which 23 people were arrested. Well, the violence escalated rapidly in Rotherham this afternoon as rioters attacked a hotel housing asylum seekers. Home Secretary Yvette Cooper said police had full government support for the strongest action against those responsible. While in Middlesbrough, a crowd of around 300 people marched through the town centre, some attacking police, others smashing the windows of houses and cars. From Middlesbrough, our chief correspondent, Alex Thompson, has this report.
Today, Yorkshire, Rotherham. Crowds clashing with police outside a hotel where immigrants are being housed. Bottles and furniture thrown at the police. Masked men shouting Yorkshire. A bin set on fire by rioters with little regard for anyone inside the hotel. A police force, at times, appearing outnumbered.
Right now, there are attacks happening on a hotel in Rotherham. Marauding gangs intent on law-breaking, or worse, windows smashed, fire set ablaze, residents and staff in absolute fear. There is no justification, none, for taking this action.
Early afternoon, hundreds had gathered in Middlesbrough's city centre. Everyone we...
By the way, this shit was posted all over Facebook, by the way. English chuds thought it was a real image. In Birmingham, migrant crowds are waving swords live on TV. Where are the British police at the moment? They threatened to riot in Birmingham, a lot of South Asians and Muslims in front of like a hospital and shit. Yeah. So I don't even know how to describe it. Like, it is just so fucking insane.
Spoke to condemn the violence.
Not far right, it's what's right.
The term hard right. They just feel immigration's out of control, opinions forceful, and to many fanciful.
Motherfuckers wearing a Trump 2024 hat in London, bro. What the fuck?
It's our country and we're getting pushed
The universality of hogs, once again, by the way. Everybody looks like a fucking thumb. Oh.
out. I understand how the Native Indians felt in America now, because that's what the white man did, went and pushed him out. Only it's the white man getting pushed out of this country.
I don't know what to say. I just like I am at a loss for words at how fucking unimaginably stupid that is.
I hope everything goes peacefully. I think that's what the majority of the families and that have come here today is for. Peaceful demonstrations, no riots. No, we don't want to be like everybody else labelled far right.
So first, this man let his flag do the talking.
There's been a lot of aggro. There's been a lot of trouble. That can't be right.
No, it isn't right. We're not condoning it, but people...
Do you condemn it?
I condemn it, but what I'm saying is people now are at boiling point.
Bro, you're the people at the boiling point. Like, what are you saying? People, not me. I'm out here with a flag that says get them all out by force. But it's people.
First, a moment's silence for the 3 girls murdered in Southport. And then the march. Along the city's main Linthorpe Road, scuffles with riot police as one group tried to break the police cordon. City centre mosques asked worshippers to stay away this weekend because of safety fears. We witnessed
They burned down like restaurants that they suspected of being owned by like Muslims or Arabs. They've been like setting up security cordons in neighborhoods and shit to be like, to not let certain people in.
There's several arrests. The police say the total is
Burn down a
16
fucking library
so far.
And so the familiar pattern unfolds. The crowd now swelled to close on 1,000 people or more. It's true, some abhor the violence, they condemn it, but hundreds are intent on having a fight.
A number of vehicles were attacked today and 3 burned out in a suburb in the early hours. And at a number of points, bricks, bottles and cans were thrown at the police lines. More than 4,000 extra police officers now stand ready, with the court system gearing up for round-the-clock hearings. In a country which now imprisons peaceful climate protesters for several years, how will the courts deal with this?
Yeah, this is Middlesbrough asking if the drivers are white to let them through. If they're not, they're going nowhere.
Yo.
Like, the amount of confidence these motherfuckers have to be able to do whatever they want in this regard is so crazy. Like, this is because, just like with January 6th, like, they don't think that, they don't think at all, just like with January 6th, but they don't think that there's any repercussions for this kind of behavior. Like, that's it. They just do not understand that, like, what they're doing is just completely unconscionable, and to a certain degree they're getting away with it.
Big Jake right there, big Jakey boy. Want to say alright to the TikTok or what? Get up. Right, are you right? That's mental. Can't do shit. Can't do nothing.
Will had a really good take on this. He said, it's probably worth remembering that but a few months ago, the British and American press libeled the massive, totally peaceful anti-war, pro-Palestine protests in terms that made them sound exactly what we're seeing now from right-wing lynch mobs. The effects of mass migration and open borders is what's going on. Civil war is inevitable, he says. And it's like, dude, you're a fucking migrant. Like, what are you talking about? You literally are an immigrant in the United States of America. Like, what the fuck, dude? He is such a goddamn Nazi. He is such a fucking Nazi, dude. It is unbearable. Oh my God. I don't know how to deal with these motherfuckers, man. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do in this situation. Like, they are just so stupid.
Not much comfort, perhaps, to hard-working people, though, with businesses and livelihoods wrecked, now starting the laborious clean-up.
Well, yes, news just in late this afternoon, the Home Secretary has announced the national plan.
This is why I always also make the distinction, like, what people are protesting is way more important than how people are protesting. How people are protesting can be important as well, but what people are protesting is very important, okay? Make no mistake. These people claim that the BLM protests, okay, were riots of, like, black supremacy or whatever the fuck. That was not the case. Those were people, white people, black people, brown people, protesting against police brutality. Police disproportionately targeting and killing black people in this country. Okay? Some of the most violent aspects of our genuinely white supremacist criminal justice system. They were protesting against power. These people are protesting against the existence of black and brown people around them. Okay? It is an inherently white supremacist protest. It has happened throughout history, and it's happening again. Okay?
Plan for beefing up security at mosques across the country. Here in Middlesbrough, pretty quiet, as you can see, people told to keep away from the city centre. The violence is continuing in the Linthorpe Road area. It's just over there. Police helicopter you can probably hear overhead. A telling moment just before we came on air right here. One of the march organisers, who we've come to know, came over and showed us a bucket full of cash collected at today's rally to be sent to the families of the victims tragically killed in Southport. He was visibly angry at what had happened, but he said, the problem is, Alex, we can't control this. We're just a few people who want a peaceful rally. There's hundreds more who don't. A pretty telling comment from someone at the very centre of organising what started peacefully and continued in very different but all too familiar fashion now.
Thanks, Alex. Alex Thompson there for us in Middlesbrough. There was serious disorder in Liverpool last night too, where hundreds of rioters threw fireworks, attacked fire engines and set a library on fire. Our reporter Andrew Misra has been with members of the community as they began to clear up the damage.
A bonfire of violence and chaos in Liverpool last night. Hundreds of troublemakers gathered in the Walton area of the city.
man's sick.
Pushed back by police from the mosque they were targeting, they turned their fury.
Like, what are we talking about? They just like are actively trying to burn a mosque down. They're not troublemakers, bro. They're fucking Nazis. They are Nazis in the process of doing a hate crime. Okay, bro. Dude, people go to synagogues where they are actively selling Palestinian stolen land, which is illegal, to protest outside of the sale, right? To protest the sale itself. And there's like a complete alarm about how unimaginably anti-Semitic of a hate crime it is. Okay? These motherfuckers in the middle of the night are going to try to light a mosque on fire. That is not rabble-rousing. That's not troublemaking. That's called domestic terrorism. Okay? It's called white supremacist, anti-Islam, domestic terror. It is a hate crime that they are engaging in. Okay? It's not like a bit of a ruse. They're having a laugh, are they?
Fury towards a library. Inside today, hard to imagine this place was called a library of the future when it reopened last year to help one of the country's most deprived communities. Now it's the community deprived of its services.
I get people are angry about things, but they've got the wrong way of doing it. Like causing carnage to a library that all the local kids use. They can't use that now. We don't want people to think we're horrible people, but it's a horrible area because we're not. We're all about community. They just showed last night that they're nothing like what we actually are. They're a disgrace.
Locals were out in force this morning, determined to clean up their streets from the stain of last night's havoc.
Like, it's crazy. It's crazy to me that the leader of this faction is not even allowed in the fucking UK right now. Tommy Robinson, or what is his name? Yaxley Lennon or whatever, is not even allowed in England currently. Okay. The leader of the EDL. I thought this shit was like dealt with. Okay. I thought this shit was like completely fucking dealt with. Also a massive Israel dick rider, but that's, you know, it's neither here nor there. Stephen Yaxley Lennon is his name, also known as Tommy Robinson. Okay. Tommy Robinson is the name that you might have, you might recall, you might remember. And the thing is, these guys are like his followers, his fan base, and many more people, as a matter of fact, have gone completely insane, and they're just doing pogroms around the country. Okay? They're doing fucking pogroms around the country. Meanwhile, when the pro-Palestinian demonstrators were peacefully protesting against genocide, okay, something that the international community recognizes, okay, and England's lack of interest in doing anything about Israel's genocidal acts and still sending weapons to Israel, which is something that they're now reconsidering, a stance that they're now reconsidering. So the protests were not only peaceful, they were morally just, but also beyond that, they might have even been successful. All of that was covered as like the worst kind of anti-Semitism you've ever seen. These guys are running around trying to actively kill as many Muslims or as many Arabs as possible. Bro, there's no way you're talking about Israel again. If you think this is not a direct one-to-one situation here because of how white supremacy operates in the West, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Okay? Just, they're trying to go after any and every brown person that they've seen, trying to murk any and every fucking brown person that they see. And you're out here, and the way that the media is covering it is like, oh, they're just like anti-immigrant protesters. Oh, they're activists. It's crazy.
I know these communities. I did my surgery last week on Friday in this library, meeting local constituents. And so to see the effect of what is basically mindless, violent criminality on these streets is just so heartbreaking.
Seeing businesses broken into has left many scared of what might happen next.
Just want people to know, especially anyone who's got any of these shops that feel threatened or vulnerable, that where the vast majority of us aren't like that around here.
Yeah, the guy who's like leading the charge, the EDL, England Defense League, English Defense League, whatever the fuck it's called, he is also backed by literal pro-Israel groups. Okay, so no, this isn't just like this is the idea that this has nothing to do with Israel is also fucking stupid. Here he is in a fucking IDF shirt. Here's Tommy Robinson and co. posing with the Israeli army wearing IDF t-shirts. The far right in Israel and Britain don't look or behave that differently, do they? Yeah, they don't. And not only do they not defend, or not only do they not behave differently, they're often directly funded by it. And also, there are literally fucking Israeli officials who are posting shit like this. Here's the Israeli occupation's deputy mayor of Jerusalem. Goodbye, England. Together we'll make this country yours. Thank you for being so weak. Maybe I should say he's like backed by the Russian government or something for a lot of you liberals to like actually calculate it in a way that matters. Because I know many people's brains short circuit when I say Israel. Many people who literally are constantly talking about like Russian involvement, Russian interference, Russian interference, Russian interference. Ooh, it seems like Russia is stoking the fires, which by the way, Russia might be. Okay. Why the fuck wouldn't you take advantage of a country at the midst of a collapse like this by pushing and pulling in ways that matter to genuinely push for some kind of fucking to push for some kind of like race riot. But Israel's doing that shit too. Look at this. Like no shame, no fear. No, I don't think he's doing a monkey gesture, but he definitely did do the knife thing. Like, anyway, that's like the least of the obvious fucking horrifically racist shit that they're doing. Do you think this is normal? Like, what do you think these guys are doing? Honestly, what do you think their interest is? Protecting? Defending? What do you think is happening here? Get his ass, dude. Fuck yeah. What's on his t-shirt? What? Tommy Robinson has previously stated he would fight for Israel in the war. This thread examines Robinson and EDL's very clear material relationship with the Zionist movement and considers the possibility that the racist attacks and pogroms in Britain are part of that fight. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Of course he's fucking pro-Israel. This is what Israel is doing in Gaza. It's going to get clipped as the other guy attacking the racists. Wait, what? That's a bunch of fucking dudes that find a black guy by himself and go up to attack him. What do you mean?
Do you feel that there is a racist element to this?
Do you know what? I think a lot of the people that were writing sort of forgotten the reason why they are.
Grief for 3 young girls tragically murdered less than a week ago has been seized upon by agitators looking for an excuse to damage and destroy.
The chair of the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners said that arresting people is treating the symptom and not the cause. What do you say to that?
I want to be very clear here that she was not speaking on behalf of PCC. She was not speaking as chair. She was speaking in her own personal capacity. I am very clear that what we have seen over the last few days is not related to any ideological stance on any big issue. This is around violence, mindless, senseless violence, causing harm to our communities, and it's absolutely not something that we're going to tolerate.
A city that prides itself on tolerance and understanding is reeling from a day and night so at odds with its values.
That's that's how you know, bro. They're not even fucking hiding their faces when they do this shit. That is one of the telltale signs that it's getting to a point where like they're comfortable. They know that the government has their back consistently, at least in terms of their policy. This is one of the greatest examples of how government policy, specifically in terms of like anti-immigration policy, galvanizes the base of fascist support. Because they're like, why would I hide my face? Like, I want to go and fucking kill migrants, and the government is basically giving me carte blanche to do so. Okay, and that's why I think prosecuting these instances is really important. It's really important because then at least like it has a massive chilling effect on future pogroms such as this one. That's why there is no January 6th post January 6th. Because that was the first time that these motherfuckers got together in America and literally did some shit, right? And they didn't fucking cover their faces. They didn't do any of that. They filmed themselves doing it. Because in their minds, they were like, yeah, obviously nothing is going to happen to me because I'm doing the righteous thing. This government has always protected me. It's always had my back. Why the fuck wouldn't they be on board with this? Until they saw genuine criminal repercussions for their criminal actions, which was shocking to them for the first time ever, where they were like, what the fuck? You're putting me in jail for what? Like, I'm a patriot. That was That was a first for many people that basically destroyed their sense of entitlement and arrogance in terms of like participating in these kinds of like right-wing fascist attacks on people, on property, on property owned by a certain sect of people. And I think that like some kind of criminal punishment in this situation absolutely changes course pretty quickly, because these guys are not used to it at all.
Andrew Misra for this there in Liverpool. Well, earlier, as the disorder in Rotherham was just beginning to unfold, I spoke to Chief Constable BJ Harrington, public order lead for the National Police Chiefs Council, and I began by asking him about the extent of the disorder across the country and if this level of policing can be sustained if it carries on throughout the summer.
Yeah, the simple message is yes, we can. Over the last week, we've seen abhorrent behaviour, criminal behaviour that in no way reflects or pays tribute to the compassion and empathy for those poor children that were killed. You'll have seen robust responses across the country in every force where there's been disorder. Over 140 arrests made. You'll have seen brave, courageous police officers on the street working with their communities, protecting their communities to try and stop this in its tracks. That's our intention. That's what we'll do. And we'll continue to bring people to justice to stop this. We don't want a summer of discontent. We're going to deal with it this weekend and continue to deal with it to protect our communities.
This afternoon, as we speak, there are concerns about what's going on right now in Middlesbrough. In Rotherham, it appears protesters have gained access to a hotel and the smashed windows there. Does that seem like a situation that is under control?
We've got people coming forward and committing criminal acts across the country. You saw that yesterday, and police were quick to respond and to make arrests. Obviously, the officers and staff in Rotherham will be doing the same thing today, making sure they protect the public, they arrest criminals and deter and capture these people who are committing crimes. These are live and fast-moving events, and I know the police and officers, the staff and officers in Rotherham will be doing exactly that. But importantly, we're also looking ahead, making sure we deal with the perpetrators. And just because people haven't been caught today or caught yesterday, we're examining the CCTV footage, our own evidence, and of course the message for people who are committing these crimes, and they are crimes, this is not protest, is we're coming after you, we will arrest you, and we'll put you in front of the courts.
You were in a meeting yesterday with the Prime Minister. Did you discuss any extra potential measures if what you're doing now doesn't prove sufficient?
We discussed lots of things with the Prime Minister, and the key point with both the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary was the support for the actions of officers. And I want to stress that officers making difficult decisions, doing dangerous things and tackling some violent criminals. And we got every support from the government we need. Of course there's a cost to policing. All of these officers, professionally trained, hard-working, come from communities across the country. They're not catching burglars, they're not protecting victims, they're dealing with thugs, and that's right and proper for them to do that. We'll continue to do that, we'll continue to use the intelligence, and I just want to stress, to communities, we're there to protect you. Make sure you speak to community leaders.
I just want to ask you about Donna Jones, who's the chair of the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners. She said in a statement that's now been removed that the Prime Minister's new violent crime units have led to accusations of two-tier policing, which has inflamed protesters. What do you make of that?
Well, I would say there's no two-tier policing here. Where we come across people who want to peacefully protest, express their views in a democratic society, we will and have always facilitated that peaceful and lawful protest. We're not anti-protest, but we are anti-crime, we are anti-violence.
But these were remarks, albeit the statement was retracted, from the chair of the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners. She also said that protest groups in the wake of the Southport stabbings were focused on the need to uphold British values. Do you think that is acceptable?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to critique the commentary of someone else. I'm going to tell you what policing's doing. You'll see high visibility patrols, even in the places where there is no disorder today, to make sure the communities know that we are there, we're on their side, and we're protecting them.
Nigel's EDS-ass statement.
So the Prime Minister tonight reacting to what has happened over the course of the last 48 hours. His conclusion, very simple, it's all the far right.
But what it is. Like, what do you... These guys are saying the same things that you're saying. Anyway, here, look at how the BBC is covering it, by the way, which is fucking insane. Yesterday.
The time now, 6:30.
Yeah, back to our top story. And the government will hold an emergency COBRA meeting later after more than 150 people were arrested. This following the violent disorder in the UK towns and cities over the weekend.
In Bolton, anti-immigration protesters were confronted by a group of up to 300 masked people shouting Allahu Akbar, or God is greatest. The time now 6:30.
In Bolton, anti-immigration protesters were confronted by 300 masked people shouting Allahu Akbar. Bro, just say you love the protesters. Or just say that you are a fan of what they're protesting. That's your framing on the situation. I've been meaning to watch Theo Vaughn learn about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict from Bassem, but there hasn't really been enough time to fucking cover any of that because too much shit is happening. Like, here's a few examples of the Daily Mail headlines that have fanned the flames of hate and normalized Islamophobic and anti-migrant rhetoric. Fury over plot to let 1.5 million Turks into Britain. 4,000 foreign murderers and rapists we can't throw out. Prime Minister, UK Muslims helping jihadis. Migrant numbers hit new records. Migrants, how many more can we take? Calais, send in the army. True toll of the mass migration on UK life. 4 out of 5 migrants aren't Syrians. We're from Europe, let us in. 100,000 illegals stopped at the UK border. 1 million more migrants are on their way. The swarm on our street. Prime Minister, why we must not take 3,000 migrant children. Britain's broken borders. Migrants spark housing crisis. Foreign workers get 3 in 4 new jobs. Here's Zara Sultana talking about the Daily Mail fanning the fucking flames of racist, vitriolic rhetoric. Here is Zara talking as a Muslim MP talking about the UK race
Keir
riots.
Starmer, Yvette Cooper and Rishi Sunak over the weekend have all said that...
have they called it Islamophobic and racist?
Why
is that language important to you?
Because these aren't trivial
They've called it
matters.
racist. Have they called it racist?
These are not trivial matters. We have to...
I know. No, I'm sorry. We do have to ask you questions as well.
Absolutely.
So
and if you want to,
why
you can
is
answer
that?
them.
I'm going to wait for Kate to finish her question if that's...
If you want to answer the questions, you can.
So
But you don't have to.
So why is it important to you to use that specific word, Islamophobic? It's been called racist, it's been called thuggery. I think that's important because we are speaking to the Home Secretary and other politicians this morning. Why does that matter to you to use the word Islamophobic?
In Stockport, a mosque was targeted, bricks were thrown out. The people who were in the mosque at that time, who were basically locked down in that mosque, said that they feared for their life.
But
they
Keir
weren't able to
Starmer has
get out.
condemned that.
I'm just finishing the question.
No,
I did ask specifically about the word.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
I would also say that the role
you.
of the Labour Party, historically through New Labour, the controls on immigration, mugs, and also your article in The Guardian where you said the problem with Labour is that they have accepted too many Eastern European migrants. We have to look at all of this historically over at least 2-3 decades when we look at the role.
I was totally right in that article.
So the discussion around immigration, you don't see that playing a role in what we're seeing descend across the country. You don't think there's any complicity in that at all?
I think if you fail to control and manage immigration properly, then things go wrong.
So the language that...
He literally is like, I agree with the protesters. Like, what more can he say? It's just like he doesn't understand it because in his mind, he agrees with the protesters, but he just can't admit it and also be a part of polite society. Because after all, he's of a higher class, whereas the protesters in Northern England and whatnot are like in former labor strongholds. They're radicalized people who no longer have jobs. They're fucking shitty. Okay, they're like lowborn. Whereas this man has been able to make it to Good Morning Britain. So obviously he's now highborn. He is of a different class. So he doesn't want to fucking associate himself with trash like that.
Protesters.
He was a Labor MP and his wife is the fucking Home Secretary. Yeah, also, there's that. The thing is, this is across the board. This is across the board. This is across the political spectrum. This is why Keir Starmer capitulating the right-wing framing on immigration, just like the Democrats capitulating the right-wing framing on immigration here in the United States of America, is genuinely frustrating because they fucking agree with those Nazis. They just don't want to fucking be associated with the Nazis. It's funny how easy it is for you to condemn this, but not the actual Nazi protests that happen in Australia and other countries just because they're also waving a Palestinian flag. Wait, what? No, dude. The fucking pro-Palestinian protests that happen aren't Nazi protests that happen. They're pro-Palestinian protests that happen. Okay? They're anti-genocide protests. I agree with anti-genocide as a sentiment. You should too. It's so strange, especially when we look at people like Tommy Robinson of the EDL, whose followers are currently doing these fucking anti-Islam pogroms, okay, who are Nazis themselves, are literally backed by Zionist groups. There's a fucking photo of him wearing a goddamn Israeli Defense Force shirt. That's a fucking Nazi. That's straight up a Nazi. Is it shocking to you that in modern day, a straight up Nazi could be so aligned with the nation state of Israel? It shouldn't be, because they're fucking both fascists. Okay? They're fascists. Israel is a fascist state. Tommy Robinson is a fascist in England. He is a white supremacist Nazi. Okay? There's a difference between an anti-genocide protest, oftentimes led by Jewish people, by the way, okay? Jewish anti-Zionists, sometimes getting fucking co-opted by infiltrators that they do a very good job of like ensuring that there are no anti-Semitic infiltrators. It's Jews oftentimes at the forefront of these fucking protests anyway. So what the fuck are we talking about? Comparing that to like out and about EDL protesters who are actively looking to find mosques to burn down is so insane. One is an anti-genocide protest. The other is a pro-genocide protest. Okay? Okay, I'm confused. How can someone pro-Israel be a Nazi at this point? They don't even hate Jews. They hate Muslims more than Jews, should I say? No, they still hate. Like, a lot of these people also hate Jews too, but they love Israel for a multitude of different reasons. One, because that means, yeah, put the Jews in the desert away from me. Or they personally like Israel because they want their own version of an ethno-state, just like Israel is supposed to be a Jewish ethno-state. That's it. But ultimately, the through line there is fascism. They have a united enemy: Muslims, Arabs, brown people. Okay? You're literally doing the thing. They're fucking word games, dude. Stop explaining for fascists. I don't know. Fuck this chatter that Hassan is talking about right now. What? What are you talking about? No, there are people who are being purposely obtuse, and then there are people who are genuinely confused, man. What are you talking about? There's a distinction here. And no, I will always explain to people who are legitimately confused. You're literally doing the thing. What thing? Are you trying to do a fucking top of the hour ad break debate? Is that the thing that you're doing? Or are you genuinely confused because there are people who are new here who don't fucking know the background that maybe you know? Nazi primarily means white supremacist these days. Hitler's anti-Semitism was hand in hand with his white supremacy. Blonde hair, blue eyes. So yes, you can be a supremacist, be Jewish. Yeah, I mean, these guys are also like, they're not exactly super fond of Jews either. I can't speak for Tommy Robinson personally, but a lot of these guys, as you already know, will be the first to be like, Jews control the media, but then they're also super pro-Israel. Here's a Labor MP saying, we want our hotel back because it housed refugees, and a few days later it was the target of a pogrom and it was set on fire.
For years, and the simple reality is that residents want their hotel back. Tamworth benefits from local.
5 days ago, this Labor MP talked about Tamworth wanting their hotel back. Today, is surrounded by white supremacist rioters terrorizing people seeking asylum who have been forced to stay there. You incited this and you should resign, Sarah.
Tourism, and as I have said before,
It was a Holiday Inn in the ass end of nowhere. They weren't hurting. Yeah, no, it's just, wait, if they wanted it back, they're burning it down. No, they're just trying to fucking, yeah, there are people in the hotel. They want to, the real reason why they're doing it is because they want to kill people in the hotel. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, what do you mean? They set a hotel on fire, the asylum seekers in Rotherham, and people can't get out. The police are outnumbered and getting pushed back. Like, I don't think they ended up burning the hotel down, but they were trying.
She's gone. Bins up, bins up. Grab her, bins! That bins up. That bins up now. Bins up. Push him back. Get round him.
Cops are blocking them from entering the entryways into the hotel. But then they just, you know.
Fire's going now, there's no point in that.
We really do transport our brainworms to other countries? No, dog, come on. Like as much as I love talking about America's homeborn racism and shit, like, come on, this is England we're talking about. They have their own fucking version of this story that they have done time and time again. I would go so far as to say they fucking invented it. We carried the torch and accelerated it, maybe made it even more gruesome, more vicious. But like, these motherfuckers invented that shit, okay? Did you run the ad? I think I forgot, actually. Thank you for reminding me. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Share this live out. My phone's going to die very soon.
Former Chief Superintendent of the Met Police on Sky News cut off by a presenter as soon as he mentions far-right radicalization on Twitter since must take over.
And I think what we have in the internet is the Wild West. There are no restrictions on the internet, and people who were banned a few years ago, before Elon Musk took over.
Babu, former Chief Superintendent at the Met Police, thanks very much indeed for giving us your insight and opinions on this situation. We are bringing you the latest pictures.
And causing particular harm to police officers. And I think what we have in the internet is the Wild West. There are no restrictions on the internet, and people who were banned a few years ago.
That's weird. Don't worry, Hassan. The media said it's not racism. It is appalling. Another new low. Muslim gravestones. The cemetery in Burnley has been vandalized with white paint and desecrated. I don't know if this is verified or not. I'm not saying it's fake, but I don't know if it's verified. Dude, why the fuck is there so much happening today? This has been happening for the past week. A rioter in Southport who was mocking police officers was hit in the head and cobblers with bricks thrown from his own side. Oh no. Wait, we gotta do it again. Oh, he got double fucked. He got hit in the fucking side and the back of the head at the same time, bro. Friendly fire in it. Fucking hell. Not this again. Oh, mate, my fucking knob, yeah? No! You got me in my knickers. No! In my fucking pantaloons. Ow, my balls. Bollocks, mate. Not me fucking trousers, yeah? Right in a fucking trousers, right in a fucking fanny, lad. Oh, that's so funny. Day in the life of a true Brexit geezer. Me and her wife, Susan, having a bad day. She didn't make my favourite jellied eels, so I decided to take a stroll down fucking London town, yeah? Saw a bunch of migrants, got mad, got bent out of fucking hell, decided to link up with the lads from the EDL, walked down to the fucking lorry station, went to the protests, got me balls fucking hit. I ate it, fucking hell, I ate it, yeah.
As if they're causing all of the problems. No, the far right are a reaction to fear.
Bro, you are directly responsible for this. Put this man in jail right now. I thought it was going to be Keir Stalin. What is happening? Put this man directly under the jail. Exile him. Banish him to that little island that Napoleon was in, okay? Put his ass on that island. Actually, no, fuck that. I'm sure there's plenty of wonderful people on the island. They shouldn't have to live around this fucking demon. I don't know. Put him somewhere. Put him on an island where there's nobody, okay?
To discomfort, to unease that is out there shared by tens of millions of people. Let me be clear. I don't support street violence. I don't support thuggery in any way at all. But I'm worried, not just about the events in Southport,
it's been
but about
confirmed.
societal decline that is happening in our country.
Oh, it is confirmed. The Burnley Muslim graves. Lancashire police said they are treating the incident as a hate crime. Yeah, I don't get it. I thought they were... Wait, hold on. I thought these guys were simply anti-immigrant. Like, what's that about?
Law and order, folks.
By the way, obviously saying that in this community, like, everybody knows when someone says they're anti-immigrant that they're a fucking white supremacist Nazi. Most people in this community understand that. But that distinction is not so clear in places like the UK, apparently, where people think like, no, you don't understand it. You don't understand. I'm anti-immigrant for economic reasons. There's a good reason to send the boats back. Yeah, it's a good reason. I'm not racist. After all, I was a Labour MP.
Our streets is breaking down. This Prime Minister hasn't got an earthly clue how to deal with it. We need to start getting tough.
Yeah, he's right. Keir Starmer doesn't have a clue on how to deal with it. He should be putting your bitch ass, your ugly inbred ass in jail. Okay? He should be putting all of those ugly inbred ass white supremacist motherfuckers in jail. He does not know how to deal with it at all. Okay? He should be ruling. He should be putting down the iron fist. Okay? Like things that former British administrations have only done to, like, I don't know, striking coal miners or some shit. He should be doing that to the fucking white supremacists. Okay? You fucking Pixar character looking ass bitch, dude. Look at his fucking bulbous ass eyes, like just basically popping out of his goddamn head. You look like a cartoon character, dude.
We need to use stop and search, regardless of the kind of...
Don't hate on the coal miners. I didn't fucking say that. I think that was what Margaret Thatcher did was abhorrent. I'm saying that what Keir Starmer should do would make that look nice if he was actually serious about running the goddamn show and not just sitting atop a clown show.
From the skin of anyone.
Resorting to insults shows how sound your argument is. Oh no, dude. Are you upset that I'm making fun of your favorite white supremacist politician who my dick as an American is lodged so far up his fucking spinal cord? He's basically singing the Star Spangled Banner on a regular fucking basis. Mr. Number One Defend England is the biggest American dick rider of all time. Suck my fucking dick, bitch. Oh, I don't like your insults. I don't like it. I find your insults to be quite off color. I don't like it. Why are you being mean? It's like, bro, he's a fucking fascist. Suck my dick.
That get stopped.
Get fucked.
We need tougher prison sentences for anybody carrying a knife.
Bro, you need to go to prison.
We need folks to get real. Because I tell you what you've seen on the streets of Hartlepool, of London, of Southport is nothing to what could happen over the course of the next few weeks. Let's have proper law and order. But Mr. Starmer, just to blame a few far-right thugs to say that's the root of our problems.
It's not a few far-right thugs. It's the entirety of the fucking right. You included. Jail, jail, jail, jail, jail. Throw him in jail. Throw him in jail yesterday. Scumbag. Piece of shit.
It's really bad at the minute, right? And this is rinse and repeat, just like the Nazis tried to do with the Jews, just like everybody does. Every time the economy goes poor, we all blame the immigrants. We all blame that. Well, you know what? Give me thousands of immigrants, and I want to ship these lot out. I don't want these lot.
Nah, that's, dude, amazing. I love that. I love that. I'd say send them to Rwanda, but honestly, I don't want to do that to Rwanda. You know what I mean? Rwanda doesn't deserve that kind of fucking, ire from the thumbs.
They're not part of me. I felt so ashamed. I was crying. I watched them white people smash that black place in Manchester. That really upset me. You're not doing that in my name. You're not doing that in my name. I'll tell you what, and any good British person, right, should be stood up now. We always say that when Islam do their thing, we always say Muslims should stand up. Well, you know what? We should stand up and say, you are not doing that in my name.
Damn, this one... Aiden Ross breaks law. This is 9,000 likes already. Let's go, Hassan Abihad clips. Let's go. If Muslims did a riot and a random Muslim personality said that what happened is nothing, what could happen in the next few weeks, that would be investigated as a terrorist threat. Oh, 100%. 100p. Here's another wonderful BBC moment.
It was quite peaceful. There was a small counter-protest, the pro-British march on one side of the town hall here, and the counter-protest on the other side of the town hall. It was around o'clock, and for around half an hour,
Yeah, just a pro-Britain protest, you know? But yeah, the UK are currently facing our worst rioting since 2011 after misinformation that spread like wildfire after the events on Monday, 29 July. 3 young girls were brutally murdered and several others were critically injured by a 17-year-old in Southport. The name and ethnicity of the individual responsible was withheld by the police. As a result, false information that the suspect was a radical Muslim migrant spread like wildfire. After the outcry, the police stressed that the suspect had no ties to Islam. He was in fact born in Wales. His parents originated from Rwanda, a country in which 92% of the population is Christian. Despite all this, the far-right outcriers decided to crash a vigil on Tuesday that was being held in honor of the victims. These racist rioters gathered near a mosque in Southport and began their reign of violence. The mosque was vandalized. A police van was set alight and bricks were thrown. Several people were injured, including 53 police officers because of all this. A further Section 60 order, which gives police enhanced powers to stop and search, is designed to minimize violence, was put in effect on Thursday evening. This followed the original S60 order that was brought in for 24 hours on Wednesdays. Anyways, after the riot in Southport, the far-right movement actions were spurred on by the likes of Tommy Robinson, Katie Hopkins, and Nigel Farage, all far-right assholes with no brain, which then led to mass riots taking place all over the country and more being scheduled for the rest of the month. In Hartlepool, a person of color was punched in the face as onlookers laughed and cheered. In Manchester, a black man was surrounded by a lynch mob. We saw the video. In which they began to attack the man. In Middlesbrough, a Muslim woman was attacked with acid. In Sunderland, an Asian Uber driver was attacked by a mob. Black passengers on a bus also hid in fear as the mob started targeting them. Hartlepool? Sorry, I don't know how to say these fake names. Police stations and cars have been set on fire. Shops have been looted. People forced out of their homes and businesses destroyed. They literally destroyed like a Arab, I think it was like a halal food place as well. On top of you know, the hotels where the migrants are staying. Earlier today in Rotherham, a far-right fascist rioted and smashed several windows at a hotel and later set fire to said hotel and was currently housing asylum seekers. Today, after several days of riots and people of color living in fear, the Prime Minister Keir Starmer finally made a statement where he condemned the far-right thuggery. However, it must be noted that neither him, the Home Secretary, or any cabinet member, with the exception of one or two, have labeled this as what it is: rampant racist Islamophobia. And I also want to point out that this is the same government who labeled pro-Palestine protesters as anything but peaceful and were harmful towards Jews. It was the conservative government who called pro-Palestine protests hate marches, not the current Labour government. The comments were made by Suella Braverman. Is the context note. The acid attack was confirmed as false. Oh, my bad. Thank you for letting me know. Palestine protests, anything were peaceful or harmful towards Jews, and yet they called these riots rival protests. And Islamic Dawah stall offering free Qurans was violently attacked in Liverpool yesterday. Barely anything was said. What would you say to the Muslim community in this situation? How should they act? I mean, they should just, I don't know. I mean, they should just, again, try to stay as safe as possible. And you know, that's it. You just survive. It's like a fucking Halo mission. Be vigilant, shelter, survive. Like, more accurately, the police weren't aware of an acid attack. Do you believe the American far right will do something similar now? I don't know if, what is this? Corridor of Tribune magazine. Unfortunately, it looks as though an acid attack has indeed taken place against a Muslim woman in Middlesbrough this evening. The voice note was sent by the son of the mosque's committee members. They're focused on the victim, making sure she's okay. We have liaised with the local sister circle, so the incident 100% did take place. They're taking further inquiries with the Cleveland police. The police have not denied the reports. They say the victim has not come forward and reported it. We're trying to get further information. This has been shared in the interest of public safety. There are very real concerns about racist attacks, and we must remain vigilant. Trump interviewed by controversial live streamer Adin Ross, who gave him a Cybertruck and a Rolex. My tweet was mentioned in this article. It's not. Why'd you say that? Oh, is this it? Oh. Commenters speculated about whether the gifts might run afoul of the FEC. Adin Ross is the GOAT. He set up Teflon Don up for another felony. No, that's not how it works. Okay? That's not how it works, chatters. You're crazy. Like, no, he's just going to give it back or donate it. Like, that's usually...
I'm Robbie Tomlinson, and for too long the far...
Okay, dude. I've seen this already. While England is in flames, Tommy Robinson is soaking up the sun whilst England takes his country back. Anyway, these are some of the things that have taken place in the UK. Nancy Pelosi on Harris, Trump, and the art of power.
It's been a time of turmoil.
Oh, also, Harris's VP pick should be Josh Shapiro, says Chris Christie, which is yet another column in the it shouldn't be Josh Shapiro category, in my opinion. There you go. Yet another, I had no idea Adin Ross was this stupid. Oh, yeah.
In Washington, a time that's also seen Representative Nancy Pelosi in what's become her customary position, front and center. The House Speaker Emerita has a new book out, The Art of Power, an art at which Nancy Pelosi is something of a master.
She's talking with Leslie Stahl of 60 Minutes about matters public and private.
My husband and I have never talked about this. The doctors have supported that because they don't want him to revisit it.
Because of the trauma of October 28, 2022, when a man broke into their house in San Francisco and hit Paul Pelosi, then 82, in the head at least 3 times with a hammer. Surgeons had to remove part of his skull to save his life. You were the intended target.
Yes.
He was looking for you.
Yeah, he was looking for me. Imagine the guilt of all of that. It's just a horrible thing.
Pelosi describes the horror in her new book. One of the most gripping moments in this chapter is when your daughter, a documentarian, Alexandra, says to you, "You have to give it up," she said to you, yelling. "The speakership, Congress, everything in your public life." So did she blame you, or?
Well, I blame me. I mean, not blame me. I was the target. My family, frankly, blames the certain elements of the Republican Party who had been demonizing me for about 20 years, every election and the rest. Cloven feet, horns on the head, a horrible person, in flames, a devil, and all of that. The sad thing about my husband's assault was that they just made a joke of it.
And we'll stand up to crazy Nancy Pelosi, who ruined San Francisco. How's her husband doing, by the way? Anybody know?
They thought it was funny, and people laughed. So he was an instigator of violence and then made light of it.
I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. That's the best way to unite our nation.
There have been reports that it was Nancy Pelosi who orchestrated a coordinated effort to squeeze President Biden to drop out. Please tell us what you told President Biden to persuade him to step aside.
Well, I've never shared any conversations with the President of the United States publicly, no.
It's said that he's furious at you. Is he?
Well, he knows that I love him very much.
I understand that you don't want to own this, but it is so well reported that you were the leader of a pressure campaign.
No, I wasn't a leader of any pressure party.
She's not going to take ownership over it. That's my goat.
Well, let me say things that I didn't do. I didn't call one person. I did not call one person. I could always say to him, I never called anybody. What I'm saying is, I had confidence that the president would make the proper choice for our country, whatever that would be. And I said that, whatever.
That's my queen. That's my real queen, dude. The protectorate of the Democratic Party, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, this was really funny, the CNN one. Check this shit out.
And their own state. They make their own judgment and their own statement.
Have you spoken to President Biden since he dropped out?
No, I have not.
Do you hope to?
Yes, I hope to.
Yeah.
We're all busy.
She almost said one day.
Is everything okay with your relationship?
You'd have to ask him, but I hope so. But he knows. Look, I have loved Joe Biden, respected him for over 40 years. I was party chair in California, then I became member of Congress, and then one thing, other housewife, House member, House Speaker, working with him all along. I think he has made one of the biggest contributions to our country in the shortest period of time. They make their own judgment and their own statement.
Have you spoken?
That's my goat. She spoke about Shapiro, too. Former Speaker Pelosi says she doesn't think campaigning against Shapiro as VP stems from anti-Semitism. I think it's probably more about policy, but the decision will be made by our candidate for POTUS. I think that it would be better if they weighed in more privately. Yep. Nancy Pelosi apology form to Nancy Pelosi from everyone day to day. The media convinced us you didn't know ball. I miss when you support a single player. I was jealous of your stock game. I will hereby respect Speaker Emerita, and I will not talk down to Speaker Emerita Pelosi. Emerita. A spokesperson for Waltz confirms this is his detail. This is Minnesota detail, and the vehicles belong to the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. God damn it, chatters. Why the fuck? Why are you guys giving it to me? Why are you getting me fucking excited? Only to be whisked away. Anyway, let's hear what the GOAT has to say. Everybody silence now. The GOAT is speaking.
Whatever that is, we'll go with.
Had you seen a decline in Joe Biden And did you think he needed to step aside?
No. My whole point was, whatever he decides, but we have to have a more aggressive campaign.
She mentioned his many accomplishments, including his forceful leadership of the NATO summit.
Bro, she's such a liar. I'm like, come on. You literally went on television and said, Joe Biden needs to tell everybody if he's mentally disabled. Like, you literally, come on, dude. She went on TV and was like, yo, what's up with your brain? She said, it is valid for the American people to question whether or not Joe Biden had an episode or if this is a sign of consistent cognitive decline. Like, I'm almost verbatim on this, right? I'm not like paraphrasing it. That's crazy.
Met with other Western heads of state.
So he was in a good place to make whatever decision, the top of his game. Such a consequential president of the United States, a Mount Rushmore kind of president of the United States. Want to know what comes next.
That he belongs up there on Mount Rushmore. Lincoln and Joe Biden.
But you got Teddy Roosevelt up there, and he's wonderful. I don't say take him down, but you can add Biden. We have big needs for our country.
If there were a Mount Rushmore for speakers of the House, Nancy Pelosi would certainly be up there, commemorating her 20 years as a commanding leader in Congress.
Pound the table.
Until she relinquished Democratic Party leadership a year ago. In The Art of Power, Pelosi, now 84, looks back at some of the battles she's most proud of.
This is not a memoir. There's a certain...
This is a good take from Dave Weigel, friend of the show. There will be serious lawsuits if Dems swap out Biden for Harris. Not something you hear much anymore. I want you all to remember this, not because I'm like flexing. I mean, I am flexing like this, but not because I'm flexing this right now. Okay, I'm not saying like I was so fucking right. The reason why I want to remind you of this is because I need you to remember that next time someone fucking tells you things are a certain way, okay? I need you to remember next time someone or many members of the media, prominent Democratic Party officials, okay? Hassan, let's video call. This isn't a joke. I'm much better than looking at your Propecia using ass. Okay, man. Next time someone fucking is so convinced on a narrative, like if you hear a Hutch or if you hear like a Destiny style comic content creator or like Will Stancil or whoever the fuck is like a prominent figurehead, okay? Anytime somebody fucking tells you something super convincingly, just remember that. It's like, think about it. Does this pass your own personal smell test, okay? Because everyone was so convinced, like, you can't do this, you can't do this. It'll be terrible, it'll be terrible, it'll be terrible. Was it? What happened? What happened to all these arguments?
Episodes of our history that I played a major role in. So I wanted to write about that just to show my side of it, what happened in the room where it happened, where I was.
She wasn't just in the room, she was working the room, usually running it, as during the financial bailout, COVID relief, the Affordable Care Act.
We're coming for you, Nancy!
And the dark day of January 6th. You, in the book, talk about hearing the crowd saying, Nancy, Nancy, we're coming for you, bitch, is what they said.
Yeah.
And you knew what was happening that day was directed at you.
And the vice president. It was an insurrection instigated by the president of the United States. He now tries to disassociate himself from it, blaming it on me and everybody else. But that's the way he is. This was instigated by him.
This is a quote out of your book.
Yeah.
Because Trump was saying he was going to march to the Capitol. You said, if he comes, I'm going to punch him out.
That's right.
For trespassing on the Capitol grounds, I'm going to punch him out and I'm going to go to jail and I'm going to be happy.
I knew that I would have to pay a price to go to jail, but I would be happy to do that.
Pelosi is now turning her toughness to defeating Donald Trump.
He has been the best.
Yes, I'm giving her my flowers, dude. Her flowers. She deserves them.
Organizer and fundraiser for the Democrats, because people know he should never set foot again in the White House. Never should have and shouldn't again.
Now, I pledge to every American no matter your party, I will give you everything I have.
Did Donald Trump make a mistake when he chose J.D. Vance?
Oh, I think it was a great choice.
We ready to fight for it. And when we fight, we win.
So what is your bit of advice for Kamala Harris on how to run this campaign against Donald Trump? Does she instigate a fight?
That's scary. I'm not gonna lie. Seeing her laugh like that shook me to my core.
Does she bait him?
Let me just say this, and this is what I tell everybody all the time. Just be yourself. It's the same advice I give to women. Be yourself.
The opposition, the Trump people, and he and J.D. Vance are trying to portray Kamala Harris as being weird. She's a radical left-wing San Francisco crazy lady. She's weird and she's nuts.
She's crazy. She's nuts. She's not as crazy as Nancy Pelosi. Crazy Nancy.
Well, the thing is that there's no question that they understand I make people laugh at them, and that's what they don't like, is to be laughed at. On the other hand, what I have always said about Trump, and now I don't know that much about Vance, but what we do know is menacing.
She was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black.
So what should she say?
Just talk about kitchen table issues.
Ignore him.
Ignore him. Yeah.
Turn around and just look at it. It's so beautiful from this side. You never see this side.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
It's beautiful.
No longer part of the leadership
I spilled all over myself.
in the House, Pelosi is still running for re-election for her seat from San Francisco. Were you ever asked to run for president?
I haven't been asked, but I was encouraged to put my name in there sometime for vice president. I said, why would I want to be vice president? I'm a legislator. I love legislating. People have to understand it's a...
She's right when she said ignore Trump. Like, obviously, no one's going to ignore Trump. But what she's saying is stick to the fucking issues. And she's right about that. She's not wrong. Killing it. My goat.
serious work. I mean, you really have to listen. What is the judgment you bring as to what priorities can prevail? What is your strategy to get it done? It's constant. It's constant. And it's being respectful of all kinds of points of view. It's inside maneuvering, outside mobilization. It's great. I love being a legislator.
I like the lovely old ladies vibe that this conversation had. I don't know why. Sky News van attacked by knife-wielding man in Birmingham.
There'd been rumours of a far-right protest in Birmingham, so dozens of Asian men decided to get here first. Many were wearing balaclavas or face masks, one man armed with what appeared to be a bat. This had been organised by men who've had enough of the violence towards Muslims.
This is now another group that's just been set up.
Earlier, this community activist showed me a WhatsApp group with over 1,000 members wanting to stand up to racist mobs.
Hopefully the police would take care of us. But if they don't, we would obviously be willing to take care of ourselves.
And how far would you go to do that?
Well, me personally, you know, I'm not one of those elements that would go, I'm not willing to go to jail.
Amidst the anger, he's been urging restraint.
The message that we are sending out as a community is that don't take the law into your own hands.
As protesters gathered and we attempted to report live, it became clear the media weren't welcome.
A sense of anger, I think you can hear there.
We decided to leave, but as we drove away, this man, armed with a knife, attempted to slash a tyre on one of our vans.
He's going to slap the tyres.
The fury we witnessed has been caused by riots like this. An asylum hotel in Tamworth was set alight by a far-right mob. Trapped inside, asylum seekers filmed from the top floors. As outside, racist graffiti was left on the walls. By morning, the migrants had been moved away. Attempts underway to erase what had happened, but for many, the damage has been done. This nearby shop is run by a couple who now feel under threat.
Not many Asian live in Tamworth. We do feel a bit scared. We've never felt like this the way we are feeling now.
This hotel has been housing asylum seekers for years. The question now for those who provide support for the migrants is should they return once the hotel is repaired?
If the hotel closes down as a result of the violence,
then does that give those with a particular view a win? Or, is it about, obviously we want to make sure people are safe.
And that is the fear, with tension across communities still building by the day. Becky Johnson, Sky News, Birmingham.
KO. There's a flight. Someone has just said there's a flight from what? St. Paul. There's a flight from St. Paul to Philadelphia in the morning. You guys need to stop. Anyway, new text from the Harris campaign signed by VP says, I have not made my decision yet. Bro, she's slow rolling it, dude. Balls to the walls. She's slow rolling it. She's like, it's a real will they, won't they type situation. Straight up edging that V peanuts. I agree. What is this?
Literally said, yo, what up, Eva?
Oh, this was awesome. Yeah, this was really funny.
Why?
I hope you die, Aiden Ross.
What the fuck did I do to you, bitch?
Kill yourself.
Kill yourself, you fat whale.
Faggot.
Oh my God. Why did he get so scared? Why do you think? Speaking about F words, congrats on making it to Gay Times Before Austin. That's a wild way to fucking segue into that. I watched that clip like 50 times. It's so funny. I think it's like perfectly cut too. I love that clip. What? I think this was what you were looking for. He's speaking Kurdish, you twat. Pakistanis don't even know what he's saying. Most Kurds came to the UK as a result of invasions, occupation, dismemberment of Iraq. What are you? Why did you send this to me? No, I was not looking for this. Like, I was not looking for that at all. I have no idea what that is. What the fuck? Anyway, Progressives for Harris is live. Yeah, I don't care, man. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not watching that. All right, let's talk about Bangladesh briefly.
Celebrations in the streets of Dhaka.
Watch the 2 vids? No, I'm not going to watch the vids, man.
As the news that Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina had resigned and fled the country. A dramatic turn of events in Bangladesh. A Prime Minister fleeing for safety. Hundreds of thousands of protesters gathered in the capital for a march to demand her resignation. The military, who sensed her time was up, gave her the ultimatum.
I'm giving you my word that we will bring justice to all the killings and the injustice that has happened. Have faith in the army, the armed forces. I'm taking responsibility for your life and property and giving you my word that you will not be disappointed.
Protesters barged into the most secure building in the country and ransacked it, looting whatever they could get their hands on. The anger so great that the statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, a national hero who led the country to its independence, was also vandalized. A historic day indeed, as the country witnessed people's power since its birth. The scale and intensity of the protests since last month has been ferocious. The anti-quota campaign spiraled into deadly clashes, killing over 200 people. To quell the anger, the Supreme Court intervened and scrapped the proposed reservations. The military was brought in and some normalcy restored. But that was short-lived. Protesters demanded the Prime Minister resign.
She's just straight ripping that liter of Coke, by the way. Respect. Look at that right there. That's me. Okay. Dude, that's global. Okay. I love that shit. Look at that. Look.
Was short-lived.
Straight ripping it. Straight from the bottle. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it's not Coke, but some kind of cola. Why'd you start drinking diet tea is a question I keep getting. And it's because I've always liked Arizona green tea. I don't know why the fuck it's like so shocking to you. I just recently started getting back into it. 100 to 200 have been killed by security forces today itself. Jesus Christ.
Protesters demanded the Prime Minister resign. It was turned down. Instead, she blamed opposition parties for inciting students. On Sunday, violence erupted in which 100 people were killed in clashes.
We are getting what we deserve, what 16 crore or 18 crore people of this country deserves. Everyone is happy, everyone is cheerful, everyone is celebrating.
A besieged...
An entire 24-ounce bottle, 200 calories is fine. This is 0 calories, is diet. Is diet.
Prime Minister who ruled the country for 15 years and won a 4th term this January, is now on the run. For the moment, the military has filled the vacuum with a promise to usher a democratic government and bring peace and stability to its 170 million citizens. Neville Lazarus, Sky News.
This morning, an admission.
Oh my God, I should have never mentioned what kind of fucking tea I'm drinking. Y'all are so goddamn annoying, bro. It's Diet Arizona green tea, okay? It's got fake sugar in it. Artificial sweetener. Oh my God, I don't drink the entire fucking gallon in one day. I drink it over the course of multiple days, but I do drink it straight from the fucking gallon. Holy fuck, dude. This is like the 9/11 for like autistic hyperfixation on my food chatters, okay? It's been literally an endless amount of chirping about what kind of fucking drink this is. I'm losing my mind a little bit. Calm down, everybody, okay? Let me fucking switch up my drinks a little bit without you guys fucking freaking out. Are you drinking because of cancer? No. And no, Kai's not chewing her own paw. She has a bone. Did you bulk order them? No, I did not. Anyway, I wanted to cover Theo Von learning about Israel and Palestine from Bassem Youssef. Your bacteria from your mouth are just festering in that. Yeah, but it's my bacteria. It's my bacteria, and I'm just going to keep drinking my own. What? I want to change topics. Blames me for bringing up tea. Does the tea help your cancer, and why didn't you tell us? Okay, you guys are so fucking annoying. I don't know enough about what's going on in Bangladesh with the student protests. And beyond that, I'll talk to Arun, who is more knowledgeable on it, tomorrow. He says the unofficial estimated total death toll over the past 2-3 weeks is 1,000, 2,000 plus. The Bangladeshi army was parading dead bodies on UN tanks. I do not know where it goes from here. You have cancer? What the fuck? I don't. No, a chatter just made that up. This is why I should have literally not touched the, you should never respond to chatters, Hassan. Silly Hassan. Never respond to chatters. That's rule number 1. People just make shit up in the chat. Don't believe anything.
What you could see in all of these green marks is an occupation. And let me say it again. It's an occupation. It's a military force that is occupying people. And it is an occupation because of a land that has been disintegrated from this to this.
So you're saying that it wasn't the occupation, it was by force. It was never by like agreement.
Yeah, how can you agree to?
Well, is there a lease? Like, what does the lease say?
The what?
The lease.
The lease. There's no lease when you occupy. What did the lease say in France when Nazi came in and took over your land? You have nothing to say. You have people coming in with their.
Most Jewish people I know are landlords. So it's like I can't imagine they would do this without a lease.
What you could see in all of these,
bro. Theo Von is so stupid, dude. But also, Theo Von is literally like that right there is like, I don't even think he thinks he's being anti-Semitic. Like, he has no understanding of what he just said. Okay? In his mind, he's just like, he's the most like regular baseline, not very well-educated American that literally is just like in his mind, he's like, well, I don't get it. That isn't anti-Semitic. No, he's just it's like, oh, Jews always own land. Jews only own land. Like, that's like, it can be. It's definitely something that makes people second guess. Did you see Joe Rogan stand up? Oh, that's the other thing I was going to talk about. He's funny on Relax. No, I think so. I think.
I wish you guys could settle it on the field. Is there any sports that that Israel and Palestine play against each other?
Circumcision.
Oh, really?
That's the only thing in common.
I wish you guys could.
He didn't get that. He's like laughing but uncomfortably. He's like, what? Did you show Joe Rogan to your mom, or am I making that up? No, I did. And I fucking focus tested it on my brother, his girlfriend, and my mom. And honestly, they did not like it at all. My mom thought it was so crass and so rude. Her initial reaction was, is all he talks about just doing drugs and penises? How rude. That was her initial take. There was a couple funny moments in there which were shocking. Like, the TSA line was a bar where he's like talking about how he's high, and he has a TSA officer come up to him and he's like, this is the point where I'm going to use the back of my hand on your crotch area. And like the thing that he said there is exactly a thought that I've had as well, where I also have had that thought in my mind. I'm like, what difference does it fucking make for me that you're using the back of your hand? You're still touching my dick. That was funny. Except he literally did that right after he did a "did you just assume my gender" joke, which was not even a joke at this point. It's like, it's 2024, man. Come on, dog. Come on, dude. Like, what's the name of the dude on the right? It's Bassem Youssef. Yeah. I prefer the back of a hand personally, sure. Yeah, a lot of his jokes, like, he kind of reminded me of Cenk a little bit when he gets like really riled up and he's like, oh, he does a lot of like physical comedy the older he's gotten. I mean, I guess he was always a bit of a stool fucker, but like a stool fucker. Why are you guys saying, huh? It's like when you hump a stool. Like, it's when you do over the top physical comedy because your humor isn't funny. So you just have to do like Hassan Boomer confirmed.
Get on up. Get on up. No. And by the way, when you see someone moving around like that on stage, I will bet you every penny I have they're not funny.
In the corner of the couch. Oh,
fuck. Is that the equivalent of a guy stool fucker?
There's not a lot
Shah,
of women
Shah
that
has
can
kind
do
of an
that,
elitist approach to comedy. It's quite interesting. He likes bars, he says. He likes jokes. He doesn't like stool fucking.
How does this work? When he comes, his whole body just erupts.
Anytime I saw someone miming having sex, pumping air, I would just go, not funny.
No.
It was just like, it was a sign of like.
But what if there's a bit where you have to mime pumping air? Stool fucking, if it's the right bit, can be funny.
Really?
But it has to be a real comic with a real reason to fuck that stool. There has to be something to it.
Why do you do that? It looks dumb, all right? This is just being gay. That's all. Ass in the air. That's it.
There's got to be a bit.
Pumping air?
Yeah, but
you mean like
there's got to be
screwing pumping?
Some bits.
What? But who doesn't know what that looks like? Why do you need to pump?
Maybe there's a reason. There's got to be something.
Unless like you're imitating someone having a heart attack pumping.
It looks fucking stupid.
And most of the move around people are pushing it, just oversell shit by physicalizing what should be just funny the way you say it.
Yep. Pencil and write that shit down. Bitch!
I'm worried how you're not trying to laugh. Dude, what are you talking about? This entire thing is hilarious because Joe Rogan is a stool fucker, and some of the guests that he has had on over the years who are, long-term comedians, maybe not Charlemagne personally, but like all these, like a lot of comedians will say over-the-top physical comedy is 100% a way to carry your like shitty humor. You don't have good enough humor, so you have to do like over-the-top physical comedy, like an ape. And Joe Rogan is that ape.
I'm trying to think if Eddie fucked a stool. I imagine he might have been
fucking no stool, bro. See, I like Eddie, I like Richard, I like Chris Rock, bless you. I like Chappelle, you know what I'm saying? Like I like people that have something to say.
I think physicality is underrated by comic snobs, but don't ham it up.
All that stool fucking is like, I would never disrespect the craft like that.
Well, you wouldn't have to disrespect it. You would just have to want to do it.
That's why he's trying to defend it here.
And then try it.
If the content is about your physicality, that's not dancing.
Right.
Dancing's when you put like English, like when you're doing this to accentuate what you're saying. It's like, screw that. We don't need that.
One more cocktail. I'm not that funny, man. I need some help.
Man,
Thank you.
Schaub too, man.
Shout out to Brendan Schaub.
I really do appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, he's always he set up his own lane. He built a comedy. He built an entire fucking not a comedy store, I guess. Like, I mean, he built his own comedy club, and also it is undeniable that like comedians have to dick ride him. Like, it's just the truth. Okay, comedians have to dick ride him because he has a massive fucking audience still to this day, a massive audience. Just like you have to subscribe at the top of the hour in order to avoid seeing the ads at the top of the hour. It is what it is. He built a Dutch oven comedy club. Everyone in there sniffing his farts. What is this? She's trolling.
Be tonight, that's the question. What group be tonight? That's the question.
Jim Carrey, Robin Williams, Chris Farley all had a lot of physicality. yeah, you're talking about people who are like not even in their stand-up bits, but instead talking about people as like, you know, comedians doing movies and shit. And also there's a difference between like utilizing your physicality in a unique way versus your like stand-up comics versus comedic actors are different. That's number one. But also like Cat Williams would probably be a better example of someone who uses physicality in his bits, but ultimately his bits still work without that. Whereas Joe Rogan is like very obviously making the physical aspect of it the entire joke. Anyway, so as far as Joe Rogan goes, though, I mean, he's not a great stand-up comic, and his last special was also not great either. There's so much right-wing shit in it too. There's so like he has a bit about fucking like he has a bit where he's like, oh, we don't build mobile phones here, we let China build mobile phones. And like I get the premise, like the premise is actually kind of funny. We're just like, we have so many fucking undocumented migrants coming over, like you think none of them know how to build phones? Like I'm sure if they can like cross the Rio Grande Valley, then they know how to they can figure out how to build a phone. And it's like, if he just keeps it at that, that's already a funny joke in and of itself, right? Like you're overcoming such great odds to come here, whatever. But then he has to like tie that to so many like weird right-wing culture points. Oh, they have a fucking bag of fentanyl shoved up their ass when they're crossing the Rio Grande Valley. I guess like that works as a right-wing joke. I would say that that's like a good right-wing joke. You know what I mean? Like, I obviously still get annoyed by it because it's like, come on, dude. Like, that's not how this works. But can't right wing also be funny? Comedy can connect everybody no matter politics. As a joke, like, it still is different than just doing did you just assume my gender? Like, that's a funnier joke as a standalone joke with its structure, the way the sentences are arranged, the way the words are arranged. And that's like the most I'll go to as far as like a right-wing joke that can be funny. But even then, it's just, it's unnecessary. Does that make sense? It's unnecessarily adding like fat to it in an effort to be fucking right-wing. So like you could shave that off and it would still be funny. If anything, it'd be funnier because you're getting to the point faster. And then he's like, oh yeah, you know, they've never heard of a union. Like he's like, a Guatemalan's never heard of a union. It's like, why do you care about that? Like, I thought you were supposed to be pro working class, you know? But beyond that, I think like his hyper obsession as a 60-year-old man talking about like the pregnant guy emoji. Like, come on, dude, it's a fucking emo, bro. You're literally 60. Like, who gives a fuck? Oh, men can't get pregnant. Men can't get pregnant. It's like, dude, no one cares about this. Like, why the fuck? Why are you still harping on this? Making COVID jokes. He did make fun of himself a bunch, but even then, I thought it was like, even when he made fun of himself, I thought that like it still wasn't that good. Like it felt almost out of place. You know what I mean? Did he really make fun of himself? Yeah, he did. Nick A30 doubts his
jump
speed
this car
jump.
right now, right here. Okay, just finished streaming. I got the cameras all set up. First time ever doing this. I don't know if it's gonna go well or not, but as you see right there, we got another camera set up. I'm gonna be over at the very, very end. I'll put this on the tripod all by myself here. So we're gonna see what happens. I got a pretty high jump. Here we go.
He's hating, dude.
Okay, watch this. First time ever doing it. Yeah, come on. We did it, bud. We did it. All right, guys, I'm about to jump this car right now.
Like, I know it's fake, chat. I know. He's doing it to prove. He's doing this to prove that like Speeds 1 was fake because you can make it look real while staging it. He's trolling. It's because he fucking personally said that the iShow Speed 1 was fake, and he's like really invested in that it being fake. Except Speed did it on a live stream in front of a bunch of random people. Like, I noticed you're not addressing his evidence. Also, his actually looks fake. Like, Yeah, I saw videos, bro. I saw videos of people watching down the fucking street. You know what I mean? They are both fake, but Speed spent a lot more on his. I put on my best Captain Disillusion hat and went through every one of Speed's angles. I couldn't find anything fake. Reflections and interactions were all consistent. What is this evidence that Speed faked it? Wait, first of all, you can fake it live. He did it live. How can it be fake? You can still fake it live, chat. What do you mean? Controlled environment, bring a bunch of random people and like and basically edit it in real time. Like you can definitely fake it live. Or it could be pre-recorded, you know what I mean? And place a bunch of people. The thing is, I don't think it's fake. The Speed stuff is like the new moon landing discourse. I put that shit in Premiere Pro and watched it frame by frame. His reflection was even on the hood of the car. I'm not saying it's not fake, but it would require so much more effort to do something like that. All the witnesses to Speed's jump have either disappeared without a trace or have mysteriously died. Like there are literally fucking... Bro, look at the angles. Come on, bro. Look at this. Why is Chaz spending so much time investing in this shit? Don't you have like work or school or something? They say streaming is an easy job, but I've never seen Kobe Bryant jump a car for real. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. No way this is legal. The people filming it aren't reacting at all. What do you mean they are? What are they supposed to do? The only thing that like shocks me is how closely lined up the cars are, and like how the fuck were they able to go from that speed to like a full stop in such a short period. I mean, such a short space. You still haven't seen anyone jump it for real. The audience are 100% extras. Chatter said this you. Hassan Gaming. Hassan were reviewing car speed jumps. Okay, dude. I excuse me for caring about the truth, you know? The most sus thing to me that it was only a 30-minute stream, which makes VOD likely. Speed never streams that short. Ooh, that's interesting. That's an interesting take. Azan don't know. I have no idea what that is. You're gonna watch the new CoffeeZilla? What is it? Ray cooking your cooking?
I tuned into Cutie's baking stream yesterday. Are they like, it was Fan, Ludwig, Hassan, Slime, I think? They were baking at a restaurant or cooking burgers, the Overcooked IRL thing. I tune in, I'm watching Hassan's perspective, and I just like, he would, bro, he would like grab the beef with his bare hand.
Ew.
And he washed his hand, but like he grabbed the beef.
But why?
He would put oil on top of the burgers, and then he would like forget that he already seasoned the beef, and then he would season it again. And the whole time when he's flipping burgers with his right hand, he would leave his left hand in the beef bag. Like, like where he was getting the beef from.
Okay, Grandpa, come on.
He would leave his hand in the bag.
People love the double seasoning. I stand by it. Okay. I'm a generational talent. Straight up. I fucking killed it. All my haters, we didn't even talk about this. We didn't talk about this, but I was cooking. Literally, figuratively cooking. Okay? And that doesn't excuse the oil. No, people love the oil too. People love the oil. It was Beyond Meat, so no cross-contamination. Thank you. Thank you. Exactly. If you ain't seasoning both sides, you ain't doing it right. Thank you. Just put the fries in the bag, lol. I did. And I did great. I mean this in the nicest way possible. I would never eat anything you made. Okay, well, you're missing out. You're missing out on an incredible breakfast sandwich. The frozen sausage was my bad. You double seasoned. Fan drowned it. Watching the hot dogs cook was painful, but I blame everyone in that kitchen. Even Gordon Ramsay seasons while it's cooking. Yeah, no, that shit was good. Brother, there was so much oil to see. I was looking into it. Dude, you guys literally have either A, never worked in a fucking kitchen, or B, have no idea what goes on in the back of a kitchen. Like everything that you eat when you go outside and go out, everything you eat, every single thing that you eat is literally doused in so much oil and butter. You are fucking wrong, dude. Everything. I made the most of it. I made the most of the things that I had in my situation. But yes, everything that you eat when you go out and eat at a restaurant is straight up fucking doused. You're wrong. I've worked in restaurants 10 years. You're right. You're wrong. I watched The Bear. Yeah. I was literally a culinary arts major. The fuck you mean? This is what I mean. It's all these fucking elitists, like, I'm a culinary arts major ass motherfuckers in the chat. You see this? Us fucking real blue collar types. Okay. We didn't go to school. We learned from the school of hard knocks. Okay. We learned on the job. That's how it is, bro. I literally wash my hands more often while cooking at home than you did the entirety of your cooking stream. The real reason restaurant food tastes better, according to Anthony Bourdain, folks love butter because the body's needed for high-fat food. No, of course. Butter is the ingredient that makes restaurant food over the edge. Money burst. What? Is that a zin in your burger? I'm literally a frying pan. You're so clueless. So true. Bro did 1 3-hour day, 4-hour day. That's 1. And 2, I did a 4-hour day. And also, dude, we were ripping him in fucking 4 minutes. Like, goddamn. Like, obviously, the main point there was for it to be fast. Okay? That was the whole fucking, like, yeah, if I was doing it with a little bit more, if I was doing it with a little bit more time, it'd be different. Policies to get the order out within 60 seconds. Yeah, 4 minutes isn't even enough to cook a burger. Like, that's the funniest part about it, is part of the reason why it had to be Beyond Burger, Beyond Meat, was because I don't think, like, you literally have to let it sit at least for 3 minutes on, I think, both sides of the burger. Like, a smash burger only takes 2 minutes. And I also had no experience whatsoever. Honestly, I thought I did something. Okay, I'll be honest. I love onion skin. Wait, what? I ripped it off. Okay, listen. I think, and maybe some chatters who have actually worked in a fast food restaurant in the back, you know, some chatters who put the fries in the bag literally can attest to this. I think I did a decent job for it being my first time having the constraints that I had with the fucking awful ass knives that literally were so blunt and so bad. Like, first day, never done this before, with like a 4-minute window to work with when I'm like slamming fucking back to back burgers. Listen, Big Hoss, I give you props to the burgers, but the oil was criminal. Okay, that's all I gotta say. I worked in fast food and commercial kitchen. Stop crying, Gizmo Jim Jam. Fan mocked you on the griddle. Yeah, except Fan literally had a good like 6 whole minutes of prep before like people came, before we started the orders. And also, yeah, no, she was way more organized for that reason. By the fourth round, we had actually figured shit out. Luckily, you work 10-minute shifts with 30-minute breaks in between. I don't know if think there are kitchens that operate on a take your time policy. Wait, what? No, we didn't work 10-minute shifts with 30-minute breaks in between. What is happening? No, I mean, I'm memeing. Obviously, like, a real job is infinitely harder than that. But, like, you don't have to lie about what we did. It was on camera. What the fuck? Like, bro said, take your time policy. Like, what? Also, I did a good job yapping with customers and gave Fan more time. Thank you for acknowledging that. Saying I found repetitive tasks soothing was not beating the autism accusations. You did actually work maybe 30 to 40 minutes with 20 to 30 minutes break. You do not get breaks like that normally. What is this shit? Round 3, Hassan was responsible for like 8 refunds, so he was liable. Let's Grill work and Smash Burger tech was innovative. Slime wouldn't stop bringing up his dreams to customers, and Fan mismatched buns a lot. Cutie Union busting like a true manager. Round 2, Fan dropped because she offered to spin a customer's meal. Slime's service was 10-10, but he lost points for not flexing after the orders were done. Team plays rewarded. Hassan lost some points for his station, not staying tidy, but stayed above Fan. Getting fired? That's crazy. I was round 1. Slime started on the grill with no experience, did well. Lud did okay. Hassan dropped the bat and ball assembling a bit. Yo, my fucking fans are literally my biggest haters. My fans are my biggest fucking haters, bro. I swear to God. Like, there were people in the kitchen that were disagreeing with what you guys are saying. That is crazy. Yo, that's crazy. Do you want us to lie to you? No, I want you to be fucking truthful. Stick to dribbling politics, buddy. Your prep garbage, your ingredient handling garbage, your organization garbage, your seasoning acceptable. We want you to head the evening shift, $10 an hour. FanFan literally said I carried her station one round because I knew she was not going to be able to keep up because the serving, one of your fans almost died. They took a whole day to reply. I lived. The meat was good and well cooked. It tasted like carne asada. The toppings were good and the portion, nothing bad, but the onion was a little big, but it still was good. So good job, Lud and Hassan, 7 out of 10. Also, sorry, FanFan, for making you look for a post for a couple seconds. Lamau. Okay, they're alive. They lived. That's a success.
Got to fly to Japan and is complaining about his job.
Phrase Lazy goes on a rant saying streamers harder than a full-time job because streamers need to socialize.
Bro, here's the thing that you don't understand. You guys act like, oh, my job is...
Y'all are so quick to come at me, but don't understand it from my point of view because you aren't in this position having to shop all day and socialize in the hot sun being jet-lagged. Stick to your 9-to-5s, lol. I mean, yeah, they'll yell at him too, even though he's memeing. Sean looked at the last round too. I don't even want to hear what his fucking ass has to say. Final round. FanFan grilled that shit up. Hassan killed ordering. No, that sucks. No, I don't want... I'm not taking that. I carried the first round when I was doing server and assembly. What is this? Here's your truth.
Well, artistic.
Wait, I'm sorry. You don't like cheese? Who doesn't like cheese? What the fuck? Who doesn't like cheese? Are we anti-cheese in this household? That's the way the chef saw it.
Big. Anybody raise your hand if you had a big brick of cheese. Okay. Well.
That was me. I did that.
We'll work on it. Thank you guys.
That was also entirely the fault of the fucking blunt ass knife, dude. Come on. Do you want us to glaze this up? Yes. That's great. I see nothing wrong with this. Answer for this? Yo, shut up. Shut up. That's fine. I was watching live. That knife couldn't cut. Yeah, the knife was ass, but it doesn't matter. Come on. If you were served what you served, would you eat it? Yes. I also did eat it. So, and low key, it was actually not bad. Maybe I was really hungry. I don't know what it was. I ate it. And it honestly wasn't that bad. Bro, I just hope this never gets uploaded to Bilibili. I do a good job defending you there, but I'm not a miracle worker. Chinese netizens are in awe of this big giant Turkish man and how bad he is at serving. Barely survives one slow control service at a fast food place and thinks he's the shit. I am proud of myself. Okay? I'm so proud. POV, you're a rat. My mom watched the stream for only a couple minutes and legit left the room because she didn't like what she was seeing. Okay. Her family owns a restaurant, by the way. Will you address the cut lettuce allegations? What? This is not a... Why my burger look like Steve Harvey? This is not from our joint. We did not have fucking All Might smiling. You did an amazing job at rapping. This is how wrap my burger. I'm never leaving the house again. Yo, everyone thinks they're a chief after The Bear came out. Hey, it got to your fucking table, didn't it? Hey, it got the job done. It fucking wrapped your shit. Please don't feed the homeless. People about to start saying, don't put the fries in the bag. Please don't put the fries in the bag, big dog. Bro, come on though. Hey, that's beautiful artwork. Thank you. Your lettuce take though, let's talk about it. Yes, I think wait, what? I walked into McDonald's, got myself a quarter pounder and ate it. Turns out it had onion skin on the burger and the buns weren't toasted. I complained to the manager and he said, this man Hassan P cooked my food. What the hell, man? Your order should always be spot on, LeBron. DM us your contact info, email address, and restaurant location, and we'll help you out. Bro, my lettuce take is not unhinged. I think the white part of the lettuce is better than the fucking absolute, like, shitty green part of the lettuce at the tippy top. Yo, I'll stand by that. I think, like, the best part of the lettuce is the middle part. Like, the very edge of the lettuce. No, it just, I hate the texture of it. I hate the taste of it. You got to get that crunch, dude. Not that leafy shit. What am I, a fucking turtle? Why am I eating the leaf? Am I alone on this? Yeah, but you mix Bo, so it goes further. I agree. You literally want the cheapest part of the lettuce, man. You are right, and they're trying to silence you, King. Okay, honestly, obviously not the butt of the lettuce, right? Like, but the texture is so good. It's like crunchy. It's the best part. Bro, you used the entire bottle of oil on your shift? Yeah, I did. That I stand by. Like the oil thing, I absolutely stand by, and the fucking seasoning, I absolutely stand by. Oh, fan art of you cooking? This isn't fan art. You know what this is?
Oh fuck, that's too much. 2 burgers. Oh fuck, that's too much.
Listen. Y'all don't understand, bro. Y'all don't understand. That's good. That's just good. That's how you do it. That wasn't salt. That was garlic, which makes it worse, I think. You dumped the whole bottle. That was... oh man. Oh, man. Oh, no. Bro, anthraxing them. Oh, man. You needed a fucking Pepto-Bismol after that one. I went nutty on it. Oh, no. Dude, that's such great content. Come on now.
I keep forgetting this one's so heavy.
I'm so stupid. I'm so fucking stupid, dude. I'm so stupid. I'm just watching myself trying to scrape it off. Oh my god. It worked. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. I was right. It was all right. People liked it. People liked it. Oh my god. Moments later.
I'm almost out of seasoning.
Yeah, I didn't use too much. Oh, that's good. You're lucky you're hot because what the fuck is this, bro? Listen. Literally, how did you not starve at any point when you had to cook for yourself? Guys, I mean, I'm sorry. Look at the difference. There are, like, I don't know if you guys have, like, never actually, I don't know if you've ever actually worked in a kitchen or not. I hadn't. But, like, there's a massive difference between me trying to whip literally 9 burgers, like, whip 9 burgers in 4 minutes versus me cooking for myself. Obviously, when I cook for myself, I'm, like, way cleaner. Like, I know how to cook for myself. Yeah, if I had like 10 minutes to make one fucking burger, I could do a pretty solid job. People are talking about like a grill. Bro, what do you mean? You literally, when you're grilling, you have so much more time. Is this Cowboy Bebop music? God damn. Bullshit FanFan's patties were perfectly shaped. Yes, because FanFan got a new batch that was all frozen. That's why she had to literally start firing up the grill before we even started this session. That's why FanFan's patties were in normal shape. That's why everyone else's patties up until that moment were not, because they got FanFan's patties right out of the freezer. Cutie looking at y'all. Oh yeah, this was great. Hassan, if America didn't deserve 9/11.
Then somebody said to me, nigga, why you babysitting? Only 2 or 3 shots. I'ma show you how to turn it up a notch. First you get a took a sip, then another.
This was funny too. I saw this on TikTok.
Cook in this restaurant looks just like Hassan, bro. I swear the cook in this restaurant looks just like Hassan, bro.
So many health code violations. You definitely kill someone. Yeah, dude, I murder someone. You're right. Burgers on the grill or on flash. It only takes 6 minutes toss for big patties. Yeah, it's interesting you say that because we had a fucking 4-minute time constraint. Yeah, I fucked up on the cheese. I should have put it on earlier. Slime cooked you.
Chef, I'm ready to go, chef. What am I doing? I don't know what my orders are, chef.
You look like a chef. You look like a cook in a porn parody.
You want extra meat on your burger, big boy? What? Average customer after getting your burger? No, they loved it. Shut up. Y'all are just jealous. Y'all are just fucking jealous because you weren't there. Okay? What? Governor Josh Shapiro is in his home in Montgomery County tonight playing basketball with his son as we wait to hear if he's Kamala Harris's running mate. Shapiro is one of the finalists said to be under consideration. Bro, this is so New Jersey. Holy shit. This looks exactly like New Jersey. I can't believe this man is actually built like this. Yeah. Harris development site leaked. This was also briefly up on a VIP developer site that is now password protected. I don't know about that. Watching the Rogan special, and if what you're looking for is a guy shouting shit really dumb people were saying 3 years ago, then this is your fucking masterpiece. He just shouted about COVID vaccines and said he hates when dumb people are confident. Mayor of St. Paul tweeted this a few minutes ago. Believe he was just at the fundraiser with Waltz. I started to post a picture of myself with Tim Waltz, but here's a picture he took instead. He knows a great running mate when he sees one, Harris Waltz. Yeah, this doesn't mean anything. Okay, come on, bro. Anyway, we'll see. We're going to find out tomorrow, chat. We're going to find out tomorrow. Veep Stakes finally comes to fruition. I love that, like, there was so much shit for Josh Shapiro. And in the final moment, like, the Shapiro camp's only oppo, or like people's only oppo on Waltz, was that he got a DUI in the fucking 90s, which plays so well, in my opinion, to like middle America in general, especially like voter eligible populations. Like, I think that is hilarious that in the last, like, as the last ditch effort, they hit us with the Waltz got a DUI, by the way. Waltz is pronounced Walls. I'm from Minnesota, and at least the radio says that. Yeah. He also stopped drinking right after that and hasn't had a drop since. Literally perfect. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What are your thoughts on Cenk saying Shapiro's the progressive choice? Cenk had a couple really good takes as far as, like, obviously replacing Biden and how good that would be and how much of a necessity that is. And he had to fucking follow that up with some bad takes. It's just like scientifically, he has to have some good takes and then he has to immediately follow that good take with like a bad take. It's just, there's not anything you can do about it. Listen, if you demonstrate uncle love, if you love your uncle like I do, you just got to know that. He also did the transphobic rant on the boxes. Yeah, I saw that as well. Where he did the classic, like, I know this person might not have been trans, but what if they were? And then he doubled down on the potential, the potential female boxer being like trans anyway, which is so weird. Like, he is so radicalized on a bunch of these issues. I don't know what to do. Anyway, they need you to be off stream to reveal the pics. Well, don't worry, because I'm going to end it right now. After a 9-hour broadcast today, 8 hours and 45 minutes. Okay, you already know what a long day. We started at fucking 10. Go get a haircut, Abby. Oh, I need to get one before the DNC. I'm very excited about that. Your uncle is still better than mine. Aw, why do you say that? That makes me sad. I mean, I do love my uncle though. Anyway, love you guys. What a fucking slammer of a day, dude. We started off with some craziness. And we're ending it off with some craziness. Tomorrow's going to be a big one because after Hassan Nasrallah delivers this speech, we shall get a better understanding of what the retaliation is going to look like from Lebanon and Iran. We shall see. But for the time being, I love you all and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Bye-bye.
Her sun is streaming. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There